This is Audible.
Infinite Jest, written by David Foster Wallace. Marat, during this time, was smiling up and to the left, north, rolling his head like a blind person. His favorite personal place of off-duty in the USA city Boston was in the public garden of summer, a broad and treeless declivity leading down to the Mer de Canard, the duck pond, a grassy wedge facing south and west, so that the grass of the slope turns pale green and then gold as the sun circles over the head, the pond's water cool and muddy green, and overhung with impressionist willows. Persons beneath the willows, also pigeons, and ducks with tight emerald heads gliding in circles, their eyes round stones, moving as if without effort, gliding upon the water as if legless below. Like film's idols in cities the moment before the nuclear blast, in old films of USA death and horror. He was missing this time in USA Boston, Massachusetts, of refilling the pond for the duck's return, the willows greening, the wine light of a northern sunset curving gently in to land without explosion. Children flew taut kites, and adults lay supine on the slope absorbing the suntan, eyes closed as if in concentration. He was giving out a small and desolate smile, as of fatigue. His wrist's watch was unilluminated. Steeply threw a butt without turning away from Marat to watch it fall. "And you'll accuse me of, you'll say, I won't only poke him in the eye and commandeer the whole serving of soup for myself," Steeply said, "but, well, after eating it, I'll give him the dirty bowl and spoon and maybe even the no-deposit habitant can to have to deal with. Saddle him with my greed's waste, all under some sham arrangement of, quote, interdependence that's really just a crude nationalist scheme to indulge my own U.S. individual pleasure lust, without the complications or annoyance of considering some neighbor's own desires and interests." Marat said, "You will notice that I do not with sarcasm say, 'And here we go, off together once more,' which you enjoy saying." Steeply's use of the body to shelter the lighting match for his smoking was not feminine either. His parody of Marat's accent sounded guttural and USA Cajun with the cigarette in the mouth. He looked up past the flame. "But no, am I off base?" Marat had an almost Buddhist way of studying the blanket on his lap. For some seconds he behaved as if almost asleep, nodding very smallly with the rise and fall of his lungs. The ponderous rectangles of moving light within Tucson's nightly spread were barges of land, ministering to nests of dumpsters in the deep part of night. Part of Marat always felt almost a desire to shoot persons who anticipated his responses, and inserted words, and said they were from Marat, not letting him speak. Marat suspected Steeply of knowing this, sensing this in Marat. All two of Marat's older brothers from childhood had engaged in this, arguing every side, and silencing Raimi by inserting his words. Both had kissed trains head-on before reaching marriageable age.
173.
Marat had been part of the audience for the death of the better one. Some of the barges of land's waste would be vectored into the Sonora region of Mexico, but much would be shipped north for displacement launch into the convexity. Steeply was regarding him. "No, Raimi? Am I off base in terms of what you'd say?" The smile around Marat's mouth cost him all his training in restraint. "The cans containing habitants, they say boldly, veuillez recycler ce contenant. You are not false, maybe, but I think I am asking less for nations arguing and more for the example of you and me only. We two, if we pretend we are both of your USA type, each separate, both sacred, both desiring soup au pois. I am asking how is community and your respect part of my happiness in this moment, with the soup, if I am a USA person." Steeply worked a finger under one strap of the brassiere to relieve the throttling pressure. "I don't get you." "Well, we both crave badly the entire recyclable single-serving can of this habitant." Marat sniffed. "In my mind, I know it is true that I must not simply make a bonking of your head and take away the soup, because my overall happiness of pleasure, of the long term, needs a community of, rien de bonk."
174.
But this is long-term, Steeply. This is down the road of my happiness, this respecting of you. How do I calculate this distant road of long-term into my action of this moment? Now, we saw our dead comrade clutching the soup, and both of us with spittle on our chins as we regard the soup. My question is trying to say, if the most pleasure right now, en ce moment, is in the oil serving of habitant, how is myself able to put aside this moment's pleasure to make bonk on you and take the soup? How am I able to think past this soup to the future of my soup down the road?
In other words, delayed gratification.
Good. This is well. Delayed gratification. How is my USA type able in my mind to calculate my long-term overall pleasure, then decide to sacrifice this intense soup craving of this moment to the long-term and overall? Steeply sent out 2 hard tusks of smoke from the nostrils of his nose. His expression was one of patience together with polite impatience.
I think it's called simply being a mature and adult American, instead of a childish and immature American. A term we might use might be enlightened self-interest.
Déclassons. Steeply, he did not smile back.
Enlightened. For example, your example from before. The little kid who'll eat candy all day because it's what tastes best at each individual moment.
Even if he knows inside his mind it will hurt his stomach and rot his little fangs.
Teeth, Steeply corrected. But see that here it can't be a fascist matter of screaming at the kid or giving him electric shocks each time he overindulges in candy. You can't induce a moral sensibility the same way you train a rat. The kid has to learn by his own experience how to learn to balance the short and long-term pursuit of what he wants.
He must be fully enlightened to self.
This is the crux of the educational system you find so appalling. Not to teach what to desire, to teach how to be free. To teach how to make knowledgeable choices about pleasure and delay, and the kid's overall down-the-road maximal interests. Marat farted mildly into his cushion, nodding as if with thought. And I know what you'll say, Steeply said, and no, the system isn't perfect. There is greed, there is crime, there are drugs and cruelty and ruin, and infidelity and divorce and suicide, murder. To bonk the head. Steeply again dug at this strap. He would snap open the purse and then pause to move the brazier's tight strap and then dig into the purse, which sounded femininely full and cluttered. He said, "But this is just the price. This is the price of the free pursuit. Not everybody learns it in childhood, how to balance his interests." Marat tried to envision thin men with horn-rimmed spectacles and natural shoulder sport coats, or white coats of the laboratory, carefully packing with clutter the purse of a field operative to create the female effect. Now Steeply had his pack of Flander-fumed cigarettes and his finger of pinky in the pack's hole, evidently trying to gauge how many were left. Venus was low in the northeast rim. When Marat's wife was born as an infant without a skull, there had been at first suspicion that the cause was that her parents smoked cigarettes as a habit. The light of the stars and moon had become sullen. The moon had not yet set. It seemed as if sometimes the bonfire of youthful mafficking was there, and then, when the eyes were averted in the next moment, it was not there. Time was passing in silence. Steeply was using a nail to extract slowly one of the cigarettes. Marat, as a small child and with legs, had always disliked persons who made comments about how much others smoked. Steeply now had learned here just how he must stand to keep the match alive. Some wind had died down, but there were scattered chill gusts that it seemed came from nowhere. Marat sniffed so deeply that it became a sigh. The struck match sounded loud. There was no echo. Marat sniffed again and said, "But of these types of your persons, the different types, the mature who sit on the road, the puerile type that eats their candy and soup in the moment only, entre nous, here on this shelf, you Steeply, which do you think describes the USA of ONAN? And the great convexity, this USA, you feel pain that others might wish to harm? Hands which shake out matches act always as if they are burned, this motion of snapping. Marat sniffed. Are you understanding? I am asking between only us. How could it be that ea formalis could hurt all of the USA culture by making available something as momentary and free as the choice to view only this one entertainment? You know there can be no forcing to watch a thing. If we disseminate the amistad, the choice will be free, no? Free from force, no? Yes? Freely chosen? Monsieur Hugh Steepley of BSS was standing then with his weight on one hip, and looked his most female when he smoked, with his elbow in his arm, and a hand to his mouth, and the back of this hand to Marat, a type of fussy ennui that reminded Marat of women in hats and padded shoulders in black and white films, smoking. Marat said, You believe we are underestimating to see all you as selfish, decadent. But the question has been raised. Are we sailors of Canada alone in this view? Aren't you afraid? You of your government and gendarme? If not, your BSS, why work so hard to prevent dissemination? Why make a simple entertainment, no matter how seducing its pleasures, a samizdat and forbidden in the first place? If you do not fear so many USAs cannot make the enlightened choices. This now was the closest large Steepley had come, to stand over Marat to look down, looming. The rising astral body Venus lit his left side of the face to the color of pallid cheese. Get real. The entertainment isn't candy or beer. Look at Boston just now. You can't compare this kind of insidious enslaving process to your little cases of sugar and soup. Marat smiled bleakly into the chiaroscuro flesh of this round and hairless USA face. Perhaps the facts are true, after the first watching, and then there seems to be no choice. But to decide to be this pleasurably entertained in the first place, this is still a choice, no? Sacred to the viewing self and free? No? Yes? During that last pre-subsidized year, after each tournament's perfunctory final, at the little post-final award presentations and dance, Eric Clipperton would attend unarmed, and eat maybe a little shaved turkey from the buffet, and mutter out of the side of his slot-like mouth to Mario and Cadenza, and would stand there expressionless and receive his outsized first-place trophy amid witheringly slight and scattered applause, and would melt into the crowd soon after and dematerialize back to wherever he lived and trained and target practiced. Clipperton by this time must have had a whole mantel plus bookcases worth of tall USTA trophies, each USTA trophy a marbled plastic base with a tall metal buoy on top arched in mid-serve, looking rather like a wedding cake groom with a very good outside slider. Clipperton must have been just broke out in brass and plastic, but he had no official ranking whatsoever. Since his Glock 9mm and public intentions were instantly legendary, he was regarded by the USTA as never having had a legitimate victory, or even a legit match in sanctioned play. People on the junior tour sometimes asked Tiny Mario if that's why Eric Clipperton always seemed so terrifically glum and withdrawn, and made such a big deal out of materializing and dematerializing at tournaments, that the very tactic that let him win in the first place kept the wins, and in a way Clipperton himself, from being treated as real. All this until the erection of ONAN and the inception, in Clipperton's 18th summer, of subsidized time. The adverted Year of the Whopper, when the USTA became the ONANTA, and some Mexican systems analyst, who barely spoke English, and had never once even fondled a ball and knew from exactly zilch, except for crunching raw results data, this guy stepped in as manager of the ONANTA Computer and Ranking Center in Forest Lawn, New York, and didn't know enough not to treat Clipperton's string of 6 major junior tournament championships that spring as sanctioned and real. And when the first biweekly issue of the trilingual North American Junior Tennis, that's replaced American Junior Tennis, comes out, there's one E.R. Clipperton, hometown, Indiana, ranked number 1 in boys continental 18 and unders, and competitive eyebrows ascend to all latitudes. But everyone at ETA, from Stitt on down, is highly amused, and some of them wonder whether maybe now Eric Clipperton will put down his psychic cuirass and take his unarmed competitive chances with the rest of them, now that he's got what he's surely been burning over and holding himself hostage for all along, a real and sanctioned number one. And the Continental Junior Clay Courts are coming up the following week in Indianapolis, Indiana, and little Michael Pemulus of Alston takes his power book and odds software and makes a killing on Vig in the frenzy of locker room wagering over whether Clipperton will even bother to materialize at Indy now that he's extorted himself to the sanctioned top he must have craved so terribly, or whether he'll retire from the tour now and lie around masturbating over the Glock in one hand and the latest issue of NAJT in the other.
175.
And so everyone's taken aback when Eric Clipperton, of all people, suddenly appears at the ETA front gates portcullis on a rainy, warm, late a.m., 2 days before the Clays, wearing a flap-frayed trench-type coat and toa-braided sneakers and a 5-day growth of armpity adolescent beard, but without any sticks or anything in the way of competitive gear, not even his Glock 17's custom-made wooden case. And he makes the cold-eyed part-time portcullis attendant from the halfway place down the hill just about lean on the intercom buzzer, pleading for entry and counsel. He's in a terrible way, is the portcullis attendant's intercom diagnosis. And rules about non-enrolled junior players being on Academy's grounds are strict and complex. But little Mario Incandenza sways down the steep path to the portcullis in the warm rain and interfaces with Clipperton through the bars, and as the attendant holds the intercom button down for him and personally requests that Clipperton be admitted under a special non-play codicil to the regulations, saying the kid is truly in desperate psychic straits. Mario speaking first to lateral Alice Moore, and then to this pro-rector Cantrell, and then to the headmaster himself, as Clipperton stares wordlessly up at the little wrought iron racket heads that serve as spikes at the top of the portcullis and fencing around ETA. His expression so blackly haunted that even the hard-boiled attendant told some of the people back at the halfway place later that the spectral trench-coated figure had given him sobriety's worst fantod so far. And J.O. Incandenza finally lets Clipperton in over Cantrell's and then Stitt's vehement objections when it's established that Clipperton wants only a few private minutes to obtain the counsel of Incandenza Sr. himself, of whom I think we can presume Mario's spoken glowingly to Clipperton. And Incandenza, while not quite strictly sober, is lucid, and has a very low melting point of compassion for traumas connected with early success. And so, up goes the portcullis, and the Clipperton and the two Incandenzas go at high noon up to an unused top-floor room in Subdorm C of East House, the structure nearest the front gate, for some sort of psycho-existential CPR session or something. Mario has never spoken of what he got to sit in on, not even at night to Hal, when Hal's trying to go to sleep. But it's a matter of record that at some point first ETA counselor Dolores Rusk was beeped by himself at her Winchester home, and then her beep was canceled, and lateral Alice Moore was beeped and asked with due speed to get Lyle up from the weight room/sauna and over to East House, ASAP. And that at some point, while Lyle was de-lotusing from the dispenser and making his way with sideways lateral Alice to this emergency-type huddle, at some point in this interval, in front of Dr. James O. Incandenza and a Mario whose tiny borrowed head clamped Bolex H-128, Incandenza required Clipperton to consent to having digitally record the whole crisis conversation to protect ETA from the ONANTA's Kafkaesque rules on unregistered recipients of any sort of counsel at U.S. academies. At some point, with Lyle in transit, Clipperton pulls out of various pockets in his wet, complicated coat an elaborately altered copy of NAJT's biweekly ranking report, a sepia snapshot of some whey-faced Midwestern couple's wedding, and the hideous, blunt-barreled Glock 17 9mm semi-automatic, which, even as both Incandenzas reach for the sky, Clipperton places to his right, not left, temple, as in with his good right stick hand, closes his eyes, and scrunches up his face, and blows his legitimated brains out for real and all time. Eradicates his map and then some. And there's just an ungodly subsequent mess in there. And the incandenzas, respectively, stagger and totter from the room, all green-gilled and red mist-stained. And, because reports of Lyle's appearance outside the weight-room upright and walking across the grounds have spread and caused enormous excitement and student snapshots, it's because it was just as Lyle and lateral Alice Moore hit the upstairs hallway that they reeled out of the room in a miasma of cordite and ghastly mist, that they're preserved in various snapshots as resembling miners of some sort of really grisly coal. People in the competitive junior tennis community somehow regarded it as healthy that Mario Incandenza's perfectly even smile never faltered even through tears at Clipperton's funeral. The funeral was poorly attended. It turned out Eric Clipperton had hailed from Crawfordsville, Indiana, where his ma was a late-stage Valium addict, and his ex-soybean farmer Pa, blinded in the infamous hailstorms of BS-94, now spent all day, every day, playing with one of those little wooden paddles with a red rubber ball attached by elastic string, paddleball, with an understandable lack of success. And the tranquilized and sightless Clippertons had had no clue about where Eric had even disappeared off to most weekends, and bought his explanation that all the tall trophies came from an after-school job as a freelance tennis trophy designer. The parents apparently being not exactly the two brightest bulbs in the great U.S. parental light show. They held the interment under a threat of rain in Petersburg, Indiana, where there's a budget cemetery, and himself skipped Indianapolis and took Mario to the first of his life's 2 funerals so far. And it was probably moving that Incandenza acceded to Mario's request that nothing get filmed or documented at the funeral for himself's junior tennis documentary. Mario probably told Lyle all about everything back down in the weight room, but he sure never told Hal or the moms, and himself was already in and out of rehabs and hardly a credible source on much of anything by this point. But Incandenza did let Mario insist that no one else get to clean up the scene in Subdorm C after Enfield's finest had come and peered around and drawn a chalk ectoplasm around Clipperton's sprawled form and written things down in little spiral notebooks, which they kept checking against one another with maddening care. And then EMTs had zippered Clipperton up in a huge rubber bag and taken him down and out on a wheeled stretcher with retractable legs they had to retract on all the stairs. Lyle was long gone by this time. It took the bradykinetic Mario all night, and 2 bottles of Ajax Plus, to clean the room with his tiny contractured arms and square feet. The 18's girls, in the rooms on either side, could hear him falling around in there, and picking himself up again and again. And the finally spotless room in question had been locked ever since, with its tasteless sign, except G. Stitt holds a special key. And when an ETA junior whinges too loudly about some tennis-connected vicissitude, or hardship or something, he's invited to go chill for a bit, in the Clipperton suite, to maybe meditate on some of the other ways to succeed besides votaried self-transcendence, and gut-sucking in, and hard daily slogging toward a distant goal you can then maybe, if you get there, live with. It was Enid House's assistant director, Annie P., who coined the phrase that Don Gately sunlights on the side. 5 a.m.s a week, whether he's just getting off all-night staff duty or not. He has to be on the inbound Green Line by 04:30 hours, to then catch 2 more trains to his other job at the Shattuck Shelter for Homeless Males down in bombed-out Jamaica Plain. Gately has become, in sobriety, a janitor. He mops down broad cot-strewn floors with antifungal delousing solvents. Likewise the walls. He scrubs toilets. The relative cleanliness of the Shattuck's toilets might seem surprising until you head into the shower area with your equipment and face mask. Half the guys in the Shattuck are always incontinent. There's human waste in the showers on a daily fucking basis. Stavros lets him attach an industrial hose to a nozzle and spray the worst of the shit away from a distance before Gately has to go in there with his mop and brushes and solvents, and his mask. Cleaning the Shattuck only takes 3 hours, since he and his partner got the routine down tight. Gately's partner is also the guy that owns the company that contracts with the Commonwealth for the Shattuck's maintenance. A guy like 40 or 50. Stavros Lobopoulos. A troubling guy with a long cigarette filter and an enormous collection of women's shoes catalogs he keeps piled behind the seats in the cab of his 4x4. So, at like 0800, usually they're done, and by vendor's contract still get to bill for 8 hours. Stavros L. only pays Gately for 3, but it's sub-table. And Gately heads back to Government Center to take the westbound Greenie back up Commonwealth to Ennet House to put on his black eye patch mask thing and sleep till 1200 hours, and the afternoon shift. Stavros L. himself gets a couple hours off to footwear browse. Gately very much needs to assume that's all he does with the catalogs, is browse. Then has to head over to Pine Street Inn, the biggest and foulest homeless shelter in all of Boston, where Stavros and 2 other broke and desperate yutzes from another of the halfway houses Stavros cruises for cheap labor, will spend 4 hours cleaning, and then bill the state for 6. The inmates at the Shattuck suffer from every kind of physical and psychological and addictive and spiritual difficulty you could ever think of, specializing in ones that are repulsive. There are colostomy bags, and projectile vomiting, and cirrhotic discharges, and missing limbs, and misshapen heads, and incontinence, and Kaposi sarcoma, and suppurating sores, and all different levels of enfeeblement and impulse control deficit and damage. Schizophrenia is like the norm. Guys in DTs treat the heaters like TVs, and leave broad splatter paintings of coffee over the walls of the barracks. There are industrial buckets for AM puking that they seem to treat like golfers treat the pin on like a golf course, aiming in its vague direction from a distance. There's one sort of blocked-off and more hidden corner, over near the bank of little lockers for valuables, that's always got sperm moving slowly down the walls. And way too much sperm for just 1 or 2 guys, either. The whole place smells like death, no matter what the fuck you do. Gately gets to the shelter at 04:59.9 hours, and just shuts his head off, as if his head has a kind of control switch. He screens input with a fucking vengeance the whole time. The barracks' cots reek of urine and of insect activity observable. The state employees who supervise the shelter at night are dead-eyed and watch softcore tapes behind the desk and are all around Gately's size and build, and he's been approached to maybe work there himself, nights, supervising more than once, and has always said, "Thanks anyway," and always screws right out of there at 08:01 hours and rides the Greenie back up the hill with his gratitude battery totally recharged. Janitoring the Shattuck for Stavros Lobopoulos was the menial job Gately had landed with only 3 days to go on his month's deadline to find some honest job as a resident, and he's kept it ever since. The males in the Shattuck are supposed to be up and out by 0500 hours, regardless of weather or DTs, to let Gately and Stavros L. clean. But some never screw out of there on time, and these are always the worst guys, the ones you don't want any place near you, these ones that won't leave. They'll clump behind Gately and watch him jet feces off the shower tiling, treating it like a sport and yelling encouragement and advice. They'll cringe and ass-kiss when the supervisor heaves himself on by to tell them to get out, and then when he leaves, not get out. A couple have those little shaved patches on their arms. They'll lie in the cots and hallucinate and thrash and scream in the cots, and knock army blankets off onto the floors Gately's trying to mop. They'll skulk back over to the little dark spermy corner the minute Gately's got done scrubbing the night's sperm off and has backed away and started again to inhale. Maybe the worst is that there's almost always 1 or 2 guys in the Shattuck who Gately knows personally, from his days of addiction and B&E, from before he got to the no-choice point and surrendered his will to staying straight at any cost. These guys are always 25 to 30 and look 45 to 60, and are a better ad for sobriety at any cost than any ad agency could come up with. Gately will slip them a Finsky or a pack of Cools, and maybe sometimes try and talk a little AA to them, if they seem like maybe they're ready to give up. With everybody else in the Shattuck, Gately adopts this expression where he lets them know he's ignoring them totally, as long as they keep their distance. But it's a look that says street and jail and not to fuck with him. If they get in his way, Gately will stare hard at a point just behind their heads until they move off. The protective face mask helps. Stavros Lobokulus's great ambition, which he goes on about regularly to Gately when they're cleaning the same barracks. Stavros's dream is to utilize his unique combination of entrepreneurial drives and janitorial savvy and flares for creative billing and finding desperate recovering halfway house guys who'll scrub shit for next to nothing, to pile up enough money to open a women's shoe store in some mobily upward part of Boston where the women are healthy and upscale and have good feet and can afford to take care of their feet. Gately spends a lot of the time around Stavros nodding and not saying really much of anything. Because what is there to really say about ambitious career dreams involving feet? But Gately will be paying court-scheduled restitution well into his 30s if he stays straight and needs the work. Foot thing or no foot thing. Stavros has allegedly been clean for 8 years, but Gately has his private doubts about the spiritual quality of the sobriety involved. For example, like, Stavros gets easily aggravated at the Shattuck guys that can't get up and out like they're supposed to and clear out. And almost daily he'll make a production of throwing down his mop in the middle of the floor and throwing his head back to scream, "Why don't you sorry motherfucks just go home?" Which so far, for over 13 months, he hasn't quit finding hilarious. His own witticism, Stavros. But the whole Clipperton saga highlights the way there are certain very talented junior players who just cannot keep the lip stiff and fire stoked if they ever finally do achieve a top ranking or win some important event. Next to Clipperton, the most historically ghastly instance of this syndrome involved a kid from Fresno in Central California, also an unaffiliated kid. His dad, an architect or draftsman or something, functioned as his coach. His dad had played for UC Davis or Irvine or one of those. All the ETA staff really emphasize is that, again, here was a kid without academy support and perspective, who, after upsetting 2 top seeds and winning the Pacific Coast Hardcourt Boys 18s, and getting toasted wildly at the post-tourney ceremony and ball and carried off on the shoulders of his dad and Fresno teammates, came home late that night and drank a big glass of Nestle's Quick, laced with the sodium cyanide his dad kept around for ink for drafting. Drinks cyanidic Quick in his family's home's redecorated kitchen, and keels over dead, blue-faced, and still with a ghastly mouthful of lethal Quick. And apparently his dad hears the thump of the kid keeling over and rushes into the kitchen in his bathrobe and leather slippers and tries to give the kid mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but gets the odd bit of NaCN-laced Quick in his own mouth from the kid, and also keels over and turns bright blue, and dies. And then the mom rushes in a mud mask and fluffy slippers and sees them both lying there, bright blue and stiffening, and she tries giving the architect dad mouth-to-mouth, and is, of course, in short order, also lying there keeled over and blue, wherever she's not mud-colored from the mask, but anyway, dead as a rivet. And since the family has 6 more various-aged kids, who, as the night wears on, come in from dates or patter down the stairs in little pajamas with adorable little pajama feet attached to them, drawn by the noise of all the cumulative keeling over, plus, I should mention, the odd agonized gurgle sound, but since all 6 kids had gone through a 4-hour, Rotary-sponsored CPR course at Fresno's YMCA, by the end of the night, the whole family's lying there, blue-hued and stiff as posts, with incrementally tinier amounts of lethal Quick smeared around their rictus grimaced mouths. And in sum,
This whole instance of unprepared goal attainment trauma is unbelievably gruesome and sad, and it's one historical reason why all accredited tennis academies have to have a PhD-level counselor on full-time staff to screen student-athletes for their possibly lethal reactions to ever actually reaching the level they've been pointed at for years. ETA staff counselor is the bird-of-prey-faced Dr. Dolores Rusk, MS, Ph.D., and she's regarded by the kids as whatever's just slightly worse than useless. You go in there with an issue, and all she'll do is make a cage of her hands and look abstractly over the cage at you and take the last dependent clause of whatever you say and repeat it back to you with an interrogative lilt. Possible homosexual attraction to your doubles partner? Whole sense of yourself as a purposive male athlete messed with? Uncontrolled boner during semis at Cleveland? Drives you bats when people just parrot you instead of responding? Having trouble keeping from twisting my twittery head off like a game hen's? All with an expression she probably thinks looks blandly deep, but which really looks exactly the way a girl's face looks when she's dancing with you but would really rather be dancing with just about anyone else in the room. Only the very newest ETA players ever go to Rusk, and then not for long, and she spends her massive blocks of free time in her ComEd office, doing involved acrostics, and working on some sort of pop-psych manuscript, the first 4 pages of which Axford and Shaw dickied her lock and had a look at, and counted 29 appearances of the prefix self. Lyle, a de-wimpled Carmelite who works the kitchen day shift, occasionally Mario Incandenza, and many times Avril herself, take up most of the psychic slack for practical purposes among ETAs in the know. It's possible that the only junior tennis players who can win their way to the top and stay there without going bats are the ones who are already bats, or else who seem to be just grim machines a la John Wayne. Wayne's sitting low on his spine in the dining hall with the other Canadian kids, watching the screen and squeezing a ball without any readable expression. Hal's eyes are fevered and rolling around in his head, and actually by this time a lot of the eyes in the Independence Day audience have lost a bit of that festive sparkle. Though there's a certain chortle momentum left over from the film's self-felonious Gentle/Clipperton comparisons, the Rodney, Tyne, Luria P. love rumor and Tyne as Benedict Arnold thing seems brow-clutchingly slow and digressive.
176.
Plus, there's some retroactive puzzlement, because the advent of subsidized time is historically known to have been a revenue response to the heady costs of the U.S.'s reconfigurative giveaway, which means it must have come after formal interdependence, and indeed in the film it does come after, but then the chronology of some of the end makes it seem like Tyne sold Johnny Gentle on his whole sino-temporal endorsement revenue scheme sometime in Oren Incandenza's first major sport year at Boston University, which ended in the year of the Whopper, pretty obviously a subsidized year. By this time the ETAs are eating more slowly, playing in that idle postprandial way with the orts on their plates, and people's hats are making some people's heads itch, and plus everybody's sugar crashing a bit, and one of the really small ETA kids crawling around with a bottle of adhesive under the tables has whacked his head on the sharp edge of an institutional chair, and is in Avril Incandenza's lap, crying with a desolate late-day hysteria that makes everybody feel jagged. Gentle at large, Superheader. Tours new, England, border, amid tight security. Header. Whack champagne bottles against massive lucite walls south of what used to be Syracuse, Concord, New Hampshire, Salem, Massachusetts. 10-point subheader. Gentle, more or less at large, watches from oxygenated porta-bubble as Clemson downs Boston U in Las Vegas's Forsythia Bowl. Header from that guy who's now reduced to laying out headlines for the Rantoul, Illinois Eagle. Cranially challenged, acromegalic infants lost in experialist shuffle? Editorial header in Ithaca, New York's Daily Odyssean. Gentle Cabinet to draft budget overhaul in light of Wall Street angst over costs of territorial reconfiguration. Header. Administration heads put together on missile inversion expenditures, relocation costs, loss of revenue from better part of 4 states. Subheader. Gentle. Substantially muffled by both Fukushima microfiltration mask and oxygenated lucite portabubble.
Boys?
All secretaries except Secretary of Mexico and Secretary of Canada. The Cabinet's Motown girl puppets, decked out for climactic camp, are all in wicked 3-piecers with slicked back, straight hair, and enormous robber baron steer horn mustaches, which mustaches could be straighter but are on the whole pretty impressive mustaches for female puppets. Chief, Secretary of Defense.
So then how was the big game, Mr. President?
Gentle.
Ulster, boys. Seminal. Visionary. An outstanding experience. I now say things like outstanding instead of boss, but also seminal. Ollie, Ben, I saw something outstandingly visional in seminary yesterday. I do not refer to the football game. I normally don't much get into football. All that grunting, mud everywhere, not my scene ordinarily. The most diverting single thing of the game was one of the 2 teams' punters. This one slim cat with an outsized leg and slightly less outsized arm. Never saw punts I could hear before. Whoom! Blam! I ate an entire wiener, stem to stern, while one punt was in the air. People stood around conferring and making a racket and going to the restroom and coming back and eating concessions, all while this one cat's punts were still in the air. What was that cat's name again, RT?
Secretary of the Interior. May I respectfully ask whether this is to be a lunch meeting, Mr. President? Is that why these Chinese calendar zodiac Year of the Tiger and like rat Szechuan restaurant paper placemats are at all our places next to our water pitchers? Are we going to get to tuck into some Chinese takeout, Chief? Mario's oral background becomes something with a brisk cornet, and there's some glove-muffled finger-snapping from JGFC, who's lapsed into a visionary reverie. Secretary of Transportation.
Always been partial to the General Tso's chicken, if we're...
Rodney Tyne, Chief, United States Office of Unspecified Services.
President Gentle's asked us all here this morning to put our collective expertise together on an issue about which we at Unspecified Services believe he's been hit with a truly seminal set of creative insights.
Gentle.
Gentlemen, we're both pleased and concerned to report that our seminal experiment in the territorial reconfiguration of ONAN has been a thoroughgoing logistical coup.
177.
More or less. Delaware's looking a bit crowded, and 1 or 2 curvy-horned animals apparently got by the tactical squads, and there's rather less overall good sportsmanship in downstate New York than we'd like to see, but overall I think thoroughgoing coup would not be out of line as a term to describe this sort of success.
Tyne.
Now it's time to think about how to pay for it.
All secretaries. Stiff turns to look at each other. Tie, and mustache straightenings, gulping sounds. Gentle.
Rod informs me Marty's got the preliminary figures on gross costs, while Chet's boys have provided us with some projections on gross revenue losses from the reconfiguration of taxable territories and households and businesses and that there.
Secretary of Transportation and Secretary of the Treasury pass around thick-bound folders, each emblazoned with the yawning red skull that emblazons all bad news memos in the General Administration. Folders opened and scanned by all secretaries. Sounds of jaws hitting the tabletop. A couple mustaches fall off altogether. One secretary heard to ask whether there's even a name for a figure with this many zeros. Gentle's portabubble on screen is hit right over his plastic-wrapped corsage by a half-chewed raisinette, to half-hearted audience cheers. Another cross-dressed Motown puppet is throwing a tiny string noose over a beam at the back of the velvet-lined cabinet room. Gentle.
Boys, Ben, before anybody needs oxygen here,
holding a placative hand up against the bubble's glass,
let Rod here explain that despite a quantitative downer-type quality to these figures, all we merely have here is just what Rod might call an exaggerated example of a quadrennial problem any administration with vision is going to have to face eventually anyway. By the way, The unfamiliar but welcome face on my left here is Mr. P. Tom Veals, of Veals Associates Advertising, Boston, USA, N.A.
All secretaries. Not terribly placated-sounding mutterings of salutation to Veals. Mr. P. Tom Veals. A tiny little caucasoid, Tootsie Pop stick puppet body and enormous face that's mostly front teeth and spectacles.
Yo.
Tyne.
And to Tom's own left may I also present the charming and delightful Ms. Luria P.,
indicating with pointer a puppet simply beyond pulchritudinous belief. The cabinet room's conference table seems to ascend ever so slightly as Luria P. cocks a well-penciled eyebrow. Still Tyne.
Gentlemen, what the President is articulating is that what we face here is a microsmic exemplar of the infamous Democratic triple bind faced by visionarians from FDR to JFK on down. The American electorate, as is its every right, on one hand demands the sort of millennial stewardship and vision, decisive action, tough choices, lots of programs and services. See, for instance, the territorial reconfiguration, for example, that will lead a renewed community into a whole new era of interdependent choice and freedom.
Gentle.
The rhetorical chapeau is off to you, babe.
Tyne, rising, eyes now 2 glittery red points in his round face's felt. The eyes, 2 tiny smoke detector bulbs, run off a single AAA cell taped to the back of the puppet's surgical gown.
Now, speaking in the very most general terms, if the President's vision dictates the tough choice of cutting certain programs and services, our statistical people predict with reasonable inductive certainty that the American electorate will whinge.
Veals.
Whinge?
Luria P. to Tyne. This is a Canadian idiom, Shorey.
Veals. And who is this chick?
Tyne, looking momentarily blank.
Sorry, Tom. Canadian idiom. Whinge. Complain. Petition for redress. Assemble. March in those 5 abreast demonstrating lines. Shake upraised fists in unison. Whinge.
Indicating photos on easels behind him of various historical pressure and advocacy groups whinging. Secretary of Treasury.
And we already have an all-too-good idea of what will happen if we attempt any sort of conventional revenue enhancements.
Secretary of State.
Tax revolt.
Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare.
A whinge-a-thon, Chief.
Secretary of Defense.
Tea Party.
Gentle.
Bullseye. Whingeville. Political whingeocide. A serious drag-caliber lapse in mandate. We've already promised no new enhancements. I told him on Inauguration Day. I said, look into my eyes. No new enhancements. I pointed at my eyes up there and said that was one tough choice that was not going to rain on anybody's program. Rod and Tom and I had that 3-planked platform exhibit. 1, waste. 2, no new enhancements. 3, find somebody outside the borders of our community selves to blame.
Tyne.
So then a double bind so far, with potential whinging on both flanks.
Secretary of the Treasury.
And yet the financial communities demand a balanced federal budget. The Reserve Board all but insists on a balanced budget. Our balance of trade with the handful of nations we're still trading with requires a stable buck, and so a balanced budget.
Tyne.
The third flank, Chet, of the triple bind. Outflows required, inflows restricted, balance demanded.
Gentle.
A classic executive branch, Cerberus horn dilemma. The thorn in the Achilles tendon of democratic process. Does anybody here, by the way, hear a sort of high pitch?
All secretaries. Blank glances at one another. Veals. Blows nose at high volume. Gentle. Knocking experimentally on interior surfaces of portabubble.
Sometimes I hear a pitch at a high range beyond most people's hearing, admittedly, but this seems like a different type of high pitch.
All secretaries. Necktie not adjusting. Polished tabletop studying. Gentle.
That would be a no on the pitch, then.
Veals.
Could this all be moved along up to at least a canter, guys?
Tyne.
Perhaps it's the distinctive high pitch that sometimes precedes your getting ready to announce some seminal, visionary insight you've achieved into the previously intractable Triple bind, sir.
Gentle.
Babe, Rod, again, a direct hit. Gentlemen, have a gander at these restaurant exhibits of the sinoepithetic calendrical scheme.
Tyne.
Meaning, of course, these placemats right here, bearing directly on the President's revenue vision.
Gentle.
Gentlemen, as you all know, I've just returned at extremely high speeds, burping up the taste of wieners. I'm pretty sure we're just crawling with every sort of microbe that makes publicly vented concessions a scourge and menace that...
Tyne. Ixnay-ish hand signal. Gentle.
But so, gentlemen, I'm fresh back from a goodwill appearance at a post-collegiate bowl game, at which I ingested the pre-mentioned Franks. But the real point is, do any of you guys happen to know the name of that collegiate bowl game?
Secretary of Housing and Urban Development.
We thought you said it was the Forsythia Bowl, Chief.
Gentle.
That, Mr. Sibnick, is because that's what I was thinking its name, in fact, was en route, when we'd all interfaced on the old scrambler. That's what the name was when I did the anthem there in '91.
Luria P., holding up a zodiacalized placemat with a slight, grease-corroded spot of hot and sour soup in the upper left corner. Perhaps you would care now to tell your cabinet what the contest of football calls itself, Monsieur President? Gentle, with a showman-like look at Veals, who's probing the gap between his mammoth incisors with the business cards of the CEOs of Pillsbury and PepsiCo.
Boys, I heard punts, burped red-hots, smelled beer foam, and recoiled from public urinals at the Kennel Ration Magnavox Kemper Insurance Forsythia Bowl.
Year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. On a white flag group commitment to the Tough Shit But You Still Can't Drink group down in Braintree this past July, Don G., up at the podium, revealed publicly about how he was ashamed that he still, as yet, had no real solid understanding of a higher power. It suggested in the third of Boston AA's 12 steps that you turn your diseased will over to the direction and love of God as you understand Him. It's supposed to be one of AA's major selling points that you get to choose your own God. You get to make up your own understanding of God or a higher power or whom/whatever. But Gately, at like 10 months clean, at the TSBY-SCD podium in Braintree, opines that at this juncture, he's so totally clueless and lost, he's thinking that he'd maybe rather have the white flag crocodiles just grab him by the lapels and just tell him what AA God to have an understanding of, and give him totally blunt and dogmatic orders about how to turn over his diseased will to whatever this higher power is. He notes how he's observed already that some Catholics and fundamentalists now in AA had a childhood understanding of a stern and punishing type God, and Gately's heard them express incredible gratitude that AA let them at long last let go and change over to an understanding of a loving, forgiving, nurturing type God. But at least these folks started out with some idea of him, her, it, whether fucked up or no. You might think it'd be easier if you came in with zero in the way of denominational background or preconceptions. You might think it'd be easier to sort of invent a higher power-ish God from scratch and then, erect an understanding. But Don Gately complains that this has not been his experience thus far. His sole experience so far is that he takes one of AA's very rare specific suggestions and hits the knees in the AM and asks for help, and then hits the knees again at bedtime and says, "Thank you," whether he believes he's talking to anything/body or not, and he somehow gets through that day clean. This, after 10 months of ear-smoking concentration and reflection, is still all he feels like he understands about the God angle. Publicly, in front of a very tough and hard-ass-looking AA crowd, he sort of simultaneously confesses and complains that he feels like a rat that's learned one route in the maze to the cheese and travels that route in a ratty-type fashion and whatnot, with the God thing being the cheese in the metaphor. Gately still feels like he has no access to the big spiritual picture. He feels about the ritualistic daily please and thank you prayers rather like a hitter that's on a hitting streak and doesn't change his jock or socks or pregame routine for as long as he's on the streak, with sobriety being the hitting streak and whatnot, he explains. The whole church basement is literally blue with smoke. Gately says he feels like this is a pretty limp and lame understanding of a higher power, a cheese easement or unwashed athletic supporter. He says, but when he tries to go beyond the very basic, rote, automatic, get me through this day, please, stuff, when he kneels, at other times, and prays or meditates or tries to achieve a big picture spiritual understanding of a God as he can understand him, he feels nothing. Not nothing, but nothing. An endless blankness that somehow feels worse than the sort of unconsidered atheism he came in with. He says he doesn't know if any of this is coming through or making any sense, or if it's all just still symptomatic of a thoroughgoingly diseased will and, quote, spirit. He finds himself telling the tough shit but you still can't drink audience dark, doubtful thoughts he wouldn't have fucking ever dared tell Ferocious Francis, man to man. He can't even look at FF in the Crocodile's Row, as he says that at this point the God-understanding stuff kind of makes him want to puke. From fear. Something you can't see or hear or touch or smell? Okay. All right. But something you can't even feel? Because that's what he feels when he tries to understand something to really sincerely pray to. Nothingness. He says when he tries to pray, he gets this, image in his mind's eye of the brain waves, or whatever, of his prayers going out and out, with nothing to stop them. Going, radiating out into space, and outliving him and still going, and never hitting anything out there, much less something with an ear. Much less something with an ear that could possibly give a rat's ass. He's both pissed off and ashamed to be talking about this, instead of how just completely good it is to just be getting through the day without ingesting a substance. But there it is. This is what's going on. He's no closer to carrying out the suggestion of the third step than the day the probie drove him over to his halfway house from Peabody Holding. The idea of this whole God thing makes him puke, still. And he is afraid. And the same fucking thing happens again. The tough, chain-smoking, TSBYSCD group all stands and applauds, and the men give two-finger whistles, and people come up at the raffle break to pump his big hand and even sometimes try and hug on him. It seems like every time he forgets himself and publicizes how he's fucking up in sobriety, Boston AAs fall all over themselves to tell him how good it was to hear him, and to, for God's sake, keep coming. For them, if not for himself, whatever the fuck that means. The tough shit but you still can't drink group seems to be over 50% bikers and biker chicks, meaning your standard leather vests and 10-centimeter boot heels, belt buckles with little spade-shaped knives that come out of a slot in the side, tattoos that are more like murals, serious tits in cotton halters, big beards, Harley wear, wooden matches in mouth corners, and so forth. After the Our Father, as Gately and the other white flag speakers are clustered, smoking outside the door to the church basement, the sound of high CC hogs being kick-started is enough to rattle your fillings. Gately can't even start to guess what it would be like to be a sober and drug-free biker. It's like, what would be the point? He imagines these people polishing the hell out of their leather and playing a lot of really precise pool. This one sober biker that can't be much older than Gately, and is nearly Gately's size, though with a really small head and a tapered jaw that makes him look kind of like a handsome mantis. As they're massed around the door, he brings a car-length chopper up alongside Gately, says it was good to hear him, shakes his hand in the complex way of niggers and Harley heads, He introduces his name as Robert F., though on the lapel of his leather vest it says Bob Death. A biker chick's got her arms around his waist from behind, as is S.O.P. He tells Gately it was good to hear somebody new share from the heart about his struggles with the God component. It's weird to hear a biker use the Boston AA word share, much less component or heart. The other white flaggers have stopped talking and are watching the two men sort of just awkwardly stand there, the biker embraced from behind and straddling his throbbing hog. The guy's got on leather spats and a leather vest with no shirt, and Gately notices the guy's got a jailhouse tat of AA's weird little insignia of a triangle inside a circle on one big shoulder. Robert F. / Bob Death asks Gately if by any chance he's heard the one about the fish. Glenn K., in his fucking robe, overhears, and of course, he's got to put his own oar in, and breaks in and asks them all if they've heard the one, "What did the blind man say as he passed by the Quincy Market fish stall?" And without waiting, he goes, "Evening, ladies." A couple male white flaggers fall about, and Tamara N. slaps at the back of Glenn K.'s head's pointy hood, but without real heat, as in, like, what are you going to do with this sick fuck? Bob Death smiles, coolly. South Shore bikers are required to be extremely cool in everything they do, and manipulates a wooden mat with his lip and says, "No, not that fish one." He has to assume a kind of bar shout to clear the noise of his idling hog. He leans in more toward Gately and shouts that the one he was talking about was, "This wise old whiskery fish swims up to 3 young fish and goes, 'Morning, boys, how's the water?' and swims away. And the 3 young fish watch him swim away and look at each other and go, 'What the fuck is water?' and swim away." The young biker leans back and smiles at Gately and gives an affable shrug and blats away, a halter-top's tits mashed against his back. Gately's forehead was wrinkled in emotional pain all the way up Route 3 home. They were in the back of Ferocious Francis's old car. Glenn K. was trying to ask what was the difference between a bottle of 15-year-old Hennessy and a human female vagina. Crocodile Dickie N., up-riding shotgun, told Glenn to try to fucking remember there was ladies present. Ferocious Francis kept moving the toothpick around in his mouth and looking at Gately in the rear view. Gately wanted to both cry and hit somebody. Glenn's cheap pseudo-demonic robes had the faint, rank, oily smell of a dish towel. There was no smoking in the car. Ferocious Francis had a little oxygen tank he had to carry around and a little thin, pale blue plastic-like tube thing that lay under his nose and was taped there and sent oxygen up his nose. All he'd ever say about the tank and the tube is that they were not his personal will, but that he'd submitted to advice, and now here he was, still sucking air and staying rabidly active. Something they seem to omit to mention in Boston AA when you're new and out of your skull with desperation and ready to eliminate your map, and they tell you how it'll all get better and better as you abstain and recover. They somehow omit to mention that the way it gets better, and you get better, is through pain, not around pain or in spite of it. They leave this out, talking instead about gratitude and release from compulsion. There's serious pain in being sober, though, you find out after time. Then, now that you're clean and don't even much want substances, and feeling like you want to both cry and stomp somebody into goo with pain, these Boston AAs start in on telling you you're right where you're supposed to be, and telling you to remember the pointless pain of active addiction, and telling you that at least this sober pain now has a purpose. At least this pain means you're going somewhere, they said, instead of the repetitive gerbil wheel of addictive pain. They neglect to tell you that after the urge to get high magically vanishes and you've been substanceless for maybe 6 or 8 months, you'll begin to start to get in touch with why it was that you used substances in the first place. You'll start to feel why it was you got dependent on what was, when you get right down to it, an anesthetic. Getting in touch with your feelings is another quilted sampler-type cliché that ends up masking something ghastly, deep, and real, it turns out.
178.
It starts to turn out that the vapider the AA cliché, the sharper the canines of the real truth it covers. Near the end of his Ennet residency, at like 8 months clean, and more or less free of any chemical compulsion, going to the Shattuck every AM, and working the steps, and getting active, and pounding out meetings like a madman, Don Gately suddenly started to remember things he would just as soon not have. Remembered. Actually, remembered's probably not the best word. It was more like he started to almost re-experience things that he'd barely even been there to experience, in terms of emotionally in the first place. A lot of it was undramatic little shit, but still, somehow, painful. For example, like when he was maybe 11, pretending to watch TV with his mother and pretending to listen to her PM nightly monologue, a litany of complaint and regret whose consonants got mushier and mushier. To the extent it's Gately's place to diagnose anybody else as an alcoholic, his mom was pretty definitely an alcoholic. She drank Stolichnaya in front of the TV. They weren't cable-ready, for reasons of money. She drank little thin glasses with cut-up bits of carrot and pepper that she'd drop into the vodka. Her maiden name was Gately. Don's, like, organic father had been an Estonian immigrant, a wrought iron worker, which is like sort of a welder with ambition. He'd broken Gately's mother's jaw and left Boston when Gately was in his mother's stomach. Gately had no brothers or sisters. His mother was subsequently involved with a live-in lover, a former Navy MP, who used to beat her up on a regular schedule, hitting her in the vicinities between groin and breast so that nothing showed, a skill he picked up as a brig guard in shore patrol. At about 8 to 10 Heinekens, he used to all of a sudden throw his Reader's Digest against the wall and get her down and beat her with measured blows. She'd go down on the floor of the apartment, and he'd hit her in the hidden vicinity, timing the blows between her arms' little waves. Gately remembered she tried to ward off the blows with a fluttered downward motion of her arms and hands, as if she were beating out flames. Gately still hasn't ever quite gotten over to look at her in state care, in the long-term care Medicaid place. The MP's tongue was in the corner of his mouth, and his little-eyed face wore a look of great concentration, as if he were taking something delicate apart or putting it together. He'd be on one knee, knelt over her with his look of sober problem-solving, timing his shots, the blows abrupt and darting, her writhing and trying to kind of shoo them away, the darting blows. Out of the psychic blue, very detailed memories of these fights surfaced one afternoon as he was getting ready to mow the Ennet House lawn for Pat in May YDAU, when Enfield Marine PHH withheld maintenance services in reprisal for late utilities. After the little Salem decayed beach cottage with Herman the ceiling that breathed, the little like tract house by Mrs. Waite's tract house, and Beverly's good dining room chairs had fluted legs, and Gately had scratched Donald and Donald in each leg with a pin low down. Higher up on the legs, the scratches became correctly spelled. It's like a lot of memories of his youth sank without bubbles when he quit school, and then later only in sobriety bubbled back up to where he could get in touch with them. His mother used to call the MP a bastard, and sometimes go oof when he landed one in the vicinity. She drank vodka with vegetables suspended in it, a habit she picked up from the missing Estonian, whose first name, Gately read on a torn and then fucked-upedly scotch-taped paper out of her jewelry box after his mother's cirrhotic hemorrhage, was Bulat. The Medicaid long-term place was way the fuck out the Ural Beach Bridge in Point Shirley, across the water from the airport. The former MP delivered cheese, and then later worked in a chowder factory, and kept waits in the Beverly House's garage, and drank Heineken beer, and logged each beer he drank carefully in a little spiral notebook he used to monitor his intake of alcohol. His mom's special couch for TV was nubbly red chintz, and when she shifted from seated upright to lying on her side with her arm between her head and the little protective doily on the couch's armrest, and the glass held tilting on the little space her breasts left at the cushion's edge, it was a sign she was going under. Gately, at like 10 or 11, used to pretend to listen and watch TV on the floor, but really be dividing his attention between how close his mom was to unconsciousness and how much stolichnaya was left in the bottle. She would only drink stolichnaya, which she called her comrade in arms, and said nothing but the comrade would do. After she went under for the evening, and he'd carefully taken the tilted glass out of her hand, Don'd take the bottle and mix the first couple vodkas with Diet Coke, and drink a couple of those until it lost its fire. Then drink it straight. This was like a routine. Then he'd put the near-empty bottle back next to her glass, with its vegetables darkening in the undrunk vodka, and she'd wake up on the couch in the morning with no idea she hadn't drank the whole thing. Gately was careful to always leave her enough for a wake-up swallow. But this gesture of leaving some, Gately's now realized, wasn't just filial kindness on his part. If she didn't have the wake-up swallow, she wouldn't get off the red couch all day, and then there would be no new bottle that night. This was at age 10 or 11, as he now recalls. Most of the furniture was wrapped in plastic. The carpet was burnt orange shag that the landlord kept saying he was going to take up and go to wood floors. The MP worked nights, or else most nights went out, and then she'd take the plastic off the couch. Why the couch had little protective doilies on the arms when it usually had a plastic cover on it, Gately cannot recall or explain. For a while in Beverly they had Nimitz, the kitty. This all came burpling greasily up into memory in the space of 2 or 3 weeks in May, and now more stuff steadily, like, dribbles up for Gately to touch. Sober, she'd called him Bimmy, or Bim, because that's what she heard his little friends call him. She didn't know that the neighborhood cognomen came from an acronym for Big, Indestructible, Moron. His head had been huge as a child, all out of proportion, though with nothing especially Estonian about it that he could see. He'd been very sensitive about it, the head, but never told her not to call him Bim. When she was drunk and conscious, she called him her Doshka, or Dochka, or like that. Sometimes, well in the back himself, when he turned off the uncabled set and covered her with the Afghan, easing the mostly empty Stoli bottle back onto the little TV guide table, by the bowl of darkening chopped peppers, his unconscious mom would groan and titter and call him her Doshka, and good Sir Knight, and last and only love, and ask him not to hit her any more. In June he got in touch with memories that their front steps in Beverly were a pocked cement painted red even in the pocks. Their mailbox was part of a whole tract housing complex's honeycomb of mailboxes on a like small pole, brushed steel and gray with a postal eagle on it. You needed a little key to get your mail out, and for a long time he thought the sign on it said Us Mail, as in us instead of U.S. His mom's hair had been dry blonde-white with dark roots that never lengthened or went away. No one tells you, when they tell you you have cirrhosis, that eventually you'll all of a sudden start choking on your own blood. This is called a cirrhotic hemorrhage. Your liver won't process any more of your blood, and it, quote, shunts the blood, and it goes up your throat in a high-pressure jet, is what they told him, is why he'd first thought the MP'd come back and cut his mom or stabbed her when he first came in, after football, his last season at age 17. She'd been diagnosed for years. She'd go to meetings for a few weeks, then drink on the couch, silent, telling him if the phone rang she wasn't home.
179.
After a few weeks of this, she'd spend a whole day weeping, beating at herself as if on fire. Then she'd go back to meetings for a while. Eventually her face began to swell and make her eyes piggy, and her big breasts pointed at the floor, and she turned the deep yellow of quality squash. This was all part of the diagnosis. At first, Gately just couldn't go out to the long-term place, couldn't see her out there, couldn't deal. Then after some time passed, he couldn't go because he couldn't face her and try and explain why he hadn't come before now. 10+ years have gone like that. Gately hadn't probably consciously thought of her once for 3 years before getting straight. Right after their neighbor Mrs. Wade got found by the meter guy dead, so he must have been 9, when his mom was first diagnosed, Gately had gotten the diagnosis mixed up in his head with King Arthur. He'd ride a mop-handle horse and brandish a trash can lid and a batteryless plastic lightsaber and tell the neighborhood kids he was Cirrhosis of the liver, most fearsomely loyal and fierce of Arthur's vessels. Since the summer now, when he mops Shattuck shelter floors, he hears the clop-a-clop-a-clop he used to make with his big square tongue, as Cirrhosis, then, riding. And his dreams late that night, after the Braintree/Bob Death commitment, seemed to set him under a sort of sea, at terrific depths. The water all around him silent and dim and the same temperature he is. Very late October, YDAU. Hal and Cadenza had this horrible new recurring dream where he was losing his teeth, where his teeth had become like shale and splintered when he tried to chew, and fragmented and melted into grit in his mouth. In the dream he was going around squeezing a ball and spitting fragments and grit, getting more and more hungry and scared. Everything in there loosened by a great oral rot that the nightmares Teddy Shocked wouldn't even look at, saying he was late for his next appointment. Everyone Hal saw, seeing Hal's crumbling teeth and looking at their watch and making vague excuses, a general atmosphere of the splintering teeth being a symptom of something way more dire and distasteful that no one wanted to confront him about. He was pricing dentures when he woke. It was about an hour before dawn drills. His keys were on the floor by the bed with his college board prep books. Mario's great iron bed was empty and made up tight, all 5 pillows neatly stacked. Mario had been spending the last few nights over at the headmaster's house, sleeping on an air mattress in the living room in front of Tavis's Tatsuoka receiver, listening to WYYY 109 into the wee hours, weirdly agitated about Madame Psychosis's unannounced sabbatical from the 60 minutes, more or less, midnight thing, where she'd been an unvarying Monday through Friday presence for several years, it seemed like. WYYY had been evasive and unforthcoming about the whole thing. For 2 days, some alto grad student had tried to fill in, billing herself as Miss Diagnosis, reading Horkheimer and Adorno against a backdrop of Partridge Family slowed down to a narcotized slur. At no time had anyone of managerial pitch or timber mentioned Madame Psychosis, or what her story was, or her date of expected return. Hal told Mario that the silence was a positive sign, that if she'd left the air for good, the station would have had to say something. Hal, Coach Stitt, and the moms had all remarked Mario's odd mood. Mario was usually next to impossible to agitate.
180.
Now, WYYY was back to running 60 minutes more or less without anybody at all at the helm. For the past several nights, Mario has lain there in a sarcophagally tapered sleeping bag of Gore-Tex and fiberfill and listened to them run the weird static ambient musics Madame Psychosis uses for background, but now without any spoken voice as foreground, and the static, momentumless music as subject instead of environment is somehow terribly disturbing. Hal listened to a few minutes of the stuff and told his brother it sounded like somebody's mind coming apart right before your ears. The 9th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. The Enfield Tennis Academy has an accredited capacity of 148 junior players, 80 of whom are to be male, but an actual fall YDAU population of 95 paying and 41 scholarship students, so 136, of which 72 are female right now, for some reason, meaning that while there's room for 12 more, preferably full tuition, junior players, there ought ideally to be fully 16 more males than there are, meaning Charles Tavis and Company are wanting to fill all 12 available spots with males. Plus, they wouldn't exactly mind, is the general scuttlebutt, if a half dozen or so of the better girls left before graduation and tried for the show, simply because housing more than 68 girls means putting some in the male dorms, which creates tensions and licensing and conservative parent problems, given that co-ed hall bathrooms are not a good idea, what with all the adolescent glands firing all over the place. It also means that, since there are twice as many male pro-rectors as female, AM drills have to be complexly staggered, the boys in 2 sets of 32, the girls in 3 of 24, which creates problems in terms of early PM classes for the lowest-ranked C-Squad girls, who drill last. Matriculations, gender quotas, recruiting, financial aid, room assignments, meal times, rankings, class versus drill schedules, pro-rector hiring, accommodating changes in drill schedule consequent to a player's movement, up or down a squad. It's all the sort of thing that's uninteresting, unless you're the one responsible, in which case, it's cholesterol-raisingly stressful and complex. The stress of all the complexities and priorities to be triaged and then weighted against one another gets Charles Tavis out of bed in the headmaster's house at an ungodly hour most mornings, his sleep-swollen face twitching with permutations. He stands in leather slippers at the living room window, looking southeast, past west, and center courts, at the array of 18 players assembling, stiffly, in the gray glow, carrying gear with their heads down, and some still asleep on their feet, the first bit of snout of the sun protruding through the city's little skyline far beyond them, the aluminum glints of river and sea, east, Tavis's hands working nervously around the cup of hazelnut decaf that steams upward into his face as he holds it, hair unarranged and one side hanging, high forehead up against the window's glass so he can feel the mean chill of the dawn just outside, his lips moving slightly and without sound. The thing, it's not entirely impossible he may have fathered, asleep up next to the sound system, with its claws on its chest, and 4 pillows for bradypnea-afflicted breathing that sounds like soft repetitions of the word sky, or ski, making no unnecessary sound, not eager to wake it, and have to interface with it, and have it look up at him with a terrible calm and accepting knowledge it's quite possible is nothing but Tavis's imagination. So, lips moving without sound but breath, and cups steam spreading on the glass, and little icicles from the rainy melt of yesterday's snow hanging from the anodized gutters just above the window, and seen by Tavis as a distant skyline upside down. In the lightning sky, the same 2 or 3 clouds seem to move back and forth like sentries. The heat comes on with a distant hum, and the glass against his forehead trembles slightly. A hiss of low static from the speaker it had fallen into sleep without turning off. The A-team's array keeps shifting and melding as they await shtit. Permutations of complications. Tavis watches the boys stretch and confer and sips from the cup with both hands, the concerns of the day assembling themselves in a sort of tree diagram of worry. Charles Tavis knows what James Incandenza could not have cared about less. The key to the successful administration of a top-level junior tennis academy lies in cultivating a kind of reverse Buddhism, a state of total worry. So, the best ETA player's special perk is they get hauled out of bed at dawn, still crusty-eyed and pale with sleep, to drill in the first shift. Dawn drills are, of course, al fresco, until they erect and inflate the lung, which Howling Cadenza hopes is soon. His circulation is poor because of tobacco and/or marijuana, and even with his Dunlop down-both-legs sweatpants and a turtleneck, and thick old white alpaca tennis jacket that had been his father's, and has to be rolled up at the sleeves, he's sullen and chilled, Hal is. And by the time they've run the pre-stretch sprints up and down the ETA hill 4 times, swinging their sticks madly in all directions, and, at A. DeLint's dictate, making various half-hearted warrior noises, Hal is both chilled and wet, and his sneakers squelch from dew as he hops in place and looks at his breath, wincing as the cold air hits the one bad tooth. By the time they're all stretching out, lined up in rows along the service and baselines, flexing and bowing, genuflecting to nothing, changing postures at the sound of a whistle, by this time the sky has lightened to the color of kaopectate. The ATH-SCME fans are idle, and the ETAs can hear birds. Smoke from the stacks of the Sunstrand complex is weakly sunlit as it hangs in plumes, completely still, as if painted on the air. Tiny cries and a repetitive scream for help come up from someplace downhill to the east, presumably Enfield Marine. This is the one time of day that Charles doesn't look bright blue. The Pines' birds don't sound any happier than the players. The ground's non-pines are bare and canted at circuitous hillside angles all up and down the hill when they sprint again, 4 more times. Then on bad days, another 4. Maybe the most hated part of the day's conditioning. Somebody always throws up a little. It's like the drill's reveille. The river at dawn is a strip of foil's dull side. Kyle Coyle keeps saying it's cold. All the lesser players are still abed. Today there's multiple retching from last night's sweets. Hal's breath hangs before his face until he moves through it. Sprints produce the sick sound of much squelching. Everyone wishes the hill's grass would die. 24 girls are drilled in groups of 6 on 4 of the center courts. The 32 boys, minus, rather ominously, J.J. Penn, are split by rough age into 4s, and take a semi-staggered 8 of the east courts. Stitt is up in his little observational crow's nest, a sort of apse at the end of the iron transom players call the Tower, that extends west to east over the centers of all 3 sets of courts and terminates with a nest high above the show courts. He has a chair and an ashtray up there. Sometimes, from the courts, you can see him leaning over the railing, tapping the edge of the bullhorn with his weatherman's pointer. From the west and center courts, the rising sun behind him gives his white head a pinkish corona. When he's seated, you just see misshapen smoke rings coming up out of the nest and moving off with the wind. The sound of the bullhorn is scarier when you can't see him. The waffled iron stairs leading up to the transom are west of the west courts, all the way across from the nest, so sometimes Stitt paces back and forth along the transom with his pointer behind his back, his boots ringing out on the iron. Stitt seems immune to all weather and always dresses the same for drills, the warm-ups and boots. When the ETA's strokes or plays being filmed for study, Mario in Cadenza is positioned on the railing of Stitt's nest, leaning way out and filming down, his police lock protruding into empty air, with somebody beefy assigned to stand behind him and grip the back of the Velcro vest. It always scares the hell out of Hal because you can never see Dunkel or Nwangi behind Mario, and it always looks like he's leaning way out to dive Bolex first down onto Court 7's net. Except during periods of disciplinary conditioning, alfresco AM drills work like this. A prorector is at each relevant court with 2 yellow Ball Hopper brand baskets of used balls, plus a ball machine, which machine looks like an open footlocker with a blunt muzzle at one end pointed across the net at a quartet of boys and connected by long orange industrial cords to a three-prong outdoor outlet at the base of each light pole. Some of the light poles cast long, thin shadows across the courts, as soon as the sun is strong enough for there to be shadows. In summertime, players try to sort of huddle in the thin lines of shade. Ortho Stice keeps yawning and shivering. John Wayne wears a small, cold smile. Hal hops up and down in his capacious jacket and plum turtleneck and looks at his breath and tries, a la Lyle, to focus very intently on the pain of his tooth without judging it as bad or good. K.D. Coyle, out of the infirmary after the weekend, opines that he doesn't see why the better player's reward for hard slogging to the upper rungs is dawn drills, while, for instance, Pemulus and the Weichmeister and others are still horizontal and sawing logs. Coyle says this every morning. Stice tells him he's surprised at how little they've missed him. Coyle is from the small Tucson, Arizona suburb of Erythema, and claims to have thin desert blood and special sensitivity to the wet chill of Boston's dawn. The Whataburger Junior Invitational is a sort of double-edged Thanksgiving homecoming for Coyle, who, at 13, was lured from Tucson's own Rancho Vista Golf and Tennis Academy by promises of self-transcendence from Stitt. Drills work like this: 8 different emphases on 8 different courts. Each quartet starts at a different court and rotates around. The top 4 traditionally start drills on the first court. Backhands down the line, 2 boys to a side. Corbett Thorpe lays down squares of electrician's tape at the court's corners, and they are strongly encouraged to hit the balls into the little squares. Hal hits with Stice, Coyle with Wayne. Axford's been sent down with Shaw and struck for some reason. Second court, 4 hands. Same deal. Stice consistently misses the square and gets a low pH rejoinder from Tex Watson, hatless and pattern balding at 27. Hal's tooth hurts and his ankle is stiff, and the cold balls come off his string with a dead sound like chung. Tiny bratwursts of smoke ascend rhythmically from Stitt's little nest. Third court is butterflies, a complex VAPS deal where Hal hits a backhand down the line to Stice, while Coyle forehands it to Wayne, and then Wayne and Stice cross-court the balls back to Hal and Coyle, who have to switch sides without bashing into each other and hit back down the line now to Wayne and Stice, respectively. Wayne and Hal amuse themselves by making their cross-court balls collide on every 5th exchange or so. This is known around ETA as atom smashing, and is, understandably, hard to do. And the colliding balls sprung wildly out onto the other practice courts. And Rick Dunkel is less amused than Wayne and Hal are, so, nicely warm now, and arms singing, they're shunted quickly onto the 4th court. Volleys for depth, then for angle, then lobs and overheads, which later drill can be converted into a disciplinary puker if a prorector's feeding you the lobs. The overhead drill's called tap and whack. Hal pedals back, terribly ankle-conscious, jumps, kicks out, nails Stice's lob, then has to sprint up and tap the net's tape with his Dunlop's head as Stice lobs deep again, and Hal has to backpedal again and jump and kick and hit it, and so on. Then Hal and Coyle, both sucking wind after 20 and trying to stand up straight, feed lobs to Wayne and Stice, neither of whom is fatigable as far as anyone can tell. You have to kick out on overheads to keep your balance in the air. Overhead, Stitt uses an unamplified bullhorn and careful enunciation to call out for everyone to hear that Mr. Revenant Hallen Cadenza was letting the ball get the little much behind him on overheads. Fears of the ankle, maybe. Hal raises his stick in acknowledgement without looking up. To hang in past age 14 here is to become immune to humiliation from staff. Coyle tells Hal between the lobs they send up he'd love to see Stitt have to do 20 tap and whacks in a row. They're all flushed to a shine, all chill washed off, noses running freely, and heads squeaking with blood. The sun well above the sea's dull glint, and starting to melt the frozen slush from Interdependence Day's snow and rain that night custodians had swept into little wedged lines up against the lengthwise fences, which grimy wedges are now starting to melt and run. There's still no movement in the Sunstrand stacks plumes. The watching pro-rectors stand easy, with their legs apart and their arms crossed over their rackets' faces. The same 3 or 4 booger-shaped clouds seem to pass back and forth overhead, and when they cover the sun, people's breath reappears. Stice blows on his racket hand and cries out thinly for the inflation of the lung. Mr. A. F. DeLint ranges behind the fence with his clipboard and whistle, blowing his nose. The girls behind him are too bundled up to be worth watching, their hair rubber-banded into little bouncing tails. 5th Court. Serves to both corners of both boxes, catching each other's serves and serving them back. First serves, second serves, slice serves, shank serves, and back-snapping American twist serves that Stice begs off of, telling the pro-rector, Neil Hartigan, who's 2 meters tall and of so few words everybody fears him by default, he's having lower spasms from a mispositioned bed. Then Coyle, he of the weak bladder and suspicious discharge, gets excused to go back into the eastern tree line, out of sight of the distaffs, and pee. So the other 3 get a minute to jog over to the pavilion and stand with their hands on their hips and breathe and drink Gatorade out of little conic paper cups you can't put down till they're empty. The way you flush out a cottony mouth between drills is you take a mouthful of Gatorade and puff out your cheeks to make a globe of liquid that you mangle with your teeth and tongue, then lean out and spit out into the grass and take another drink for real. The 6th Court is returns of serve down the line, down the center, cross-court for depth, then for placement, then for deep placement, with more taped squares. Then chipped center and cross returns against a server who follows his serve to the net. The server practices half volleys off the chips, although Wayne and Stice are so fast that they're on top of the net by the time the return gets to them, and they can volley it away at chest height. Wayne drills with the casual economy of somebody who's in about 2nd gear. The Ernst dispenser's cups can't stand up. Their bottoms are pointy and they'll spill any liquid still in them, is why you have to empty them. Between squads, Hardy's guys will sweep the pavilion of dozens of cones. Then, blessedly, on the 7th Court, physically undemanding finesse drills. Drops for angles, topspin lobs, extreme angles, drops for extreme angles, then restful micro-tennis, tennis inside the service lines, very soft and precise, radical angles much encouraged. Touch and artistry-wise, nobody comes close to Hal in micro-tennis. By this time, Hal's turtleneck is soaked through under the alpaca jacket, and exchanging it for a sweatshirt out of the gear bag is a kind of renewal. What wind there is down here is out of the south. The temperature is now probably in the low 10s centigrade. The sun's been up an hour, and you can almost see the light pole and transom shadows rotating slowly northwest. The Sunstrand stack's plumes stand there, cigarette straight, not even seeming to spread at the top. The sky is going a glassy blue. No tennis balls required on the final court. Wind sprints. Probably the less said about wind sprints, the better. Then more Gatorade, which Hal and Coyle are breathing too hard to enjoy, as Stitt comes slowly down from the transom. That takes a while. You can hear his steel-toed boots hit each iron step. There is something creepy about a very fit older man, to say nothing of jackboots with Fila warm-ups of claret-colored silk. He's coming this way, both hands behind his back and the pointer poking out to the side. Stitt's crew-cut and face are nacreous as he moves east in the yellowing AM light. This is sort of the signal for all the quartets to gather at the show courts. Behind them, the girls are still hitting ground strokes in Baroque combinations, much high-pitched grunting, and the lifeless chung of cold hit bowls. 3 14s are made to squeegee the more extrusive melt back into the little banks of frozen leaves along the fence. At the horizon to the north, a bulbous cone of picric clouds that gets taller by the hour as the Methuen-Andover border's mammoth effectuators force northern Massachusetts combined oxides north against some sort of upper air resistance, it looks like. You can see little bits of glitter from broken monitor glass and the frozen stuff up by the fences behind 6 through 9, and 1 or 2 curved shards of floppy disk. And they're a troubling sight. Penn being absent amid troubling leg rumors. Postlethwaite, with 2 black eyes and his nose covered with horizontal bandages that are starting to loosen and curl at the edges from sweat. I noticed P. Lord alleged to have come back from the emergency room at St. Elizabeth's last night with the Hitachi monitor over his head still. Its removal, with all the sharp teeth of the broken screen's glass pointing at key parts of Lord's throat, apparently calling for the sort of esoteric expertise you have to fly in by private medical jet, according to Axford. They all get on the outside of 3 cones of Gatorade, bent or squatting, sucking wind, while Stitt stands at a sort of parade rest with his weatherman's pointer behind his back and shares overall impressions with the players on the morning's work thus far. Certain players are singled out for special mention or humiliation. Then, more wind sprints. Then, a brief, strategy clinic thing from Corbett Thorpe on how approach shots down the line aren't always the very best tactic and why. Thorpe's a first-rate tennis mind, but his terrible stutter makes the boys so uncomfortable they have a hard time listening.
181.
The whole first shifts on the 8th court for the final conditioning drills.
182.
First are star drills. A dozen-plus boys on either side of the net, behind the baselines. Form a line. Go 1 at a time. Go, run up the sideline, touch the net with your stick, then backwards to the outside corner of the service box, and then forward to touch the net again. Backward to the middle of the service box, forward to touch net. Back to the baseline's little jet of center line, up to net. Service box's other outside corner, net. Baseline's corner, net. Then turn, and run like hell for the corner you started from. Stitt has a stopwatch. There's a janitorial bucket placed in the doubles alley by the finish point for potential distress.
183.
They each do the star drill 3 times. Hal has 41 seconds, and 38, and 48, which is average both for him and for any 17-year-old with a resting pulse rate in the high 50s. John Wayne's low of 33 occurs on his 3rd star, and he stops dead at the finish point and always just stands there, never bending or walking it off. Stice gets a 29, and everyone gets very excited until Stitt says he was slow starting the watch, the arthritis in a thumb. Everyone but Wayne and Stice uses the retch bucket in a sort of pro forma way. 16-year-old Petropolis Khan, a.k.a. W.M., for Woolly Mammoth because he's so hairy, gets a 60, and then a 59, and then pitches forward under the hard surface and lies very still. Tony Nwangi tells people to walk around him. The cardiovascular finale is side-to-sides, conceived by Vandermeer in the BS 60s, and demonic in its simplicity. Again, split into 4s on 8 courts. For the top 18s, Prorector R. Dunkel at net with an armful of balls and more in a hopper beside him, hitting fungos, 1 to the forehand corner, and then 1 to the backhand corner, and then farther out to the forehand corner, and so on. And on. Alan Cadenza is expected at least to get a racket on each ball. For Stice and Wayne, the expectations are higher. A very unpleasant drill, fatigue-wise, and for Hal, also ankle-wise, what with all the stopping and reversing. Hal wears 2 bandages over a left ankle he shaves way more often than his upper lip. Over the bandages goes an air stirrup inflatable ankle brace that's very lightweight but looks a bit like a medieval torture implement. It was in a stop-and-reverse move much like side-to-sides that Hal tore all the soft left ankle tissue he then owned at 15 in his ankle at Atlanta's Easter Bowl, in the 3rd round, which he was losing anyway.
184.
Dunkel goes fairly easy on Hal, at least on the first 2 go-arounds, because of the ankle. Hal's going to be seeded in at least the top 4 at the Whataburger Invitational in a couple of weeks, and woe to the pro-rector who lets Hal get hurt, the way Hal let some of his little buddies get hurt yesterday. What's potentially demonic about side-to-sides is that the duration of the drill and pace and angle of the fungos to be chased down from side to side are entirely at the pro-rector's discretion. Pro-rector Rick Dunkel, a former 16s doubles runner-up at Junior Wimbledon and a decent enough guy, the son of some kind of plastic packaging systems tycoon on the South Shore, tied with Thorpe for brightest of the pro-rectors, more or less by default, regarded as kind of a mystic because he refers people sometimes to Lyle and has been observed sitting at community gatherings with his eyes closed, but not sleeping. But the point is, a decent enough guy, but not much into any kind of exchange of quarter. He seems to have received instructions to put the particular hurt on Ortho Stice this time, and by his 3rd go-around Stice is trying to weep without breath and mewing for his aunts.
185.
But anyway, everybody goes through side-to-sides 3 times. Even Petropolis Khan staggers through them, who, after Stars, had to be sort of lugged over by Stefan Wagenknecht, and Jeff Wax, with his Nikes dragging behind him, and his head swinging free on his neck, and given kind of a swing-set shove to get started. Hal feels for Khan, who's not fat, but is in the shocked-type mold, very thick and solid, except also carrying extra weight in terms of leg and back hair, and who always tires easily no matter how hard he conditions. Khan makes it through, but stays bent over the distress bucket long after the 3rd go-around, staring into it, and stays that way while everybody else removes more soaked bottom layers of clothing and accepts clean towels from a halfway house part-time black girl with a towel cart and picks up bowls.
186.
It is 07:20 hours, and they are through with the active part of dawn drills. Dwangi, at the edge of the hillside, is whistling the next shift over for opening sprints. Stitt shares more overall impressions as minimum wage aides dispense Kleenex and paper cones. Dwangi's reedy voice carries. He's telling the bees he wishes to see nothing but assholes and elbows on these sprints. It's unclear to Hal what this might connote. The A players have formed those ragged rows behind the baseline again, and Stitt paces back and forth. I'm seeing sluggish drilling. By sluggards. Not meaning insults, this is the fact. Motions are gone through. Very minimal efforts. Cold, yes? The cold hands and nose with mucus. Thoughts on getting through. Going in. Hot showers. Water very hot. A meal. The thoughts are drifting toward the comfort of ending. Too cold to demand the total, yes? Master Chu. Too cold for tennis at the high level, yes? Chu. It does seem pretty cold out, sir. Ah. Pacing back and forth with about-faces at every 10th step, stopwatch around his neck, pipe and pouch and pointer in his hands behind his back, nodding to himself, clearly wishing he had a 3rd hand so he could stroke his white chin, pretending to ruminate. Every AM essentially the same, except when Stitt does the females, and the males get dressed down by DeLint. All the older boys' eyes are glazed with repetition. Hal's tooth gives off little electric shivers with each in-breath, and he feels slightly unwell. When he moves his head slightly, the monitor glass bit's glitter shifts and dances along the opposite fence in a sort of sickening way. Ah. Turns crisply toward them, looking briefly skyward. And when is hot? Too pretty hot for the total self on the court? The other hand of the spectrum? Ach, it's always something that is too. Master Incandenza, who cannot quickly get behind Lob's descent so weight can move forward into overhand.
187.
Please tell your thinking. It is always hot or cold, yes? A small smile. It's been our general observation out there, sir. So, then. Then so. Master Chu. From California's temperance regions? Chu brings down his hanky. I guess we have to learn to adjust to conditions, sir. I believe is what you're saying. A full sharp half-turn to face the group. Is what I am not saying, young Lamont Chu, is why you cease to seem to give total effort of self, since you begin with the clipping pictures of great professional figures for your adhesive tapered walls. No? Because privileged gentlemen and boys, I am saying, is always something that is too. Cold, hot, wet and dry. Very bright sun and you see the purple dots. Very bright hot and you have no salt. Outside is wind. The insects which like the sweat. Inside is smell of eaters, echo, being jammed in together. Top is over close to baseline. Not enough of room. Bells inside clubs which ring the hour loudly to distract. Clunk of machines vomiting sweet cola for coins. Inside roof too low for the lob. Bad lighting, so. Or outside. The bad surface. Oh no, look, no. Crabgrass and cracks along baseline. Who could give the total with crabgrass? Look, here is low net, high net. Opponent relatives heckle, opponent cheats. Linesman in semifinals is impaired or cheats. You hurt. You have the injury. Bad knee and back. Hurt groin area from not stretching as asked. X of elbow. Eyelash in eye. The throat is sore. A too pretty girl in audience watching. Who could play like this? Big crowd overwhelming or too small to inspire. Always something.
His turns as he paces are crisp and used to punctuate. Adjust. Adjust. Stays the same, no? Is not stays the same. It is cold. It is wind. Cold and wind is the world. Outside, yes. On the tennis court, the player. This is not where there is cold wind. I am saying different world inside. World built inside, cold outside, world of wind breaks the wind. Shelters the player, you, if you stay the same, stay inside. Pacing gradually faster, the turns becoming pirouettic. The older kids stare straight ahead. Some of the younger follow every move of the pointer with wide eyes. Trevor Axford is bent at the waist and moving his head slightly, trying to get the sweat dripping off his face to spell something out on the surface. Stitt is silent, for two fast-about faces, ranging before them, tapping his jaw with the pointer. Not ever, I think, this adjusting. To what this adjusting? This world inside is the same, always, if you stay there. This is what we are making, no? No type citizen. Not of cold and wind outside. Citizens of this sheltering second world we are working to show you every dawn, no? To make your introduction? The big buddies translate Stitt into accessible language for the littler kids is a big part of their assignment. Borders of court for singles, Mr. Redder, are what? 24 by 8, sir, sounding hoarse and thin. So, second world without cold, a purple dots of right for you, is 23.8 meters. 8, I think, 0.2 meters. Yes? In that world is joy, because there is shelter of something else. A purpose past sluggardly self, and complaints about own comfort. I am speaking to not just Le Monchu of the temperance world. You have a chance to occur, playing, no? To make for you the second world that is always the same. There is in this world you, and in the hand a tool. There is a ball, there is opponent with his tool, and always only two of you, you and this other, inside the lines. With always a purpose to keep this world alive, yes? The pointer motions through all this become too orchestral and intricate to describe. This second world inside the lines, yes? Is this adjusting? This is not adjusting. This is not adjusting to ignore cold and wind and tired. Not ignoring as if. Is no cold. Is no wind. No cold wind where you occur, no? Not adjust to conditions. Make this second world inside the world. Here, there are no conditions. Looks around. So put a lid on it about the fucking cold, says DeLint with his clipboard under his arm and his strangler-sized hands in his pockets, hopping a little in place. Stitt is looking around. Like most Germans outside popular entertainment, he gets quieter when he wants to impress or menace. There are very few shrill Germans, actually. If it is hard, he says softly, hard to hear because of the rising wind, difficult for you to move between the two worlds, from cold, hot wind and sun, to this inside place inside the lines, there is always the same, he says, seeming now to study the weatherman's pointer he holds down and out with both hands. It can't be arranged for you gentlemen not to leave, ever, here, this world inside the lines of court, you know? Can't stay here until there is citizenship. Right here. The pointer is pointed at the spots they're standing at, breathing and blotting their faces and blowing their noses. Can today put up testa long, for world's shelter. Sleep bags, meals brought to you, never across the lines. Never leave the court. Study here, a bucket for hygienic needs. At Gymnasium Kaiserslautern, where I am privileged boy who, whining about cold wind, we live inside tennis court for months, to learn to live inside. Very lucky days, when they bring us meals. Not possible to cross a line for months of living. Left-hander Brian Van Vleck picks a bad moment to break wind. Stitt shrugs, half turning away from them to look off somewhere. Or as leave here into large external world where is cold and pain without purpose or tool. Eyelash in eye and pretty girl. Not worry any more about how to occur. Looks around. No one is a prisoner here. Who would like to escape into large world? Master Sweeney? Little lies down. Mr. Coyle, with always too cold to give total. Coyle studies the vasculature on the inside of his elbow with deep interest as he shakes his head. John Wayne is joggling his head around like a Raggedy Andy head, stretching out the neck hardware. John Wayne is notoriously tight and can't touch anything below the knee with straight legs during stretches. Mr. Peter Beak, with always the weeping to home on the telephone. The 12-year-old says, "Not me, sir," several times. Hal very subtly shoots in a small plug of Kodiak. Aubrey DeLint has his arms crossed over the clipboard and is looking around, beadily, like a crow. Helen Condenza has an almost obsessive dislike for DeLint, whom he tells Mario he sometimes cannot quite believe is even real, and tries to get to the side of, to see whether DeLint has a true Z coordinate, or is just a cutout or projection.
The kids of the next shift are walking downhill and sprinting back up and walking down, warrior whooping without conviction. The other male prorectors are drinking cones of Gatorade, clustered in the little pavilion, feet up on patio chairs, Dunkle's and Watson's eyes closed. Neil Hartigan, in his traditional Tahitian shirt and Gauguin motif sweater, has to stay sitting down to fit under the Gatorade awning. "Simple," Stitt shrugs, so that the upraised pointer seems to stab at the sky. "Hit," he suggests. "Move. Travel lightly. Occur. Be here. Not in bed or shower or over bacon steam. In the mind. Be here in total. Is nothing else. Learn. Try. Drink your green juice. Perform the butterfly exercises on all 8 of these courts, please, to warm down. Mr. DeLint, please to bring them back down. Make sure of stretching the groins. Gentlemen, hit tennis balls. Fire at your will. Use a head. You are not arms. Arm, in the real tennis, is like wheels of vehicles, not engine. Legs, not either. Where is where you apply for citizenship in Second World, Mr. Consciousness of Uncle Incandenza, our revenant? Hal can lean out and spit in a way that isn't insolent. Head, sir. Excuse? The human head, sir, if I got your thrust. Where I'm going to occur as a player? The game's 2 heads, 1 world. 1 world, sir. Stitt sweeps the pointer in an ironic Merindo arc and laughs aloud. Play. Part of Don Gately's live-in staff job is that he hurdles here and there on selected Enid House errands. He cooks the communal supper on weekdays, which means he does the house's weekly shopping, which means that at least a couple times a week he gets to take Pat Modesian's black 1964 Ford Aventura and drive to the Purity Supreme Market.
188.
The Aventura is an antique variant of the Mustang, the sort of car you usually only see waxed and static in car shows, with somebody in a bikini pointing at it. Pat's is functional and mint reconditioned. Her shadowy husband was something like 10 years sober, being big into cars. With such a wicked nice multi-layer paint job that it's black, has the bottomless quality of water at night. It has 2 different alarm systems, and a red metal bar you're supposed to lock across the steering wheel when you get out. The engine sounds more like a jet engine than a piston engine. Plus there's a scoop poking periscopically from the hood, and for Gately, the vehicle's so terrifically tight and sleek, it's like being strapped into a missile and launched at the sight of a domestic errand. He can barely fit in the driver's seat. The steering wheel is about the size of an old video arcade game's steering wheel, and the thin, canted 6-speed shift is encased in a red leather baglet that smells strongly of leather. The height of the car's roof compromises Gately's driving posture, and his right ham exceeds the seat and squeezes against the gear shift so that shifting pinches his hip. He does not care. Some of the profoundest spiritual feelings of his sobriety so far are for this car. He'd drive this car if the driver's seat was just a sharp, pointy spike, he told Jeanette Foltz. Jeanette Foltz is the other live-in staffer, though between ultra-rabid commitment activity in N.A. and a somehow damaged N.A. fiancé, she spends a lot of time pushing around places in a wicker wheelchair. She's around Enid House less and less now, and there are rumblings about a possible replacement, which Gately and the heterosexual male residents pray daily will be the leggy alumna and part-time counselor Danielle Steenbach, who's rumored also to attend Sex and Love Addicts Anonymous, which engages everyone's imagination to the max. It's a mark of serious regard and questionable judgment that director Pat M. lets Don Gately drive her priceless Aventura, even just to, the Metro Food Bank, or Purity Supreme, because Gately lost his license more or less permanently back in the year of the Whisper Quiet Maytag Dishmaster for getting pinched on a DUI in Peabody on a license that had already been suspended for a previous DUI in Lowell. This was not the only loss Don Gately incurred as his chemical careers moved toward their life-reversing climax. Once every couple months now, still, he has to put on his brown dress slacks and slightly irregular green sport coat from Brighton Budget Large and Tall Menswear, and take the commuter rail up to selected district court venues on the North Shore, and meet with his various PDs and POs and caseworkers, and sometimes appear, briefly, up in front of judges and review boards to review the progress of his sobriety and reparations. When he first came to Enid House last year, Gately had bad check and forgery issues. He had a malicious destruction of property issue, plus 2 D&Ds, and a bullshit public urination out of Tewksbury. He had a break-and-enter from a silent alarmed Peabody mansion where he and a colleague got pinched before anything could get promoted. He had a possession with intent from 38 50-milligram tablets of Demerol in a Pez container which he'd shoved down into the crack of the Peabody Finest's cruiser's back seat, but which got found anyway on the routine post-transport cruiser search all cops perform when the arrestee's pupils are unresponsive both to light and to head slaps.
189.
There was, too, of course, a certain darker issue, vis-a-vis a certain upscale Brookline home whose late owner had been eulogized at terrifying length and headline size in both the Globe and Herald. After 8 months of indescribable psychic cringing, waiting for the legal footwear to drop on the Nuck VIP issue, toward the end of his drug use, Gately'd gotten sloppy and crazy and stuck, idiotically, with a method of straight meter shunting that he learned up at MCI Billerica, and was pretty sure now constituted a signature Gately M.O., since the older guy that had taught it to him in the Billerica metal shop had subsequently got out and gone to Utah and died of a morphine overdose, and like who on earth hopes to get reliable morphine in fucking Utah, over 2 years ago. After 8 months of cringing and nail-biting, the last couple months of the torment in Enid House, even though the house's DSAS license put it legally off-limits to all constabulary without Pant Modesian's physical presence and notarized permission, after he was down to the cuticles on all 10 digits, Gately had very discreetly approached a certain Percodan-devoted court stenographer an old girlfriend had once dealt to, and had the guy make equally discreet inquiries, and found that the potential Murder 2 investigation of the botched burglary had been taken over.
190.
Pace the loud howls of a certain remorseless Revere ADA, by something federal the addled stenographer called Non-Specific Services Bureau, whereupon the case vanished from any sort of investigative scene the stenographer could make inquiries about, though quiet rumor had it that current suspicions were being directed at certain shadowy, knucko-political bodies all the way up in Quebec, far north of the Enfield, Massachusetts, where Gately had been cringing his way to nightly AA meetings with his fingers in his mouth. Most of the cases Gately had had pending, his PD had gotten closed without finding.
191.
Contingent on Gately's entering long-term treatment and maintaining chemical abstinence and submitting to random urinalyses and making bi-weekly reparation payments out of the pathetic paychecks he earned cleaning shit and sperm under Stavros Loboculus, and now also cooking and live-in staffing at Enid House. The only issue not resolved on a blue file deferral was the business of driving with a DUI suspended license. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this issue carries a mandatory 90-day bit, as in like the penalties written right into the statute, and the case's PD has been up front with Gately about it's only a matter of the time of the wheel's slow judicial grind before some judge red files the issue, and the case, and Gately, has to do the bit at some place MCI minimum, like Concord or Deer Island. Gately isn't too hinked about 90 inside. At 24, he'd done 17 months at Billerica for assaulting 2 bouncers in a nightclub. It was more like he'd beaten the second bouncer bloody with the unconscious body of the first, and he knew quite well he could get by in a Commonwealth lockdown. He was too big to fuck, or fuck with, and not interested in fucking with anyone else. He did his time stand up and gave nobody any provoking cause. And when the first couple hard guys had come after him for his canteen cigarettes, he'd laughed it off with ferocious jolliness, and when they came back a second time, Gately beat them half to death in the corridor behind the weight room, where he could be sure plenty of other guys could hear it. And after that one incident was out of the way, he could simply get by and not get fucked with. Gately now was hinked only about the prospect of getting just 1 or 2 AA meetings a week in jail. The only meetings sober inmates get are when an area group comes in on an institutional commitment, which Gately's been on. When Demerol and Tolwyn and good old weed are almost easier to get in jail than in the outside world. Gately cringed now only at the thought of the sergeant-at-arms, the distinguished-looking shepherd guy. Going back to ingesting substances had become his biggest fear. Even Gately can tell this is a major psychic turnaround. He tells the newer residents right up front that AA's somehow gotten him by the mental curlies. He'll now go to literally any lengths to stay clean. He'll tell them right out that he'd first come to Enid House only to keep out of jail, and hadn't had much interest or hope about actually staying clean for any length of time, and he'd been up front with Pat Montesian about this during his application interview. The grim honesty about his disinterest and hopelessness was one reason Pat even let such a clearly bad news specimen into the house on nothing but a lukewarm referral from a P.O. up at the 5th District office in Peabody. Pat told Gately that grim honesty and hopelessness were the only things you need to start recovering from substance addiction, but that without these qualities you were totally up the creek. Desperation helped also, she said. Gately scratched at her dog's stomach and said he wasn't sure if he was desperate about anything except wanting to somehow stop getting in trouble for things he usually afterward couldn't even remember he did them. The dog trembled and shuddered, and its eyes rolled up, as Gately, who hadn't been told about Pat's thing about wanting her dogs petted, rubbed its scabby stomach. Pat had said, well, that was enough, that desire for the shitstorm to end.
192.
Gately said her dog sure did like having its stomach rubbed, and Pat explained that the dog was epileptic, and said that just a desire to stop blacking out was more than enough to start with. She pulled some Commonwealth substance abuse study in a black plastic binder off a long black plastic bookshelf filled with black plastic binders. It turned out Pat Montesian liked the color black. A lot. She was dressed, really kind of overdressed for a halfway house, in black leather pants and a black shirt of silk or something silky. Outside the bay window, a green-line train was laboring up the first Enfield hill in the late summer rain. The downhill view from the bay window over Pat's black lacquer or enamelish desk was like the only spectacular thing about Enid House, which was otherwise a wicked, awful dump. Pat made a sound against the binder with a svelte nail extension and said that in this state study, right here, conducted in the year of the Tux-medicated pad, over 60% of the inmates serving life sentences in hellish MCI Walpole, and not disputing that they'd done what they'd done to get in there, nevertheless had no memory of having done it, whatever got them in there. For life. None. Gately had to have her run it by him a couple times before he isolated her point. They'd been in blackouts. Pat said a blackout was where you continued to function, sometimes disastrously, but weren't aware later of what you did. It's like your mind wasn't in possession of your body, and it was usually brought on by alcohol, but could also be brought on by chronic use of other substances, synthetic narcotics among them. Gately said he couldn't recall ever having a real blackout, and Pat M. got it, but didn't laugh. The dog was heaving and quivering with its legs spronged out to all points of the compass and kind of spasming, and Gately didn't know whether to quit rubbing on it. To be honest, he didn't know what epilepsy was, but suspected Pat was not referring to the woman's leg shaver thing his totally alcoholic past girlfriend, Pamela Hoffman Jeep, used to scream in the bathroom when she used. Everything mental for Gately was kind of befogged and prone to misprision for well into his first year clean. Pat Montesian was both pretty and not. She was in maybe her late 30s. She'd supposedly been this young and pretty and wealthy socialite out on the Cape until her husband had divorced her for being a nearly full-blown alcoholic, which seemed like abandonment and didn't improve her subsequent drinking one jot. She'd been in and out of rehabs and halfway places in her 20s, but then it wasn't until she'd almost died from a stroke during the DT's 1 a.m. that she'd been able to surrender and come in with the requisite hopeless desperation, etc. Gately didn't wince when he heard about Pat's stroke because his mom hadn't had DT's or a classic stroke, but rather a cirrhotic hemorrhage that made her choke and deprived her brain of oxygen and had irreparably vegetabilized her brain. The two cases were totally, apart in his mind. Pat M. was never in any way a mother figure for Gately. Pat liked to smile and say, when residents pissed and moaned about their own addictions losses during the weekly house community meeting, she'd nod and smile and say that for her, the stroke had been far and away the best thing that's ever happened to her because it enabled her to finally surrender. She'd come to Enid House in an electric wheelchair at 32 and been unable to communicate except via, Morse code blinks or something for the first 6 months.
193.
But had even, without use of her arms, demonstrated a willingness to try and eat a rock when the founding guy who didn't even use his first name told her to, using her torso and neck to, chop downwardly at the rock and chipping both incisors. You can still see the caps at the corners. And had gotten sober and remarried a different and older South Shore, trillionaire, with what sounded like psychotic kids, but regained an unexpected amount of function, and had been working at the house ever since. The right side of her face was still pulled over in this sort of rictus, and her speech took Gately some getting used to. It sounded like she was still loaded all the time, a kind of over-enunciated slurring. The half of her face that wasn't rictusized was very pretty, and she had very long, pretty red hair, and a sexually credible body, even though her right arm had atrophied into a kind of semi-claw.
194.
And the right hand was strapped into this black plastic brace to keep its nail-extensioned fingers from curling into her palm. And Pat walked with a dignified but god-awful lurch, dragging a terribly thin right leg and black leather pants behind her like something hanging onto her that she was trying to get away from. During his residency, she'd gone personally with Gately on most of his bigger court dates, driving him up to the North Shore in the killer Aventura with its handicapped plates. She, because of the neurological right leg thing, literally had a lead foot and drove all the time like a maniac, and Gately had usually almost wet himself on Route 1. And she'd throw all Enid House's substantial respect and clout behind him with judges and boards, until every issue that could be resolved without finding was blue-filed. Gately still couldn't figure out why all the personal extra attention and help. It was like he'd been Pat M.'s biggest favorite among the residents last year. She did have favorites and non-favorites. It was probably unavoidable. Annie Parrott and the counselors and house manager always had their particular favorites, too, so it all tended to work out square. About 4 months into his Enid House residency, the agonizing desire to ingest synthetic narcotics had been, mysteriously, magically, removed from Don Gately, just like the house staff and the crocodiles at the White Flag Group had said it would, if he pounded out the nightly meetings and stayed minimally open and willing to persistently ask some extremely vague higher power to remove it, the desire. They said to get creakily down on his mammoth knees in the a.m. every day and ask God as he understood him to remove the agonizing desire, and to hit the old knees again at night before sack and thank this God-ish figure for the substanceless day just ended, if he got through it. They suggested he keep his shoes and keys under the bed to help him remember to get on his knees. The only times Gately had ever been on his knees before were to throw up or mate, or shunt a low-on-the-wall alarm, or if somebody got lucky during a beef and landed one near Gately's groin. He didn't have any God or Jesus Christ background, and the knee stuff seemed like the limpest kind of dickless pap, and he felt like a true hypocrite just going through the knee motions that he went through faithfully every AM and PM without fail, motivated by a desire to get loaded so horrible that he often found himself humbly praying for his head to just finally explode already and get it over with. Pat had said it didn't matter at this point what he thought or believed or even said. All that mattered was what he did. If he did the right things and kept doing them for long enough, what Gately thought and believed would, magically, change. Even what he said. She'd seen it happen again and again, and to some awfully unlikely candidates for change. She said it had happened to her. The left side of her face was very alive and kind. And Gately's counselor, an ex-coke and phone bunco guy whose left ear had been one of his losses, had hit Gately early on with the infamous Boston AA cake analogy. The grizzled Filipino had met with the resident Don G. once a week, driving Gately around Brighton-Alston in aimless circles in a customized Subaru 4x4, just like the ones Gately used to hotwire and promote to use for burgling. Eugenio Martinez had this eccentric thing where he maintained he could only be in touch with his own higher power when he was driving. Down near EWD's barge docks off the Alston Spur one night, he invited Gately to think of Boston AA as a box of Betty Crocker cake mix. Gately had smacked himself on the forehead at yet another limp, oblique Gene M. analogy, which Gene had already bludgeoned him with several insectile tropes for thinking about the disease. The counselor had let him vent spleen for a while, smoking as he crawled along behind land barges lined up to unload. He told Gately to just imagine, for a second, that he's holding a box of Betty Crocker cake mix, which represented Boston AA. The box came with directions on the side any 8-year-old could read. Gately said he was waiting for the mention of some kind of damn insect inside the cake mix. Gene M. said all Gately had to do was, for fuck's sake, give himself a break and relax, and for once, shut up and just follow the directions on the side of the fucking box. It didn't matter one fuckola whether Gately, believed a cake would result, or whether he understood the, fucking baking chemistry of how a cake would result. If he just followed the motherfucking directions and had sense enough to get help from slightly more experienced bakers to keep from fucking the directions up, if he got confused somehow. But basically the point was, if he just followed the childish directions, a cake would result. He'd have his cake. The only thing Gately knew about cake was that the frosting was the best part. And he personally found Eugenio Martinez a smug and self-righteous prick. Plus, he'd always distrusted both Orientals and Spics, and Gene M. managed to seem like both. But he didn't screw out of the house, or quite do anything they could discharge him for, and he went to meetings nightly, and told the more or less truth, and he did the shoe-under-bed knee thing every AM/PM 24/7. And he took the suggestion to join a group, and get rabidly active, and clean up ashtrays and go out speaking on commitments. He had nothing in the way of a godlike concept, and at that point maybe even less than nothing in terms of interest in the whole thing. He treated prayer like setting an oven temp according to a box's direction. Thinking of it as talking to the ceiling was somehow preferable to imagining talking to nothing. And he found it embarrassing to get down on his knees in his underwear. And like the other guys in the room, he always pretended his sneakers were way under the bed, and he had to stay down there a while to find them and get them out when he prayed. But he did it, and beseeched the ceiling and thanked the ceiling, and after maybe 5 months, Gately was riding the greenie at 0430 to go clean human turds out of the Shattuck shower, and all of a sudden realized that quite a few days had gone by, since he'd even thought about Demerol, or Tolwyn, or even weed. Not just merely getting through those last few days. Substances hadn't even occurred to him. That is, the desire and compulsion had been removed. More weeks went by. A blur of commitments and meetings and gasper smoke and cliches, and he still didn't feel anything like his old need to get high. He was, in a way, free. It was the first time he'd been out of this kind of mental cage since he was maybe 10. He couldn't believe it. He wasn't grateful so much as kind of suspicious about it, the removal. How could some kind of higher power he didn't even believe in magically let him out of the cage when Gately had been a total hypocrite in even asking something he didn't believe in, to let him out of a cage he had like zero hope of ever being let out of? When he could only get himself on his knees for the prayers in the first place by pretending to look for his shoes. He couldn't for the goddamn life of him understand how this thing worked. This thing that was working. It drove him bats. At about 7 months, at the little Sunday beginners meeting, he actually cracked one of the Providence fake wood tabletops, beating his big, square head against it.
195.
White flagger, ferocious Francis Gahaney, one of the most ancient and gnarled of the crocodiles, had a white crew cut and scally cap and suspenders over the flannel shirt that encased his gut, and an enormous cucumber-shaped red schnoz you could actually see whole arteries in the skin of, and brown stumpy teeth, an emphysema, and a portable little oxygen tank thing whose blue tube was held under the schnoz with white tape, and the very clear, bright eye whites that went along with the extremely low resting pulse rate of a guy with geologic amounts of sober AA time. Ferocious Francis G., whose mouth was never without a toothpick, and who had on his right forearm a faded martini glass and naked lady tattoo of Korean War vintage, who'd gotten sober under the Nixon administration and who communicated in the obscene but antiquated epigrams the crocs all used.
196.
FF had taken Gately out for eye-rattling amounts of coffee after the incident with the table and the head. He'd listened with a slight boredom of detached identification to Gately's complaint that there was no way something he didn't understand enough to even start to believe in was seriously going to be interested in helping save his ass, even if he, she, it did in some sense exist. Gately still doesn't quite know why it helped, but somehow it helped when Ferocious Francis suggested that maybe anything minor league enough for Don Gately to understand probably wasn't going to be major league enough to save Gately's addled ass from the well-dressed sergeant-at-arms now, was it? That was months ago. Gately usually no longer much cares whether he understands or not. He does the knee and ceiling thing twice a day, and cleans shit, and listens to dreams, and stays active, and tells the truth to the Ennet House residents, and tries to help a couple of them if they approach him wanting help. And when Ferocious Francis G. and the White Flaggers presented him on the September Sunday that marked his first year sober, with a faultlessly baked and heavily frosted one-candle cake, Don Gately had cried in front of non-relatives for the first time in his life. He now denies that he actually did cry, saying something about candle fumes in his eye. But he did. Gately is an unlikely choice for Ennet House chef, having fed for most of the last 12 years on sub-shop subs and corporate snack foods consumed amid some sort of motion. He is 188 centimeters and 128 kilograms, and had never once eaten broccoli or a pear until last year. Chef-wise, he offers up an exceptionless routine of boiled hot dogs, dense, damp meatloaf with little pieces of American cheese and half a box of cornflakes on top for texture, cream of chicken soup over spirochete-shaped noodles, ominously dark, leathery, shake-and-bake chicken legs, queasily underdone hamburgs, and Hamburg sauce spaghetti, whose pasta he boils for almost an hour.
197.
None but the most street-hardened Ennet residents would ever hazard an open crack about the food, which appears nightly at the long dinner table, still in the broad steaming pans it was cooked in, with Gately's big face hovering, lunarly, above it, flushed and beaded under the floppy chef's hat Annie Parrott had given him as a dark joke he hadn't got, his eyes full of anxiety and hopes for everyone's full enjoyment, basically looking like a nervous bride serving her first conjugal dish, except this bride's hands are the same size as the house's dinner plates and have jailhouse tats on them. And this bride seems to need no oven mitts as he sets down massive pans on the towels that have to be laid down to keep the plastic tabletop from searing. Any sort of culinary comments are always extremely oblique. Randy Lance, up at the northeast corner, likes to raise his can of tonic and say that Don's food is the kind of food that helps you really appreciate whatever you're drinking along with it. Jeffrey Day talks about what a refreshing change it is to leave a dinner table not feeling bloated. Wade McDade, a young hardcore flask alky from Ashland, Kentucky, and Dooney Glynn, who's still woozy and infirm from some horrendous workers' comp scam gone awry last year, and is constantly sickly and who's probably going to get discharged soon for losing his menial job at Brighton Fence and Wire, and not even pretending to look for another one. The two have this bit they do on spaghetti night where McDade comes into the living room right before chow and goes, "Some of that extra fine spaghetti tonight, Doonster." And Dooney Glynn goes, "Ooh, will it be all lovely and soft?" And McDade goes, "Leave your teeth at home, boy," in the voice of a Kentucky sheriff, leading Glynn to the table by the hand, as if Glynn were a damaged child. They take care to do the bit while Gately's still in the kitchen, tossing salad and worrying about coarse presentation, though Tiny Yule never fails to thank Gately for the meal, and April Cortelyou is lavish in her praises, and Bert F. Smith always rolls his eyes with pleasure and makes yummy noises whenever he can get a fork to his mouth. Pre-dawn, the 1st of May, YDAU, outcropping northwest of Tucson, Arizona, USA, still. "Do you remember hearing," USOUS's Hugh Steepley said, "in your own country in the late, BS 70s, of an experimental program, a biomedical experiment involving the idea of electroimplantations in the human brain?" Steepley, at the shelf's lip, turned to look. Marat merely looked back at him. Steepley said, "No. Some sort of radical advance. Stereotaxy. Epilepsy treatment. They propose to implant tiny little hair-thin electrodes in the brain. Some leading Canadian neurologist, Elders something, at the time had hit on evidence that certain tiny little stimulations in certain brain areas could prevent a seizure, as in an epileptic seizure. They implant electrodes, hair-thin, just a few millivolts or Briggs electrodes." "Beg pardon?" Marat coughed slightly. "Also the type used in pacemakers of the heart." Steepley felt his lip. "I'm thinking I'm recalling a tentative bioentry saying your father had had a pacemaker." Marat touched his own face absently. "A plutonium-239 pack of power. The Briggs electrode. The Kenbeck DC circuit. I am recalling terms and instructions. Avoid all microwaving ovens and mini transmitters. Promotion for burial forbidden. This is because of plutonium-239. "So, but you know of this whole program with epileptics? Experiments they thought could avoid ablative surgery for severe epilepsy?" Marat said nothing and made what might be seen as slightly shaking the head. Steepley turned back to face the east with his hands clasped before his back, wishing to speak of it one way or another. Marat could tell. "I can't remember if I read about it or heard a lecture or what. The implantation was a pretty inexact science. It was all experimental. A whole lot of electrodes had to be implanted in an incredibly small area in the temporal lobe to hope to find the nerve terminals that involved epileptic seizures. And it was trial and error, stimulating each electrode and checking the reaction. Temporal lobes of the brain," Marat said. "What happened was that Olders and the Canadian neuroscientists happened to find during all the trial and error, that firing certain electrodes in certain parts of the lobes gave the brain intense feelings of pleasure. Steeply looked back over his shoulder at Marat. I mean, we're talking about intense pleasure, Ramey. I'm remembering Olders called these little strips of stimulatable pleasure tissue P terminals. P wishing to mean the pleasure, and that their location seemed maddeningly inexact and unpredictable, even within brains of the same species. A P terminal turned out to be right up next to some other neuron whose stimulation would cause pain or hunger or God knows what. The human brain is very dense. It is the truth. The whole point is they weren't doing it on humans yet. It was regarded as radically experimental. They used animals and animal lobes, but soon the pleasure stimulation phenomenon was its own separate radical experiment, while the second-string neuron team stuck with the epileptic animals. Older, or Elder, some Anglo-Canadian name, headed the team to map these, what he called, quote, rivers of reward, the P-terminals in the lobes. Marat idly felt at the little pills of cotton in his windbreaker's cotton pockets, pleasantly nodding. An experimental program of Canada, you stated. I even remember the Brandon Psychiatric Center. Marat pretended to cough in the recognition of this. This is a mental hospital, the far north of Manitoba, forbidding wastelands, the center of nothing. Because they were theorizing that these, quote, rivers or terminals were also the brain's receptors for things like beta endorphins, L-dopa, Q-dopa, serotonin, all the various neurotransmitters of pleasure. The department of euphoria, so to speak, within the human brain? There was no hint or suggestion yet of dawn or light. But not humans yet, Steeply said. Older's earliest subjects were rats, and the results were apparently sobering. The Canadians found that if they rigged an auto-stimulation lever, the rat would press the lever to stimulate his P-terminal over and over, thousands of times an hour, over and over, ignoring food and female rats and heat, completely fixated on the lever stimulation, day and night, stopping only when the rat finally died of dehydration or simple fatigue. Marat said, not of the pleasure itself, however. I think dehydration. I'm fuzzy on just what the rat died of. Marat shrugged. But the envy of all experimental rats everywhere, these rats, I think. Then likewise implantations and levers for cats, dogs, swine, monkeys, primates, even a dolphin. Of the evolving scale, vitaminals for each. Each died? Eventually, Steeply said. Or else they had to be lobotomized. Because I remember, even if the pleasure electrode was removed, the stimulation lever removed, the subject would run around pressing anything that could be pressed or flipped, trying to get one more jolt. The dolphin, probably, it swam about and did this, I think. You seem amused by this, Ramey. This was totally a Canadian show, this little neuroelectric adventure. I am amused when you make a way toward your point so slowly. Because then eventually Elder and company, of course, wanted to try human subjects, to see whether the human lobe had P-terminals and so on. And because of the sobering consequences, for the subject animals in the program, they couldn't legally use prisoners or patients. They had to try to secure volunteers. Because of a risk, Marat said. The whole thing was apparently a nightmare of Canadian legalities and statutes. Marat pursed the lips. I have doubts in my mind. Ottawa could easily have asked your then CIA for, what is the term, persons of expendability, from Southeast Asia, or Negros. The subjects expended for your inspiring USA's MK Ultra.
198.
Steeply elected ignoring this, rummaging in the purse. But what apparently happened was that somehow word of the P-terminal discovery and experiment had gotten out up in Manitoba. Some low-level worker at Brandon had broken security and leaked word. Very little else to do in northern Manitoba besides leaking and gossiping. And suddenly the neuro team at Brandon pulled into work one day, and find human volunteers lining up literally around the block outside the place. Able-bodied, and I should remember to recall mostly young Canadians, lining up and literally trampling each other in their desire to sign up as volunteers for P-terminal electrode implantation and stimulation. In full knowledge of the rat's and dolphin's death, from pressing the lever? Marat's father had always assigned it to Raimi, his youngest, to go first inside some public restaurant or shop to check for the presence of a microwave or GC type of transmitter. Of special concerns were stores with instruments for thwarting a shoplifter, the shrieking instruments at doors. Steepley said, "And of course this eagerness for implantation put a whole new disturbing spin on the study of human pleasure and behavior. And a whole new branded hospital team was hastily assembled to study the psych profiles of all these people, willing to trample one another to undergo invasive brain surgery and foreign object implantation, to become some crazed rats. All just for the chance of this kind of pleasure. And the MMPIs, and Millens, and apperception tests on all these hordes of prospective volunteers. The hordes were told it was part of the screening. The scores came out fascinatingly, chillingly, average. Normal. In other words, not any deviance. Non-abnormal along every axis they could see. Just regular young people. Canadian young people. Volunteering for fatal addiction to the electrical pleasure. But Raimi, apparently the purest, most refined pleasure imaginable. The neural distillate of, say, orgasm, religious enlightenment, ecstatic drugs, shiatsu, a crackling fire on a winter night, the sum of all possible pleasures refined into pure current and deliverable at the flip of a handheld lever, thousands of times an hour, at will. Marat gave him a bland look. Steepley examined a cuticle. By free choice, of course. Marat assumed an expression that lampooned a dullard's hard thought. Thus, but how long before these leaks and rumors of P-terminals reach the Ottawa of government and public will? For Canada's government reacts with horror at the prospect of this. Ho, ho, ho! And not just Ottawa, Steepley said. You can see the implications if a technology like Elder's really became available. I know Ottawa informed Turner, Bush, Casey, whoever it was at the time, and everyone at Langley bit their knuckle in horror. Does the CIA chewed a hand? Because surely you can see the implications for any industrialized, market-driven, high-discretionary spending society. But it would be illegalized, Marat said, noting to remember the various routines of movements Steepley made for keeping warm. Stop with the babe-in-woods charade, Steepley said. There was still the prospect of an underground market exponentially more pernicious than narcotics or LSD. The electrode and lever technology looked expensive at the time, but it was easy to foresee enormous widespread demand, bringing it down to where electrodes would be no more exotic than syringes. But surgery. This would be a different matter to implant. Plenty of surgeons were already willing to perform illegal procedures. Abortions, electric penile implants, the MK-Ultra surgeries. Steepley laughed without mirth. Or off-the-record amputations for daring young train cultists. No? Marat blew just one nostril of his nose. This was the Quebecois way, one of the nostrils at a time. Marat's father's generation, they had used to bend and blow the one nostril out into the gutter in the street. Steepley said, Picture millions of average, non-abnormal North Americans, all implanted with Briggs electrodes, all with electronic access to their own personal P-terminals, never leaving home, thumbing their personal stimulation levers over and over. Lying upon their divans, ignoring females in rotting, having rivers of reward without earning reward. Bug-eyed, drooling, moaning, trembling, incontinent, dehydrated, not working, not consuming, not interacting or taking part in community life, finally pitching forward from sheer, Marat said, giving away their souls and lives for P-terminal stimulation, you are saying? You can maybe see the analogy, Steepley said, over the shoulders to smile in a wry way. In Canada, my friend, this was. Marat made a very slight version of his rotary motion of impatience. From the early 1970s of time, this never has come to be. There would have been no development of the Happy Patch. We both went in, both our nations. In secret. Ottawa first cutting the Brandon program's funding, which Turner or Casey or whoever howled at. Our old CIA wanted the procedure developed and perfected, then classified. Military use or something. Marat said, but the civilian guardians of the will of the public felt differently. I think I'm remembering Carter was president. Both our combined nations made it a security priority, shutting it down. Our old NSA, your old C7, with the RCMPs, bright red jackets and hats with wide brims. In the 1970s, still on horses. Steepley held his mouth of the purse half up to the faint lights of Tucson, peering for something. I recall they went in directly, as in guns drawn, boomed the doors, dismantled the labs. Mercy killed dolphins and goats. Olders disappeared somewhere. Marat's slow circular gesture. Your point finally is Canadians also. We would choose dying for this, the total pleasure of a passive good. Steepley turned, fiddling with an emery board. But you don't see a more specific analogy with the entertainment? Marat tongued the inside of his cheek. You are saying the entertainment is somehow optical stimulation of the P-terminals? A way to bypass Briggs electrodes for orgasm and massage pleasures? The dry rasp of the emerying a nail. All I'm saying is analogy. A precedent in your own nation. Us. Our nation is the Quebec nation. Manitoba is... I'm saying that if he could get past the blind desire for harm against the U.S., your Monsieur Fortier might be induced to see just what it is he's proposing to let out of the cage. His training was such that he could emery without watching the procedure. For Steepley's most effective interviewing tactic was this long looking down into the face without emotion of any kind. For Marat felt more uncomfortable not knowing whether Steepley believed a thing than if Steepley's emotion of face showed he did not believe. Then tonight, at the prospect of boiled hot dogs, the two newest residents had pulled the typically standard new resident Princess and Pea special food issue thing. The new Today girl, Amy J., that just sits there on the vinyl couch shaking like an aspen and having people bring her coffee and light her gaspers, and with just short of a helpless victim please coddle sign hung around her neck, now claiming red dye number 4 gives her cluster migraines. Gately gives this girl a week, tops, before she's a vapor trail, back to the Xanax. She has that look.
199.
And the weirdly familiar but southernish-sounding girl, Joelle Van D., with the past believing bod, and the linen face announcing she was a vegetarian and would rather eat a bug than even get downwind of a boiled frank. But in an incredible move, Pat M. has asked Gately, at 1800 hours, to blast down to the Purity Supreme down in Alston and pick up some eggs and peppers so the two new delicate-tummied newcomers can make themselves quiche or whatever. To Gately's way of thinking, this looks like catering to just the sort of classic addict's claim of special uniqueness that it's supposed to be Pat's job to help break down. The Joel VD girl seems to have, inordinate immediate weight and pet status with Pat, who's already making noises about exempting the girl from the menial job requirement, and wants Gately to look for some kind of weird, big red soda water tonic for the girl, who's apparently still dehydrated. It's sure a long way from making somebody chew feldspar. Gately has long since quit trying to figure Pat Montesian out. It's a weird weather evening, both thundering and spitting snow. Gately had finally become able to distinguish genuine thunder from the Enfield sounds of ATH-SCME fans and EWD catapults, this after 9 months of wearing a Goodwill rain slicker every morning on the 0430 Green Line. One of the possible weak spots in Gately's AA recovery program of rigorous personal honesty is that once he's jammed himself into a black-as-water Aventura and watched the spoiler throb as he turns over the carnivorous engine, etc., he often finds himself taking a little bit less of a direct route to a given errand site than he probably could. If he had to come right down to the heart of the issue, he likes to cruise around town in Pat's car. He's able to minimize the suspicious time any particular bit of extra cruising adds to his errands by basically driving like a lunatic, ignoring lights, cutting people off, scoffing at one-ways, veering wildly in and out, making pedestrians drop things and lunge curbward, leaning on a horn that sounds more like an air raid siren. You'd think this would be judiciously insane in terms of not having a license and facing a no-license jail bit anyway. But the fact is that this sort of on-the-way-to-the-ER with a passenger in labor driving doesn't usually raise so much as an eyebrow among Boston's finest, since they have more than enough other stuff to attend to in these troubled times. And since everybody else in Metro Boston drives exactly the same sociopathic way, including the finest themselves, so that the only real risk Gately's running is to his own sense of rigorous personal honesty. One cliché he's found especially serviceable with regards to the Aventura issue is that recovery is about progress, not perfection. He likes to make a stately left onto Commonwealth, and wait to get out of view of the house's bay window, and then produce what he imagines is a rebel yell, and open her up down the serpentine tree-lined boulevard of the avenue as it slithers through bleak parts of Brighton and Allston and past Boston University, and toward the big triangular Citgo neon sign and the Back Bay. He passes the Unexamined Life Club, where he no longer goes, at 1800 hours, already throbbing with voices and bass under its ceaseless neon bottle, and then the great gray numbered towers of the Brighton Projects, where he definitely no longer goes. Scenery starts to blur and distend at 70 kilometers per hour. Commonwealth Avenue splits Enfield, Brighton, Allston from the downscale north edge of Brookline on the right. He passes the meat-colored facades of anonymous Brookline tenements, Father and Son Market, a dumpster nest, Burger King's, Blanchard's Liquors, an interlace outlet, a land barge alongside another dumpster nest, corner bars and clubs, Play It Again Sam's, Harper's Ferry, Bunratty's, Rathskeller, Father's First 1 and 2, a CVS, two interlace outlets right next to each other, the Ellis the Rim Man sign, the Marty's Liquors that they rebuilt like ants the week after it burned down. He passes the hideous Riley's Roast Beef, where the Alston group gathers to pound coffee before commitments. The giant distant Citgo signs like a triangular star to steer by. He's doing 75 kilometers down a straightaway, keeping abreast of an inbound Green Line train ramming downhill on the slightly raised track that splits Commonwealth's lanes into 2 and 2. He likes to match a green train at 75 kilometers, all the way down Commonwealth's Integral V, to see how close he can cut beating it across the tracks at the Brighton Avenue split. It's a vestige. He'd admit it's like a dark vestige of his old, low self-esteem, suicidal frill behaviors. He doesn't have a license, it's not his car, it's a priceless art object car, it's his boss's car, who he owes his life to and sort of maybe loves. He's on a vegetable run for shattered husks of newcomers just out of detox whose eyes are rolling around in their heads. Has anybody mentioned Gately's head is square? It's almost perfectly square, massive and boxy, and mysticiously blunt. The head of somebody who looks like he likes to lower his head in charge. He used to let people open and close elevator doors on his head, break things across his head. The indestructible, in his childhood cognomen, referred to the head. His left ear looks a bit like a prizefighter's left ear. The head's nearly flat on top, so that his hair, long and back but with short Prince Valiant bangs in front look sort of like a carpet remnant somebody's tossed on the head and let slide slightly back but stay.
200.
Nobody that lives in these guano-spotted old brown buildings along Commonwealth, with bars on the low floors' windows, ever goes inside, it seems like.
201.
Even in thunder and little asterisks of snow, all kinds of olive Spanish and puke white Irish are on every corner, bullshitting and trying to look like they're just out there waiting for something important, and drinking out of tall boys wrapped tight in brown bags. A strange nod to discretion, the bags, wrapped so tight the outline of the cans can't be missed. A shore boy, Gately'd never used a paper bag around street corner cans. It's like a city thing. The Aventura can do 80 kilometers per hour in third gear. The engine never strains or whines. Just eventually starts to sound hostile. It's how you know to hurt your hip and shift. The Aventura's instrument panel looks more like the instrument panel of a military aircraft. Something's always blinking and indicating. One of the blinking lights is supposed to tell you when to shift. Pat has told him to ignore the panel. He loves to make the driver's side window go down and rest his left elbow on the jamb, like a cabbie. He's caught behind a bus whose big square ass is in both lanes and he can't get around it in time to beat the train across the split, though. And the train crosses in front of the bus with the blast of its farty-sounding horn, and what Gately sees as a kind of swagger to its jiggle on the street-level track. He can see people bouncing around inside the train, holding onto straps and bars. Below the split on Commonwealth, it's Boston University, Kenmore and Fenway, Berkeley School of Music. The sit-go sign's still off in the distance ahead. You have to go a shocking long way to actually get to the big sign, which everybody says is hollow, and you can get up inside there and stick your head out in a pulsing neon sea, but nobody's ever personally been up in there. Arm out like a hack's arm, Gately blasts through BU country, as in backpack and personal stereo and designer fatigues country. Soft-faced boys with backpacks and high hard hair and seamless foreheads. Totally lineless, untroubled foreheads like cream cheese or ironed sheets. All the storefronts here are for clothes, or TP cartridges, or posters. Gately's had lines on his big forehead since he was about 12. It's here he especially likes making people throw their packages in the air and dive for the curb. BU girls, who look like they've eaten nothing but dairy products their whole lives. Girls who do step aerobics. Girls with good combed, long, clean hair. Non-addicted girls. The weird hopelessness at the heart of lust. Gately hasn't had sex in almost 2 years. At the end of the Demerol, he physically couldn't. Then in Boston AA, they tell you not to. Not in your first year clean, if you want to be sure to hang in. But they omit to tell you that after that year's gone by, you're going to have forgotten how to even talk to a girl, except about surrender and denial and what it used to be like out there, in the cage. Gately's never had sex sober yet, or danced, or held somebody's hand except to say the Our Father in a big circle. He's gone back to having wet dreams at age 29. Gately's found he can get away with smoking in the Aventura if he opens the passenger window, too, and makes sure no ashes go anywhere. The crosswind through the open car is brutal. He smokes menthols. He'd switched to menthols at 4 months clean because he couldn't stand them, and the only people he knew that smoked them were niggers, and he'd figured that if menthols were the only gaspers he let himself smoke, he'd be more likely to quit. And now, he can't stand anything but menthols, which Calvin T. says are even worse for you because they got little bits of asbestos-y shit in the filter and whatnot. But Gately had been living in the little male live-in staffer's room down in the basement, by the audio payphone and tonic machines for 2 months, before it turned out the health guy came and inspected and said all the big pipes up in that room's ceiling were insulated in ancient asbestos that was coming apart and asbestosizing the room, and Gately had to move all his shit and the furniture out into the open basement, and guys in white suits with oxygen tanks went in and stripped everything off the pipes and went over the room with what smells like it was a flamethrower. Then hauled the decayed asbestos down to EWD in a welded drum with a skull on it. So Gately figures menthol gaspers are probably the least of his lung worries at this point. You can get to the Starro 500 off Com Ave below Kenmore via this long, twiny, overpass-shadowed road that cuts across the fens.
202.
Basically, the Starro 500 is an urban express route that runs along the bright blue chuck all the way along Cambridge's spine. The Charles is vivid even under gloomy, thundering skies. Gately has decided to buy the newcomer's omelette stuff at Bread and Circus in Inman Square, Cambridge. It will explain the delay, and will be a subtle nonverbal stab at unique dietary requests in general. Bread and Circus is a socially hyper-responsible, overpriced grocery full of Cambridge Green Party granola crunchers, and everything's like microbiotic and fertilized only with organic genuine llama shit, etc. The Aventura's low driver's seat and huge windshield afford your thinking man maybe a little more view of the sky than he'd like. The sky is low and gray and loose and seems to hang. There's something baggy about the sky. It's impossible to tell whether snow is actually falling or whether just a little snow that's already fallen is blowing around. To get to Inman Square, you veer over 3 lines to get off the Starro 500 on Prospect Street's Ramp of Death, and slalom between the sinkholes and go right, north, and take Prospect through Central Square, and all the way north through heavy ethnicity up almost into Somerville. Inman Square, too, is someplace Gately rarely goes anymore because it's in the Cambridge's Little Lisbon, heavily Portuguese, which means also Brazilians, in the antiquated bell-bottoms and flare-colored leisure suits they've never let go of, and where there are discoized Brazilians, can cocaine and narcotics ever be far away? The district's Brazilians are another solid rationale for driving at excessive rates of speed for Gately. Plus, Gately's solidly pro-American, and north of Central Square's clot and snarl, Prospect Street's a copless straight shot through eerily alien lands. Billboards in Spanish, plaster Madonnas in fenced-in front yards, intricately laced grape arbors looking seized and clutched at now by networks of finger-thick, bare woody vines, ads for lottery tickets in what isn't quite Spanish. All the houses gray. More bright plastic Madonnas in nunnish get-ups on peeling front porches. Stores and bodegas and low-suspension cars triple-parked. An all-out, full-cast creche-type scene hung from a second-floor balcony. Clotheslines hanging between houses. Gray houses in rows squished right up next to each other in long rows with tiny, toy-strewn yards, and tall, the houses, like being squished in from either side, distends them. A couple Canadian and Nook-owned stores mashed in here and there, between the propinquous Spanish three-deckers, looking subjugated and exiled and etc. The street, shitty with litter and holes, indifferent drainage, big-assed girls stuffed like stuffed sausage into cigarette jeans, in always trios, in the twilight, with that weird blonde-brown hair Portuguese girls dye their hair to. A store in good old English advertising, "Chickens, fresh killed daily." Ryle's Jazz Club's upscale pub-type bar. Guys in tweed caps and their briar pipes and mouths at angles, taking all day on a pint of warm stout. Gately's always thought dark beer tasted like cork. An intriguing single-decker medical-looking building, with a sort of tympanum over the smoked glass door, with an ad that says, "Complete destruction of confidential records," that Gately's always wanted to poke the old head in, and have a look at what on earth they might be up to in there. Little Portuguese markets with food in there you can't even tell what species it's from. Once at a Portuguese takeout at Inman Square's East End, a coke whore tried to get Gately to eat something that had tentacles. He had a sub instead. Gately now simply blows through Inman, heading for B and C, over on the upscale northwest side nearer to Harvard, every light suddenly green and kind. The Aventura's 10-cylinder backwash raising an odd little tornado of discorded ad leaflets, and glassine bags, and corporate snack bags, and a syringe's husk, and filterless Gasper butts, and general crud, and a flattened millennial fizzy cup, like from a stand, which whirls in his exhaust, the tornado of waste does, moving behind him as the last pearly curve of the sun, through baggy clouds, is eaten by the countless sancta something, and then whitewashed wasp church roofs finials farther west, near Harvard at 60 kilometers, but sustained in its whirl by the strong west breeze as the last of the sun goes, and a blue-black shadow quietly fills the canyon of Prospect, whose streetlights don't work for the same municipal reasons the street is in such crummy repair. And one piece of the debris Gately's raised and set spinning behind him, a thick, flattened MF cup, caught by a sudden gust as it falls, twirling, is caught at some aerodyne's angle and blown spinning all the way to the storefront of one Antitois Entertainment,
203.
on the street's east side, and hits, its waxed bottom making a clunk, hits the glass pane in the locked front shop door with a sound for all the world like the rap of a knuckle, so that in a minute a burly, bearded, thoroughly Canadian figure, in one of those Canadianly inevitable checked flannel shirts, appears out of the dim light in the shop's back room, and wipes its mouth on first one sleeve, then the other, and opens up the front door with a loud hinge squeak, and looks around a bit, namely, for who knocked, looking not overly pleased at being interrupted at what his sleeves betray as a foreign supper, and also, below that harried expression, looking edgy and emotionally pale, which might explain the X of small arms ammo belts across his checked chest, and the rather absurdly large .44 revolver tucked and straining in the waistband of his jeans. Lucien Antitois' equally burly partner and brother, Bertrand, currently still back there in the little back room, where they sleep on cots with serious weaponry underneath, and listening to CQBC radio, and scheme, and smoke killer USA hydroponic dope, and cut and mount glass, and sew flags, and cook over sterno in LL Bean upscale survivalist cookware. He's back there, eating habitant soupe au pois and bread, with bread and circus molasses, and some sort of oblong blue-veined patties of a meat your thinking American wouldn't even want to try to identify. Bertrand's forever laughing in Quebecois and telling Lucien he looks forward with humorous anticipation to the day Lucien forgets to check the big Colt safety before he jams it into the waistband of his pants, and goes lumbering around the shop in his hobnail boots, making every reflective and blown glass item in the place tinkle and clink. The unautomatic revolver, it is a souvenir of affiliation. Once or twice during work of affiliation with the separatist, anti-ONANFLQ, they are, for the most part, not a very terrifying insurgent cell, the Antitois, more or less loners, self-contained, a monometotic cell, eccentric and borderline incompetent, protected gently by their late regional patron, M. Guillaume Duplessis, of the Gaspé Peninsula, spurned by FLQ after Duplessis' assassination, and also ridiculed by the more malignant anti-ONAN cells. Bertrand Antitois is in charge, the brains of the outfit, pretty much by default, since Lucien Antitois is one of the very few natives of Notre Dame ever who cannot understand French, just never caught on, and so has very limited veto powers, even when it comes to such harebrained, Bertrand's schemes as hanging a sword-stemmed fleur-de-lis flag from the nose of a USA Civic War Heroes Boylston Street statue, when it would simply be cut down by bored ONANite chien courant gendarme the next morning, or taping bricks to the return postage-paid solicitation cards, a Saint-Christy-Gentel's CUSP party, or fashioning AstroTurf doormats with a likeness of Saint-Christy-Gentel on them and distributing them gratis to home supply outlets throughout their insurgency grid. Puerile, and on the whole rather sad little gestures, that M. Duplessis would have interdicted with a merry laugh and a friendly hand on Bertrand's bowling ball of a shoulder. But M. Duplessis had been martyred. An assassination only ONAN would be stupid enough to believe, Command would be stupid enough to believe, was merely an unfortunate burglary and mucus mishap. And Bertrand Antitois, after Duplessis' death and FLQ's rejection, left to his own conceptual devices for the first time since their all-terrain vehicle was packed with quality Van Buskirk of Montreal exotic reflective glasswares and glass-blowing hardware, and broom, and ordnance, and survivalist cookware, and hip postcards, and black leather gag soap, and cheesy old low-demand interlaced third-grid cartridges, and hand buzzers, and fraudulent but seductive X-ray spectacles, and they were sent through the remains of Provincial Autoroad 55, US 91, in protective garb they'd shed and buried, just south of the Convexity's Bellows Falls, Vermont, ONANite checkpoint. Sent as a kind of primitive two-celled organism to establish a respectable front and to bet more malignant cells, and to insurge and terrorize in small, sad, anti-experialist ways. Now, Bertrand has shown a previously Duplessis-restrained flair for stupid wastes of time, including this branching out into harmful pharmaceuticals as an attack on the fiber of New England's youth, as if the USA youth were not already more than fiberless enough, in Lucien's mute opinion. Bertrand had actually been credulous enough with a wrinkled, long-haired person of advanced years in a paisley Nehru jacket, also of great age, and a puzzling cap with a skeleton playing at the violin emblazoned upon it, on the front, wearing also the most stupid-appearing small round wire spectacles with salmon-colored lenses, and also continually forming the letter of V with fingers of his hand, and directing this letter of V at Bertrand and Lucien. Bertrand felt the gesture was a subtle affirmation of solidarity with patriotic struggle everywhere, and stood for Victoire. But Lucien suspected a USA obscenity, laughingly flashed at persons who would not comprehend its insult, just as one of Lucien's sadistic École Spéciale tutors back in Saint-Antoine had spent weeks in second form teaching Lucien to say Vacher putain, which he, the tutor, claimed meant, "Look, maman, I can speak French and thus finally express my love and devotion to you." Bertrand had been starry-eyed enough to agree to barter the person an antique blue lava lamp and a lavender-tinged apothecary's mirror for 18 unexceptional-looking and old lozenges the long-haired old person had claimed in a jumble of West Swiss-accented French were 650 milligrams of a formidable, harmful pharmaceutical, no longer available and guaranteed to make one's most hair-raising psychedelic experience look like a day on the massage tables of a Basel hot springs resort, throwing in as well a kitchen can waste bag filled with crusty old mossy boot and leg read-only cartridges, sans any labels, that appeared to have been stored in a person's rear yard and then run through a gaseous dryer of clothes, as if Lucien did not have already more than plenty of crusty old cartridges, which Bertrand removed from interlaced dumpsters, or was cheated in barters for, and brought back to the shop for Lucien's job to view, and label, and organize the cartridges for storing, and were never bought except the occasional cartridge in Portuguese or pornographical. and the aged person had flopped off in his cap and sandals with a lamp and an apothecary's mirror, to which Lucien had been personally much attached, particularly to the lavender mirror, flashing this covert obscenity of V, and with smiles urging the brothers to write their name and address on the palm of their hands with the drenching sweat-proof ink before they dropped any of the so-called tu sais quoi, if they were going to be the persons who ingested these lozenges. The front door squeaks loudly of the hinge, and Lucien recloses it and drives the bolt home. Squeak. The upper hinge squeaks, no matter the oil, as the shop drives Lucien crazy by becoming again dusty each time the door is opened to the street's grit, and from the dust of the alley, with so many dumpsters behind the back room, which Bertrand refuses not to open the iron service door of, to spit. The squeak functions in the place of a customer bell, however. The front knock of the closed door clearly is once again big-bottomed Brazilian children playing at unassuming pranks. He does not pull the window shade, but he does grab the stout, trusty homemade broom he sweeps the shop all day with, and stands there, chewing anxiously the nail of a thumb, looking out. Lucien Antitois enjoys standing at the door's glass pane and looking blankly out, at the light snow of dust bright against the blue-shadowed twilight eating the American street outside. The door continues to squeak faintly, even after he's driven home the bolt. He can stand here, happily, for hours, leaning on the sturdy broom he'd carved from a snow-snapped limb as a boy during the Gaspé's terrible blizzards of Quebec of AD 1993, and bound broom corn onto, and sharpened the tip of, as a sort of domestic weapon, even then, before Anite experialist impost made any sort of struggle or sacrifice remotely necessary. As a silent boy, keenly interested in weapons and ammunitions of all the different sorts, which, along with the size thing, helped with the teasing. He could, and does, stand here for hours, complexly backlit, transparently reflected, looking at alien traffic and commerce. He has that rare spinal appreciation for beauty in the ordinary that nature seems to bestow on those that have no native words for what they see. Squeak. The visual bulk of the shop room of Antitois Entertainment is devoted to glass. They have set curved and planar mirrors at studied angles whereby each part of the room is reflected in every other part, which flusters and disorients customers and keeps haggling to a minimum. In a sort of narrow-fashioned corridor behind one gauntlet of angled glass is their stock of gags, notions, ironic postcards, and unironic sentimental greeting cards as well.
204.
Flanking another are shelf after shelf of used and bootleg interlace and independent and even homemade digital entertainment cartridges, in no discernible order, since Bertrand handles acquisition and Lucien's in charge of inventory and order. Nevertheless, once he's viewed it even once, he can identify any used cartridge in stock, and will point it out to the rare customer with the sharpened white wood tip of his homemade broom. Some of the cartridges do not even have labels. They're so obscure or illicit. To keep up with Bertrand, Lucien must watch new acquisitions on the small cheap viewer beside the manual cash register as he sweeps the shop with the imposing broom he has loved and kept sharpened and polished and floor fuzz free since adolescence, and which he sometimes imagines he is conversing with, very quietly, telling it to Vachir-Putain in tones surprisingly gentle and kind for such a large terrorist. The viewer screen has something wrong with its definition, and there is a wobble that makes all cartridge performers on the left section of it appear to have Tourette's syndrome. The pornographical cartridges he finds nonsensical, and views them in fast-forward to get them over with as quickly as possible. But he knows all but the most recent acquisitions' colors and visual plots, but some still have no labels. He still has not gotten to see and shelve many of the massive assortment Bertrand lugged home and out of the all-terrain vehicle in Saturday's chilling rain. Several old exercise and film cartridges, a small back bay, Tel Entertainment Outlet was discarding as outdated. Also, there were one or two Bertrand claimed he had picked up literally on the street downtown, from the site of the flag-draped Shaw statue, from untended commercial displays, that stupidly contained detachable cartridges anyone could detach and lug home in the rain. The display's cartridges he had immediately viewed, for though they were unlabeled, save for a commercialized slogan in tiny raised letters, of Il faut plus qu'on poursuive le bonheur, which to Lucien Antitois signified zilch. Each was stamped also with a circle and arc that resembled a disembodied smile, which made Lucien himself smile and pop them in right away, to find to his disappointment and impatience with Bertrand that they were blank, without even HD static, just as the old rude person's bartered tapes he had removed from the waste bag of their storage for viewing had proved, blank beyond static, to the satisfaction of Lucien's disgust.
205.
Through the door's window, passing headlights illumined a disabled person in a wheelchair, laboring along the rutted walk outside the Portuguese grocery opposite Antitois Entertainment storefront. Lucien forgets he was eating bread with upscale molasses and soupe à pois. He forgets he is eating the moment the food's taste leaves his mouth. His mind is usually as clean and transparent as anything in the shop. He sweeps a little, absently, in front of the pane, watching his face's reflection bob against the blackening night outside. Light snow, almost as bouncing back and forth between sides of Prospect's Canyon. The broom's bristles say, hush, hush. The tin and static sound of CQBC has been silenced. You can hear Bertrand moving about, rattling some pans and dropping one. And Lucien works his sharp-pointed broom against the chipped Portuguese tile of the non-wood floor. He is a gifted domestic, the best 125-kilo domestic ever, to wear a beard and suspenders of small arms ordnance. The shop, crammed to the acoustic tile ceiling and dustless, resembles a junkyard for anal retentives. He bobs and sweeps, and bobbing shafts of mirror light gleam and dance, backed by night, in the locked door's pane. The figure in the wheelchair still labors at his wheels, but appears, queerly, still to be where he was before, in front of the Portuguese grocery. Moving closer to the pane, so that his face's transparent image fills the glass, and he can now see clearly beyond it, Lucien sees that what it is it's a different figure in a different wheelchair from the one before. This new figure's face also downcast and queerly masked, laboring around the sidewalk's jagged holes, and that not too far behind this seated figure is yet another figure in a wheelchair coming this way. And as Lucien Antitois twists his head and presses his hairy cheek to the glass of the squeaking door. But now how can a door's upper hinges loudly squeak when the door is tightly closed, and the bolt driven home with the solid snick of a .44 bullet slipped home in the revolver's chamber? Looking due southeast up Prospect, Lucien can see the variegated glints of passing low chassis headlights off a whole, long, single-file column of polished metal wheels, stolidly turning, being turned by swarthy hands in fingerless wheelchair gloves. Squeak, squeak. Lucien has been hearing squeaks for several minutes from what he had naively, like the babe, assumed was the door's upper hinge. This hinge does truly squeak.
206.
But Lucien now hears whole systems of squeaks, slow and soft, but not stealthy squeaks, the squeaks of weighted wheelchairs moving slow, implacable, calm and businesslike, and yet menacing, moving with the indifference of things at the very top of the food chain. And now, turning, heart loud in his head, can now see, in the carefully placed display mirror's angles, spikes of light off rotary metal rotating at a height above waist level to a huge standing man with broom clutched to barrel chest. There are great quiet numbers of persons in wheelchairs moving in the room with him, in the shop room, moving calmly into position behind waist-high glass counters full of wacky notions. The street outside is flanked on both sidewalks by defiles of wheelchaired, blanket-lapped persons whose faces are obscured by what look like large and snow-dotted leaves. And the shades of the Portuguese grocery have been drawn, and a "Ropas" sign hung by a circumflex of twine in the pane of the front door. Wheelchair assassins. Lucien has been taught the glyph of a profiled wheelchair with an enormous, bone-crossed skull below. It is the worst possible scenario. It is worse than Aonite gendarme by far. AFR. Whimpering to his broom, Lucien disengages the mammoth colt from his pants and finds that a length of black thread from the denim panel that surrounds his zipper has gotten looped around the barrel's sight blade, and comes ripping out with a long, high squeak from the pants with the convulsive force of his drawing the weapon, so that his pants split open alongside the zipper, and the force of his mammoth Canadian gut extends the tear all up and down the front, so that the snap unsnaps, and the jeans burst open and fall immediately to his ankles, puddling around his hobnail boots, revealing red union suit underwear beneath, and forcing Lucien to take tiny, undignified shuffling steps frantically toward the back room, as he tries with the thread-snagged colt to cover every piece of fragmented, waist-high motion the mirror's shards of light reveal in the shop room, while scuttling as fast as the fallen jeans allow toward the back room to alert, non-verbally, using the sort of demon-eyed, tongue-protruded, neck-corded, tortured, rigid, bug-eyed face a small child makes when he is playing Le Monstre, to alert Bertrand that they have come. Not Bostonian gendarme, or white-suited Aonite chiens, but they, them, les assassins de Faute-Laurent, AFRs, the ones who come always in the twilight, implacably squeaking, and cannot be reasoned with or bargained with, feel no pity or remorse or fear, except a rumored fear of steep hills. And now they're all in here, all over the shop room like faceless rats, the devil's own hamsters, moving with placid squeaks just beyond view of the shop's mirrored peripheries, regally serene. And Lucien, with the big broom in one hand and the thread-webbed colt in the other, tries to cover his little stepped flight with a thunderous shot that goes high and shatters an angled-length planar door mirror, spraying anodized glass, and replaces the reflection of a blanket-lapped AFR wearing a plastic fleur-de-lis with sword-stem mask on his face, with a jagged, stelliform hole, with glittered shards and glass dust in the air all over the place, and the unperturbable squeaks. Squeak, 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 squeak. It is awful, sounding right through the clatter and tinkle and frantic hobnailed boot falls and through the flying glass, aiming every which way behind him. Lucien bursts, almost falling through the curtains, bug-eyed and corded and webbed in thread, to alert Bertrand frantically that the shot had signified AFRs, and to break out the subcot weaponry and prepare to bunker for encirclement, only to horrifyingly see the shop's rear service door standing agape in a gritty breeze, and Bertrand still at the card table they use for their supper, used, with pea soup and troubling meat patty still on his ration tray, sitting, squinting, piratically straight ahead, with a railroad spike in his eye. The spike, its tip is both domed and squared, also rusty, and it protrudes from the socket of his brother's former blue right eye. There are maybe about 6 or 9 AFR in here in the drafty back room, silent as ever, seated with motionless wheels, flannel blankets obscuring an absence of the legs. Also, of course, flannel-shirted, masked in synthetic blend heraldic flag irises with flaming transperçant stems at the chin, and slits for eyes and round, utter holes for mouths, all except for one particular of the AFR, in an unpretentious sport coat and tie, and the worst mask of all, a plain yellow polyresin circle, with an obscenely simple smiley face in thin black lines, who is speculatively dipping a baguette's heel in Bertrand's metal soup cup, and popping the bread into his mask's mouth's cheery hole with an elegantly cerise-gloved hand. Lucien, staring goggle-eyed at the only brother he's ever had, is standing very still, face still unwittingly terratoid, the broom at an angle in his hand, the Colt dangling at his side, and the long black zipper thread he's pulled from his zipper, caught somehow now, and wrapped around his thumb, and hung trailing on the spotless floor with slack between gun and thumb. His pants whops it around his red woolen ankles when he hears a quick, efficient squeak, and feels from behind a tremendous wallop on the backs of his knees that drives him down to his knees on the floor, the .44 bucking as it discharges by reflex into the wooden pattern Portuguese tile, so that he's down in a supplicant's posture on his red knees, encircled by fauteuil d'aileron, still holding his broom, but now down near the broom corn's wire binding. His face is now of equal height to the yellow, empty, smiling, chewing face of the AFR, as this leader, everything about him radiates pitiless and remorseless command, rotates a right wheel to bring himself about, and with 3 squeakless rotations, has his hideous blank black smile within centimeters of Lucien Antitoi's face. The AFR bids him "Snorcia," which means nothing to Lucien Antitois, whose chin has caved and lips are quivering, though his eyes are not what you would call jack-lighted or terrified eyes. Lucien's brother's pierced and rigid profile is visible over the leader's left shoulder. The man still has some soup-sopped bread in his glove's left hand. "Malheureusement, ton collègue est décédé. Il faisait un excellent soupe pois." He looks amused. "Non? Ou c'était toi, faisait-elle?" The leader leans forward in the grateful way people who always sit can lean, revealing wiry hair and a small and strangely banal bald spot, and gently removes the hot revolver from Lucien's hand. He engages the safety without having to look at the revolver. Spanish-language music is thinly audible from somewhere up above the alley. The AFR looks warmly into Lucien's eyes for a moment, then with a professionally vicious, backhanded motion, pegs the gun at Bertrand's profiled head, striking Bertrand the side of the head, and Bertrand rocks away, and then toward and forward, and slides forward left off the rickety camping chair, and with a ghastly and moist thump comes to rest, chairless but upright, his left hip on the floor, the eye's sturdy railroad spike's thick tip caught on the edge of the card table and tilted up as the table tilts downward, and cookery slides nautically off and onto the tile, as the weight of Bertrand's large upper body is somehow held by the spike and tilted table. His brother's face is now turned away from Lucien, and his overall posture is of some person crumpled with hilarity or regret, maybe beer, a man overcome. Lucien, who never has apprehended what the safety switch is or where, thinks it's a small miracle that the Colt 44, with its tail of thread, does not discharge again as it whangs off Bertrand's temple and hits the slick tile and slides from sight under a cot. Somewhere in the tall house next door a toilet flushes, and the back room's pipes sing. The black thread has remained snagged on the Colt's sight blade and in the middle caught somewhere on Bertrand's ear. The other remains also attached to Lucien by a persistent hangnail on his well-gnawed right thumb, so that a black filament still connects the knelt Lucien to his hidden revolver, with a surreal angled turn at the ear of his overcome frere. The happy-masked AFR leader, politely ignoring the fact that Lucien's sphincter has failed them all in the small room, after complimenting them both on the craftsmanship of some of the front's blown-glass notions, pulls his velvet gloves tighter and tells Lucien that it has fallen to him, Lucien, to direct their attention without delay to an entertainment item they have come here to acquire, and require this copy-capable item. They are here on business. Ne pas plaisanter. This is not the social call. They will acquire this thing, and then iront petra. They have no wish to disturb anyone's repast, but the AFR fears that it is fearfully urgent and key. This master item they now require without delay or dissembly from Lucien. Entend-il? The vigor with which Lucien shakes his head at the leader's meaningless sounds can't help but be misinterpreted, probably. Does this shop have the 585 RPM drive TP somewhere about here for running masters? Same vigorous, negative-looking denial of comprehension. Can a mask's drawn smile widen? From the front of the shop come whole symphonies of squeaks and low, trilled R's, and the sounds of a densely packed area being swiftly dismantled and searched. A few legless, thick-armed men climb the shelves by hand and hang up near the drop ceiling by special climbing equipment and suction cups fitted to their stumps, brown arms busy in the upper shelving, dismantling and searching upside down like obscene, industrious bugs. The outline of Lucien's quivering mouth is being traced by a mammoth-torsoed AFR in a Jesuitical collar, who holds Lucien's own trusty broom inverted and leans in his chair to caress Lucien's full, Gaspé provincial lips. The lips are quivering, with the handle's wicked tip, which is sharply white, whittled free of the sienna glaze of broomstick varnish that patinas the rest of the big stick's length. Lucien's lips are quivering not so much from fear, although there is certainly fear, but not from fear so much as in an attempt to form words.
207.
Words that are not, and can never be words, are sought by Lucien here through what he guesses to be the maxillofacial movements of speech. And there is a childlike pathos to the movements that perhaps the rigid-grinned AFR leader can sense. Perhaps that is why his sigh is sincere, his complaint sincere when he complains that what will follow will be inutile. Lucien's failure to assist will be inutile. There will be no point serviced. There are several dozen highly trained and motivated wheelchair personnel here, who will find whatever they seek and more, anyhow. Perhaps it is sincere. The Gallic shrug and fatigue of the voice through the leader's mask hole, as Lucien's leonine head is tilted back by a hand in his hair, and his mouth opened wide by calloused fingers that appear overhead and around the sides of his head from behind, and jack his writhing mouth open so wide that the tendons in his jaws tear audibly, and Lucien's first sounds are reduced from howls to a natal gargle, as the pale, wicked tip of the broom he loves is inserted, the wood piney-tasting, then white, tasteless pain, as the broom is shoved in and abruptly down by the big and collared AFR, thrust farther in, rhythmically in strokes that accompany each syllable in the wearily repeated in-u-til of the technical interviewer, down into Lucien's wide throat and lower, small, natal cries escaping from around the brown-glazed shaft, the strangled, impeded sounds of absolute aphonia, the landed fish gasps that accompany speechlessness in a dream, the cleric-collared AFR driving the broom home now, to half its length, up to his stumps to get downward leverage, as the fibers that protect the esophageal terminus resist and then give with a crunching pop and splat of red that bathes Lucien's teeth and tongue, and makes of itself in the air a spout, and his gargled sounds now sound drowned. And behind fluttering lids the aphrasiac half-cellular insurgent, who loves only to sweep and dance, in a clear pane sees snow on the round hills of his native Gaspé. Pretty curls of smoke from chimneys, his mother's linen apron, her kind red face above his crib, homemade skates and cider steam, Chick-Chock lakes seen stretching away from the Kapchat hillside they skied down to Mass. The red face's noises, he knows from the tone, are tender. Beyond crib and rimmed window, Gaspé lake after lake after lake, lit up by the near Arctic sun, and stretching out in the southeastern distance like chips of broken glass, thrown to scatter across the white Chick-Chock country, gleaming, and the river Senan a ribbon of light, unspeakably pure. And as the Colgate handle navigates the inguinal canal, and sigmoid with a queer, deep, full, hot tickle, and with a grunt and shove, completes its passage and forms an obscene erectile bulge in the back of his red-sopped johns, bursting then through the wool and puncturing tile and floor, at a police lock's canted angle to hold him upright on his knees, completely skewered. And as the attentions of the AFRs in the little room are turned from him to the shelves and trunks of the Antitois sad insurgents' lives, and Lucien finally dies, rather a while after he's quit shuddering like a clubbed muskie and seemed to them to die, as he finally sheds his body's suit, Lucien finds his gut and throat again, and newly whole, clean and unimpeded, and is free, catapulted home over fans and the convexity's glass palisades at desperate speeds, soaring north, sounding a bell-clear and nearly maternal-alarmed call to arms in all the world's well-known tongues. Pre-dawn, the 1st of May, YDAU, outcropping northwest of Tucson, Arizona, USA. Still. M. Hugh Steepley spoke quietly, after a prolonged silence of both operatives, alone with their thoughts upon this mountain. Steepley faced still out, standing on the outcropping's lip, bare arms around him for some warmth, his dresses soiled back to Marat. Around the bonfire, far out below upon the desert floor, rotated a ring of smaller and palsied fires, persons carrying torches or fires. "Do you ever think of viewing it?" Marat did not reply. It was not impossible that the young persons carrying the torches were dancing. "Whether or not the AFR ever even recover this alleged master copy from the Duplessis burglary," Steepley said quietly. "Still, you guys have a read-only copy. At least one, you haven't told us, no?" "Yes." "Nobody has this mysterious master, but we've all got read-onlys. All the anti-ONAN cells have at least one read-only, we're pretty sure." Marat said, "Monsieur Borim, he tells Fortier he thinks the CPCP of Alberta did not have any copy." "Fuck the Albertans," Steepley said. "Who's worried about the Albertans? The Albertans' idea of a blow to the U.S. plexus is they blow up rangeland in Montana. They're wackos." "I have not been tempted," Marat said. Steepley's sound appeared as if he did not hear. "We have more than one. Copies. Sure you can assume your boys know this." Marat dryly laughed. "Confiscated from Razzles of Berkeley, Boston? But who can know what is on them? Who can study the entertainment while detached?" Steepley's scratch on the arm had become overnight puffed, and there were crosshatches of his scratching. "But just between us two, though, tete-a-tete, you've never been even slightly tempted? I mean, personally? You, the person? Wife's condition be damned, kids be damned, just for a second. Slip it into wherever you guys keep it and load it and have a quick look to see what's all the fuss, the irresistible pull of the thing?" He pivoted on one heel and looked and cocked his head in a way of cynicism that seemed to Marat consummately USA. Marat coughed softly into his fist. His own dead father's Kenbeck pacemaker, that had been damaged accidentally by a videophonic pulse of waves. This from a telephone call from the telephone company, a video call, advertising the videophony. And Marat had picked up the ringing phone, the videophonic pulse, it had come. And Marat had fallen, still holding a telephone Raimi had never been instructed to answer first, to check. The advertisement, which was recorded, played its audible portion out upon the floor beside his father's ear, audible between Marat's mother's cries. Steeply raised and lowered himself on his toes. Us? Rod the God Tynes got Tom Flatto's I.O. boys running tests around the clock. 24-7. Flatto, Thomas M., BSS Director of Input-Output Testing, resident of Falls Churches community, a widower with 3 children, 1 child with cystic fibrosis. Funny as an impacted follicle, Ramey. And no doubt the insurgent cells are all each doing work of your own, you guys with your own Dr. Brulent or whomever, trying to find out what the entertainment's appeal could be without sacrificing any of your own. Steeply again turned. He did this for emphasis. Or maybe you're willingly sacrificing your own, yes? Willing volunteers and chairs? Sacrificing self for the greater and all that? By adult choice and all that? Just for the sake of causing us harm? Wouldn't even want to think about how the AFR is conducting tests of the thing. C'est ça. But not so much for content, Steeply said. Input-output's exhaustive testing. Flatto's got them working on conditions and environments for possible non-lethal viewing. Certain departments in Virginia, the developing theory is that it's holography. Die Samizdat? The filmmaker had been a cutting-edge optics man. Holography, diffraction. He'd used holography a couple times before, and in the context of a kind of filmed assault on the viewer. He was of the hostile school, or some such shit. Also a maker of reflecting panels for thermal weapons, and an important annihilator also, and a master of the capital from opticals, before hostility and film, Marat said. Steeply embraced himself. Tom Flatto's personal theory is the appeal's got something to do with density, the visual compulsion. Theories that with a really sophisticated piece of holography, you'll get the neural density of an actual stage play without losing the selective realism of the viewer screen. But the density plus the realism might be too much to take. Dick Desai, in data production, wants to go in with ALGOL and see if there are Fourier equations in the root codes ALGOL, which would signify hologrammatical activity going on. Monsieur Fautier finds the theories of content irrelevant. Steeply cocked his head sometimes in a way that was both feminine and bird-like. He did this most often during silences. Also, he again removed something small from his painted lip. Also, he spoke with more feminine inflection. Marat committed all this to his memories. Winter, B.S. 1963, Sepulveda, California. I remember I was eating lunch and reading something dull by Balzac when my father came into the kitchen and made himself a tomato juice beverage and said that as soon as I was finished, he and my mother needed my help in their bedroom.
208.
My father had spent the morning at the commercial studio and was still all in white with his wig, with its rigid white parted hair, and hadn't yet removed the television makeup that gave his real face an orange cast in daylight. I hurried up and finished and rinsed my dishes in the sink and proceeded down the hall to the master bedroom. My mother and father were both in there. The master bedroom's valance curtains and the heavy light-proof curtain behind them were all slid back and the Venetian blinds up, and the daylight was very bright in the room, the decor of which was white and blue and powder blue. My father was bent over my parents' large bed, which was stripped of bedding all the way down to the mattress protector. He was bent over, pushing down on the bed's mattress with the heels of his hands. The bed sheets and pillows and powder blue coverlet were all in a pile on the carpet next to the bed. Then my father handed me his tumbler of tomato juice to hold for him and got all the way on top of the bed and knelt on it, pressing down vigorously on the mattress with his hands and putting all his weight into it. He bore down hard on one area of the mattress, then let up and pivoted slightly on his knees and bore down with equal vigor on a different area of the mattress. He did this all over the bed, sometimes actually walking around on the mattress on his knees to get at different areas of the mattress, then bearing down on them. I remember thinking the bearing down action looked very much like emergency compression of a heart patient's chest. I remember my father's tomato juice at grains of pepperish material floating on the surface. My mother was standing at the bedroom window, smoking a long cigarette and looking at the lawn, which I had watered before I ate lunch. The uncovered window faced south. The room blazed with sunlight. "Eureka!" my father said, pressing down several times on one particular spot. I asked whether I could ask what was going on. "Goddamn bed squeaks," he said. He stayed on his knees over the one particular spot, bearing down on it repeatedly. There was now a squeaking sound from the mattress when he bore down on the spot. My father looked up and over at my mother next to the bedroom window. "Do you or do you not hear that?" he said, bearing down and letting up. My mother tapped her long cigarette into a shallow ashtray she held in her other hand. She watched my father press down on the squeaking spot. Sweat was running in dark orange lines down my father's face from under his rigid, white professional wig. My father served for 2 years as the man from Glad, representing what was then the Glad Flaccid Plastic Receptacle Company of Zanesville, Ohio, via a California-based advertising agency. The tunic, tight trousers, and boots the agency made him wear were also white. My father pivoted on his knees and swung his body around and got off the mattress and put his hand at the small of his back and straightened up, continuing to look at the mattress. "This miserable cock-sucking bed your mother felt she needed to hang on to and bring with us out here for, quote, sentimental value has started squeaking," my father said. His saying "your mother" indicated that he was addressing himself to me. He held his hand out for his tumbler of tomato juice without having to look at me. He stared darkly down at the bed. "It's driving us fucking nuts!" My mother balanced her cigarette in her shallow ashtray and laid the ashtray on the windowsill and bent over from the foot of the bed and bore down on the spot my father had isolated, and it squeaked again. "And at night this one spot here we've isolated and identified seems to spread and metastasate until the whole goddamn bed's replete with squeaks." He drank some of his tomato juice. "Areas that gibber and squeak," my father said, "until we both feel as if we're being eaten by rats." He felt along the line of his jaw. "Boiling hordes of gibbering, squeaking, ravenous, rapacious rats," he said, almost trembling with irritation. I looked down at the mattress, at my mother's hands, which tended to flake in dry climates. She carried a small bottle of moisturizing lotion at all times. My father said, "And I have personally had it with the aggravation." He blotted his forehead on his white sleeve. I reminded my father that he'd mentioned needing my help with something. At that age, I was already taller than both my parents. My mother was taller than my father, even in his boots, but much of her height was in her legs. My father's body was denser and more substantial. My mother came around to my father's side of the bed and picked the bedding up off the floor. She started folding the sheets very precisely, using both arms and her chin. She stacked the folded bedding neatly on top of her dresser, which I remember was white lacquer. My father looked at me. "What we need to do here, Jim, is take the mattress and box spring off the bed frame under here," my father said, "and expose the frame." He took time out to explain that the bed's bottom mattress was hard-framed and known uniformly as a box spring. I was looking at my sneakers and making my feet alternately pigeon-toed and then penguin-toed on the bedroom's blue carpet. My father drank some of his tomato juice and looked down at the edge of the bed's metal frame and felt along the outline of his jaw, where his commercial studio makeup ended abruptly at the turtleneck collar of his white commercial tunic. "The frame on this bed is old," he told me. "It's probably older than you are. Right now I'm thinking the thing's bolts that maybe started coming loose, and that's what's gibbering and squeaking at night." He finished his tomato juice and held the glass out for me to take and put somewhere. "So, we want to move all this top crap out of the way entirely." He gestured with one arm. "Entirely out of the way, get it out of the room, and expose the frame, and see if we don't maybe just need to tighten up the bolts." I wasn't sure where to put my father's empty glass, which had juice residue and grains of pepper along the sides. I poked at the mattress and box spring a little bit with my foot. "Are you sure it isn't just the mattress?" I said. The bed's frame's bolts struck me as a rather exotic first-order explanation for the squeaking. My father gestured broadly. "Synchronicity surrounds me. Concord," he said, "because that's what your mother thinks it is also." My mother was using both hands to take the blue pillowcases off all 5 of their pillows, again using her chin as a clamp. The pillows were all the overplump polyester fiber-filled kind because of my father's allergies. "Great minds think alike," my father said. Neither of my parents had any interest in hard science, though a great-uncle had accidentally electrocuted himself with a Field Series generator he was seeking to patent. My mother stacked the pillows on top of the neatly folded bedding on her dresser. She had to get up on her tiptoes to put the folded pillowcases on top of the pillows. I had started to move to help her, but I couldn't decide where to put the empty tomato juice glass. "But you just want to hope it isn't the mattress," Father said, "or the box spring." My mother sat down on the foot of the bed and got out another long cigarette and lit it. She carried a little leatherette snap case for both her cigarettes and her lighter. My father said, "Because a new frame, even if we can't get the bolts squared away on this one, and I have to go get a new one, a new frame, it wouldn't be too bad, see? Even top-shelf bed frames aren't that expensive, but new mattresses are outrageously expensive." He looked at my mother. "And I mean fucking outrageous." He looked down at the back of my mother's head. "And we bought a new box spring for this sad excuse of a bed not 5 years ago." He was looking down at the back of my mother's head as if he wanted to confirm that she was listening. My mother had crossed her legs and was looking with a certain concentration either at or out the master bedroom window. Our home's whole subdivision was spread along a severe hillside, which meant that the view from my parents' bedroom on the first floor was of just sky and sun and a foreshortened declivity of lawn. The lawn sloped at an average angle of 55 degrees and had to be mowed horizontally. None of the subdivision's lawns had trees yet. "Of course, that was during a seldom-discussed point in time when your mother had to assume the burden of assuming responsibility for finances in the household," my father said. He was now perspiring very heavily, but still had his white professional toupee on, and still looked at my mother. My father acted, throughout our time in California, as both symbol and spokesperson for the Glad FPR Company's individual sandwich bag division. He was the first of 2 actors to portray the man from Glad. He was inserted several times a month in a mock-up of a car interior, where he would be filmed in a tight, trans-windshield shot receiving an emergency radio summons to some household that was having a portable food storage problem. He was then inserted opposite an actress in a generic kitchen interior set where he would explain how a particular species of Glad sandwich bag was precisely what the doctor ordered for the particular portable food storage problem at issue. In his vaguely medical uniform of all white, he carried an air of authority and great evident conviction and earned what I always gathered was an impressive salary for those times, and received, for the first time in his career, fan mail, some of which bordered on the disturbing, and which he sometimes liked to read out loud at night in the living room, loudly and dramatically, sitting up with a nightcap and fan mail long after my mother and I had gone to bed. I asked whether I could excuse myself for a moment to take my father's empty tomato juice glass out to the kitchen sink. I was worried that the residue along the inside sides of the tumbler would harden into a kind of precipitate that would be hard to wash off. "For Christ's sakes, Jim, just put the thing down," my father said. I put the tumbler down on the bedroom carpet over next to the base of my mother's dresser, pressing down to create a kind of circular receptacle for it in the carpet. My mother stood up and went back over to the bedroom window with her ashtray. We could tell she was getting out of our way. My father cracked his knuckles and studied the path between the bed and the bedroom door. I said I understood my part here to be to help my father move the mattress and box spring off the suspect's bed frame and well out of the way. My father cracked his knuckles and replied that I was becoming almost frighteningly quick and perceptive. He went around between the foot of the bed and my mother at the window. He said, let's just stack it all out in the hall. Get it the hell out of here and give us some room to maneuver. Right, I said. My father and I were now on opposite sides of my parents' bed. My father rubbed his hands together and bent and worked his hands between the mattress and box spring and began to lift the mattress up from his side of the bed. When his side of the mattress had risen to the height of his shoulders, he somehow inverted his hands and began pushing his side up rather than lifting it. The top of his wig disappeared behind the rising mattress, and his side rose in an arc to almost the height of the white ceiling, exceeding 90 degrees, toppled over and began to fall over down toward me. The mattress's overall movement was like the crest of a breaking wave, I remember. I spread my arms and took the impact of the mattress with my chest and face, supporting the angled mattress with my chest, outspread arms and face. All I could see was an extreme close-up of the woodland floral pattern of the mattress protector. The mattress, a Simmons Beauty Rest whose tag said that it could not by law be removed, now formed the hypotenuse of a right dihedral triangle whose legs were myself and the bed's box spring. I remember visualizing and considering this triangle. My legs were trembling under the mattress's canted weight. My father exhorted me to hold and support the mattress. The respectively sharp plastic and meaty human smells of the mattress and protector were very distinct because my nose was mashed up against them. My father came around to my side of the bed, and together we pushed the mattress back up until it stood at 90 degrees again. We edged carefully apart, and each took one end of the upright mattress and began jockeying it off the bed and out the bedroom door into the uncarpeted hallway. This was a king-size Simmons Beauty Rest mattress. It was massive, but had very little structural integrity. It kept curving and curling and wobbling. My father exhorted both me and the mattress. It was flaccid and floppy as we tried to jockey it. My father had an especially hard time with his half of the mattress's upright weight because of an old competitive tennis injury. While we were jockeying it on its side off the bed, part of the mattress on my father's end slipped and flopped over and down onto a pair of steel reading lamps, adjustable cubes of brushed steel, attached by toggle bolts to the white wall over the head of the bed. The lamps took a solid hit from the mattress, and one cube was rotated all the way around on its toggle so that its open side and bulb now pointed at the ceiling. The joint and toggle made a painful squeaking sound as the cube was wrenched around upward. This was also when I became aware that even the reading lamps were on in the daylit room, because a faint square of direct lamplight, its four sides rendered slightly concave by the distortion of projection, appeared on the white ceiling above the skewed cube. But the lamps didn't fall off. They remained attached to the wall. "God damn it to hell!" my father said, as he regained control of his end of the mattress. My father also said, "Fucking son of a..." when the mattress's thickness made it difficult for him to squeeze through the doorway still holding his end. In time, we were able to get my parents' giant mattress out in the narrow hallway that ran between the master bedroom and the kitchen. I could hear another terrible squeak from the bedroom as my mother tried to realign the reading lamp whose cube had been inverted. Drops of sweat were falling from my father's face onto his side of the mattress, darkening part of the protector's fabric. My father and I tried to lean the mattress at a slight supporting angle against one wall of the hallway, but because the floor of the hallway was uncarpeted and didn't provide sufficient resistance, the mattress wouldn't stay upright. Its bottom edge slid out from the wall all the way across the width of the hallway until it met the baseboard of the opposite wall, and the upright mattress's top edge slid down the wall until the whole mattress sagged at an extremely concave slumped angle. A dry section of the woodland floral mattress protector stretched, drum-tight, over the slumped crease, and the springs possibly damaged by the deforming concavity. My father looked at the canted concave mattress sagging across the width of the hall, and moved one end of it a little with the toe of his boot and looked at me and said, "Fuck it." My bow tie was rumpled and at an angle. My father had to walk unsteadily across the mattress in his white boots to get back to my side of the mattress and the bedroom behind me. On his way across, he stopped and felt speculatively at his jaw. His boots sunk deep in woodland floral cotton. He said, "Fuck it," again, and I remember not being clear about what he was referring to. Then my father turned and started unsteadily back the way he had come across the mattress, one hand against the wall for support. He instructed me to wait right there, in the hallway, for 1 moment, while he darted into the kitchen at the other end of the hall on a very brief errand. His steadying hand left 4 faint, smeared prints on the wall's white paint. My parents' bed's box spring, though also king-size and heavy, had just below its synthetic covering a wooden frame that gave the box spring structural integrity, and it didn't flop or alter its shape, and after another bit of difficulty for my father, who was too thick through the middle even with the professional girdle beneath his glad costume, after another bit of difficulty for my father squeezing with his end of the box spring through the bedroom doorway, we were able to get it into the hall and lean it vertically at something just over 70 degrees against the wall, where it stayed upright with no problem. "That's the way she wants doing, Jim," my father said, clapping me on the back in exactly the ebullient way that had prompted me to have my mother buy an elastic, athletic cranial strap for my glasses. I had told my mother I needed the strap for tennis purposes, and she had not asked any questions. My father's hand was still on my back as we returned to the master bedroom. "Right then," my father said. His mood was now elevated. There was a brief second of confusion at the doorway as each of us tried to step back to let the other through first. There was now nothing but the suspect frame left where the bed had been. There was something exoskeletal and frail-looking about the bed frame, a plain, low-ratio rectangle of black steel. At each corner of the rectangle was a caster. The caster's wheels had sunk into the pile carpet under the weight of the bed and my parents, and were almost completely submerged in the carpet's fibers. Each of the frame's side had a narrow steel shelf welded at 90 degrees to its interior's base, so that a single rectangular, narrow shelf, perpendicular to the frame's rectangle, ran all around the frame's interior. This shelf was obviously there to support the bed's occupants and king-size box spring and mattress. My father seemed frozen in place. I cannot remember what my mother was doing. There seemed to be a long silent interval of my father looking closely at the exposed frame. The interval had the silence and stillness of dusty rooms immersed in sunlight. I briefly imagined every piece of furniture in the bedroom covered with sheets, and the room unoccupied for years as the sun rose and crossed and fell outside the window, the room's daylight becoming staler and staler. I could hear 2 power lawnmowers of slightly different pitch from somewhere down our subdivision street. The direct light through the master bedroom's window swam with rotating columns of raised dust. I remember it seemed the ideal moment for a sneeze. Dust lay thick on the frame and even hung from the frame's interior support shelf in little gray beards. It was impossible to see any bolts anywhere on the frame. My father blotted sweat and wet makeup from his forehead with the back of his sleeve, which was now dark orange with makeup. "Jesus, will you look at that mess?" he said. He looked at my mother. "Jesus!" The carpeting in my parents' bedroom was deep pile, and a darker blue than the pale blue of the rest of the bedroom's color scheme. I remember the carpet as more a royal blue, with a saturation level somewhere between moderate and strong. The rectangular expanse of royal blue carpet that had been hidden under the bed was itself carpeted with a thick layer of clotted dust. The rectangle of dust was gray-white and thick and unevenly layered, and the only evidence of the room's carpet below was a faint, sick, bluish cast to the dust layer. It looked as if the dust had not drifted under the bed and settled on the carpet inside the frame, but rather had somehow taken root and grown on it, upon it, the way a mold would take root and gradually cover an expanse of spoiled food. The layer of dust itself looked a little like spoiled food, bad cottage cheese. It was nauseous. Some of the dust layer's uneven topography was caused by certain lost and littered-type objects that had found their way under the bed. A fly swatter, a roughly variety-sized magazine, some bottle tops, 3 wadded Kleenex, and what was probably a sock, and gotten covered and textured in dust. There was also a faint odor, sour and fungal, like the smell of an overused bath mat.
Jesus, there's even a smell,
my father said. He made a show of inhaling through his nose and screwing up his face.
There's even a fucking smell.
He blotted his forehead and felt his jaw and looked hard at my mother. His mood was no longer elevated. My father's mood surrounded him like a field and affected any room he occupied, like an odor or a certain cast to the light.
When was the last time this got cleaned under here?
My father asked my mother. My mother didn't say anything. She looked at my father as he moved the steel frame around a little with his boot, which raised even more dust into the window's sunlight. The bed frame seemed very lightweight, moving back and forth, noiselessly on its casters, submerged wheels. My father often moved lightweight objects absently around with his foot, rather the way other men doodle or examine their cuticles. Rugs, magazines, telephone and electrical cords, his own removed shoe. It was one of my father's ways of musing or gathering his thoughts or trying to control his mood. Under what presidential administration was this room last deep cleaned? I'm standing here, prompted to fucking muse out loud, my father said. I looked at my mother to see whether she was going to say anything in reply. I said to my father, "You know, since we're discussing squeaking beds, my bed squeaks too." My father was trying to squat down to see whether he could locate any bolts on the frame, saying something to himself under his breath. He put his hands on the frame for balance and almost fell forward when the frame rolled under his weight. "But I don't think I even really noticed it until we began to discuss it," I said. I looked at my mother. "I don't think it bothers me," I said. "Actually, I think I kind of like it. I think I've gradually gotten so used to it that it's become almost comforting at this juncture," I said. My mother looked at me. "I'm not complaining about it," I said. "The discussion just made me think of it."
"Oh, we hear your bed, don't you worry,"
my father said. He was still trying to squat, which drew his corset and the hem of his tunic up and allowed the top of his bottom's crack to appear above the waist of his white pants. He shifted slightly to point up at the master bedroom ceiling.
"You so much as turn over in bed up there? We hear it down here."
He took one steel side of the rectangle and shook the frame vigorously, sending up a shroud of dust. The bed frame seemed to weigh next to nothing under his hands. My mother made a moustache of her finger to hold back a sneeze. He shook the frame again.
"But it doesn't aggravate us the way this rodential son of a whore right here does."
I remarked that I didn't think I'd ever once heard their bed squeak before, from upstairs. My father twisted his head around to try to look up at me as I stood there behind him. "But," I said, I definitely heard and could confirm the presence of a squeak when he'd pressed on the mattress, and could verify that the squeak was no one's imagination. My father held a hand up to signal me to please stop talking. He remained in a squat, rocking slightly on the balls of his feet, using the rolling frame to keep his balance. The flesh of the top of his bottom and crack area protruded over the waist of his pants. There were also deep red folds in the back of his neck, below the blunt cut of the wig, because he was looking up and over at my mother, who was resting her tailbone on the sill of the window, still holding her shallow ashtray. "Maybe you'd like to go get the vacuum," he said. My mother put the ashtray down on the sill and exited the master bedroom, passing between me and the dresser piled with bedding. If you can remember where it is," my father called after her. I could hear my mother trying to get past the king-size mattress, sagging diagonally across the hall. My father was rocking more violently on the balls of his feet, and now the rocking had the sort of rolling side-to-side quality of a ship in high seas. He came very close to losing his balance as he leaned to his right to get a handkerchief from his hip pocket, and began using it to reach out and flick dust off something at one corner of the bed frame. After a moment he pointed down next to a caster. "Bolt," he said, pointing at the side of a caster. "Right there's a bolt." I leaned in over him. Drops of my father's perspiration made small dark coins in the dust of the frame. There was nothing but smooth, lightweight, black steel surface where he was pointing. But just to the left of where he was pointing I could see what might have been a bolt, a little stalactite of clotted dust hanging from some slight protrusion. My father's hands were broad and his fingers blunt. Another possible bolt lay several inches to the right of where he pointed. His fingers trembled badly, and I believe the trembling might have been from the muscular strain on his bad knees, trying to hold so much new weight in a squat for an extended period. I heard the telephone ring twice. There had been an extended silence, with my father pointing at neither protrusion, and me trying to lean in over him. Then, still squatting on the balls of his feet, my father placed both hands on the side of the frame, and leaned out over the side into the rectangle of dust inside the frame, and had what at first sounded like a bad coughing fit. His hunched back and rising bottom kept me from watching him. I remember deciding that the reason the frame was not rolling under his hand's pressure was that my father had so much of his weight on it, and that maybe my father's nervous system's response to heavy dust was a cough signal instead of a sneeze signal. It was the wet sound of material hitting the dust inside the rectangle, plus the rising odor that signified to me that, rather than coughing, my father had been taken ill. The spasms involved made his back rise and fall and his bottom tremble under his white commercial slacks. It was not too uncommon for my father to be taken ill shortly after coming home from work to relax, but now he seemed to have been taken really ill. To give him some privacy, I went around the frame to the side of the frame closest to the window, where there was direct light and less odor, and examined another of the frame's casters. My father was whispering to himself in brief, expletive phrases between the spasms of his illness. I squatted easily and rubbed dust from a small area of the frame and wiped the dust on the carpet by my feet. There was a small carriage head bolt on either side of the plating that attached the caster to the bed frame. I knelt and felt one of the bolts. Its round, smooth head made it impossible either to tighten or loosen. Putting my cheek to the carpet and examining the bottom of the little horizontal shelf welded to the frame's side, I observed that the bolt seemed threaded tightly and completely through its hole, and I decided it was doubtful that any of the casters, platings, bolts, were producing the sounds that reminded my father of rodents. Just at this time, I remember, there was a loud cracking sound, and my area of the frame jumped violently as my father's illness caused him to faint and he lost his balance, and pitched forward and lay prone and asleep over his side of the bed frame, which, as I rolled away from the frame and rose to my knees, I saw was either broken or very badly bent. My father lay face down in the mixture of the rectangle's thick dust and the material he'd brought up from his upset stomach. The dust his collapse raised was very thick, and as the new dust rose and spread, it attenuated the master bedroom's daylight as decisively as if a cloud had moved over the sun in the window. My father's professional wig had detached and lay scalp up in the mixture of dust and stomach material. The stomach material appeared to be mostly gastric blood until I recalled the tomato juice my father had been drinking. He lay face down, with his bottom high in the air, over the side of the bed frame, which his weight had broken in half. This was how I accounted for the loud cracking sound. I stood out of the way of the dust and the window's dusty light, feeling along the line of my jaw and examining my prone father from a distance. I remember that his breathing was regular and wet, and that the dust mixture bubbled somewhat. It was then that it occurred to me that when I'd been supporting the bed's raised mattress with my chest and face, preparatory to its removal from the room, the dihedral triangle I'd imagined the mattress forming with the box spring in my body had not in fact even been a closed figure. The box spring and the floor I had stood on did not constitute a continuous plane. Then I could hear my mother trying to get the heavy canister vacuum cleaner past the angled Simmons beauty rest in the hall, and I went to help her. My father's legs were stretched out across the clean blue carpet between his side of the frame and my mother's white dresser. His feet's boots were at a pigeon-toed angle, and his bottom's crack all the way down to the anus itself was now visible because the force of his fall had pulled his white slacks down even farther. I stepped carefully between his legs. "Excuse me," I said. I was able to help my mother by telling her to detach the vacuum cleaner's attachments and hand them one at a time to me over the width of the slumped mattress where I held them. The vacuum cleaner was manufactured by Regina, and its canister, which contained the engine, bag, and evacuating fan, was very heavy. I reassembled the vacuum and held it while my mother made her way back across the mattress, then handed the vacuum cleaner back to her, flattening myself against the wall to let her pass by on her way into the master bedroom. "Thanks," my mother said as she passed. I stood there by the slumped mattress for several moments of a silence so complete that I could hear the street's lawnmowers all the way out in the hall, then heard the sound of my mother pulling out the vacuum cleaner's retractable cord and plugging it into the same bedside outlet the steel reading lamps were attached to. I made my way over the angled mattress and quickly down the hall, made a sharp right at the entrance to the kitchen, crossed the foyer to the staircase, and ran up to my room, taking several stairs at a time, hurrying to get some distance between myself and the vacuum cleaner, because the sound of vacuuming has always frightened me in the same irrational way it seemed a bed's squeak frightened my father. I ran upstairs and pivoted left at the upstairs landing and went into my room. In my room was my bed. It was narrow, a twin bed, with a headboard of wood and frame and slats of wood. I didn't know where it had come from originally. The frame held a narrow box spring and mattress much higher off the floor than my parents' bed. It was an old-fashioned bed, so high off the floor that you had to put one knee up on the mattress and clamber up into it, or else jump. That is what I did. For the first time since I had become taller than my parents, I took several running strides in from the doorway, past my shelves' collection of prisms and lenses and tennis trophies, and my scale model magneto, past my bookcase, the walls' still posters from Powell's Peeping Tom, and the closet door and my bedside's high-intensity standing lamp, and jumped, doing a full swan dive up onto my bed. I landed with my weight on my chest, with my arms and legs out from my body on the indigo comforter on my bed, squashing my tie and bending my glasses temples slightly. I was trying to make my bed produce a loud squeak, which, in the case of my bed, I knew was caused by any lateral friction between the wooden slats and the frame's interior's shelf-like slat support. But in the course of the leap and the dive, my overlong arm hit the heavy iron pole of the high-intensity standing lamp that stood next to the bed. The lamp teetered violently and began to fall over sideways away from the bed. It fell with a kind of majestic slowness, resembling a felled tree. As the lamp fell, its heavy iron pole struck the brass knob on the door to my closet, shearing the knob off completely. The round knob and half its interior hex bolt fell off and hit my room's wooden floor with a loud noise and began then to roll around in a remarkable way, the sheared end of the hex bolt stationary and the round knob rolling on its circumference, circling it in a spherical orbit, describing two perfectly circular motions on two distinct axes, a non-Euclidean figure on a planar surface, i.e., a cycloid on a sphere. The closest conventional analog I could derive for this figure was a cycloid, L'Hôpital solution to Bernoulli's famous brachistochrone problem, the curve traced by a fixed point on the circumference of a circle rolling along a continuous plane. But since here, on the bedroom's floor, a circle was rolling around what was itself the circumference of a circle, the cycloid's standard parametric equations were no longer apposite. Those equations, trigonomic expressions here, becoming themselves first-order differential equations. Because of the lack of resistance or friction against the bare floor, the knob rolled this way for a long time. As I watched over the edge of the comforter and mattress, holding my glasses in place, completely distracted from the minor D shriek of the vacuum below. It occurred to me that the movement of the amputated knob perfectly schematized what it would look like for someone to try to turn somersaults with one hand nailed to the floor. This was how I first became interested in the possibilities of annulation. The night after the chilly and sort of awkward joint Interdependence Day picnic for Enfield's Enid House Drug and Alcohol Recovery House, Somerville's Phoenix House, and Dorchester's grim New Choice Juvenile Rehab, Enid House staffer Jeanette Foltz took Ken Erdetti and Kate Gompert along with her to this one NA beginners discussion meeting, where the focus was always marijuana, how every addict at the meeting had gotten in terrible addictive trouble with it right from the first Dubois, or else how they'd been strung out on harder drugs and had tried switching to grass to get off the original drugs, but then had gotten in even terribler trouble with grass than they'd been in with the original hard stuff. This was supposedly the only NA meeting in Metro Boston explicitly devoted to marijuana. Jeanette Foltz said she wanted Erdetti and Gompert to see how completely non-unique and un-alone they were in terms of the substance that had brought them both down. There were about maybe 24 beginning recovering addicts there in the anechoic vestry of an upscale church in what Erdetti figured had to be either West Belmont or East Waltham. The chairs were arranged in NA's traditional huge circle with no tables to sit at and everybody balancing ashtrays on their knees and accidentally kicking over their cups of coffee. Everybody who raised their hand to share concurred on the insidious ways marijuana had ravaged their bodies, minds, and spirits. Marijuana destroys slowly but thoroughly, was the consensus. Ken Erdetti's joggling foot knocked over his coffee not once but twice, as the NAs took turns concurring on the hideous psychic fallout they'd all endured both in active marijuana dependency and then in marijuana detox. The social isolation, anxious lassitude, and the hyper-self-consciousness that then reinforced the withdrawal and anxiety, the increasing emotional abstraction, poverty of affect, and then total emotional catalepsy, the obsessive analyzing, finally the paralytic stasis that results from the obsessive analysis of all possible implications of both getting up from the couch and not getting up from the couch, and then the endless symptomatic gauntlet of withdrawal from delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, i.e., pot detox. The loss of appetite, the mania and insomnia, the chronic fatigue and nightmares, the impotence and cessation of menses and lactation, the circadian arrhythmia, The sudden sauna-type sweats and mental confusion and fine motor tremors. The particularly nasty excess production of saliva. Several beginners still holding institutional drool cups just under their chins. The generalized anxiety and foreboding and dread, and the shame of feeling like neither MDs nor the hard drug NAs themselves showed much empathy or compassion for the addict, brought down by what was supposed to be nature's humblest buzz, the benignest substance around. Ken or Daddy noticed that nobody came right out and used the terms melancholy or anhedonia or depression, much less clinical depression. But this worst of symptoms, this logarithm of all suffering, seemed, though unmentioned, to hang, fog-like, just over the room's heads, to drift between the peristyle columns, and over the decorative astrolabes and candles on long prickets and medieval knockoffs and framed Knights of Columbus charters, a gassy plasm so dreaded no beginner could bear to look up and name it. Kate Gompert kept staring at the floor and making a revolver of her forefinger and thumb and shooting herself in the temple, and then blowing pretend cordite off the barrel's tip until Johnette Fultz whispered to her to knock it off. As was his custom at meetings, Ken or Daddy said nothing and observed everybody else very closely, cracking his knuckles and joggling his foot. Since an NA beginner is technically anybody with under a year clean, there were varying degrees of denial and distress and general cluelessness in this plush, upscale vestry. The meeting had the usual broad demographic cross-section, but the bulk of these grass-ravaged people looked to him urban and tough and busted up, and dressed without any color sense at all. People you could easily imagine smacking their kid in a supermarket or lurking with a homemade sap in the dark of a downtown alley. Same as AA. Motley disrespectability was like the room norm, along with glazed eyes and excess spittle. A couple of the beginners still had the milky plastic ID bracelets from the psych wards they'd forgotten to cut off, or else hadn't yet gotten up the drive to do it. Unlike Boston AA, Boston NA has no mid-meeting raffle break and goes for just an hour. At the close of this Monday beginners meeting, everybody got up and held hands in a circle and recited the NA conference-approved "Just for Today." Then they all recited the Our Father, not exactly in unison. Kate Gompert later swore she distinctly heard the tattered older man beside her say, "And lead us not into Penn Station," during the Our Father. Then, just as in AA, the NA meeting closed with everybody shouting to the air in front of them to keep coming back because it works. But then, kind of horrifically, everyone in the room started milling around wildly and hugging each other. It was like somebody'd thrown a switch. There wasn't even very much conversation. It was just hugging, as far as her daddy could see. Rampant, indiscriminate hugging, where the point seemed to be to hug as many people as possible, regardless of whether you'd ever seen them before in your life. People went from person to person, arms out and leaning in. Big people stooped and short people got up on tiptoe. Jowls ground into other jowls. Both genders hugged both genders. And the male-to-male hugs were straight embraces, hugs minus the vigorous little thumps on the back that her daddy'd always seen as somehow requisite for male-to-male hugs. Johnette Fultz was almost a blur. She went from person to person. She was racking up serious numbers of hugs. Kate Gompert had her usual lipless expression of morose distaste, but even she gave and got some hugs. But her daddy, who'd never particularly liked hugging, moved way back from the throng, over up next to the NA conference-approved literature table, and stood there by himself with his hands in his pockets, pretending to study the coffee urn with great interest. But then a tall, heavy Afro-American fellow with a gold incisor and perfect vertical cylinder of Afro-American hairstyle, peeled away from a sort of group hug nearby. He'd spotted Erdeti, and the fellow came over and established himself right in front of Erdeti, spreading the arms of his fatigue jacket for a hug, stooping slightly and leaning in toward Erdeti's personal trunk region. Erdeti raised his hands in a benign, "No thanks," and backed up further so that his bottom was squashed up against the edge of the conference-approved literature table. Thanks, but I don't, particularly like to hug," he said. The fellow had to sort of pull up out of his pre-hug lean, and stood there awkwardly frozen, his big arms still out, which Erdeti could see must have been awkward and embarrassing for the fellow. Erdeti found himself trying to calculate just what remote sub-Asian locale would be the maximum possible number of kilometers away from this exact spot and moment as the fellow just stood there, his arms out, and the smile draining from his face. "Say what?" the fellow said. Erdeti proffered a hand. "Ken E., Ennet House, Enfield. How do you do? You are—" The fellow slowly let his arms down, but just looked at Erdeti's proffered hand. A single, styptic blink. "Roy, Tony," he said. "Roy, how do you do?" "What it is," Roy said. The big fellow now had his handshake hand behind his neck and was pretending to feel the back of his neck, which Erdeti didn't know was a blatant diss. "Well, Roy, if I may call you Roy, Mr. Tony, if you prefer, unless it's a compound first name, hyphenated, Roy, Tony, and then a last name. But, well, with respect to this hugging thing, Roy, it's nothing personal, rest assured." "Assured?" Erdeti's best helpless smile, and an apologetic shrug of the Gore-Tex anorak. "I'm afraid I just don't particularly like to hug. Just not a hugger. Never have been. It was something of a joke among my family." Now the ominous finger-pointing of street aggression. This Roy fellow pointing first at Erdeti's chest, and then at his own. "So, man, what you say? You saying I'm a hugger? You saying you think I go around like to hug?" Both Erdeti's hands were now up, palms out, and waggling in that bonhomic gesture of heading off all possible misunderstanding. "No, but see, the whole point is that I wouldn't presume to call you either a hugger or a non-hugger because I don't know you. I only meant to say it's nothing personal having to do with you as an individual, and I'd be more than happy to shake hands, even one of those intricate, multiple-handed ethnic handshakes, if you'll bear with my inexperience with that sort of handshake, but I'm simply uncomfortable with the whole idea of hugging." By the time Jeanette Fultz could break away and get over to them, the fellow had Erdeti by his anorak's insulated lapels and was leaning him way back over the edge of the literature table so that Erdeti's waterproof lodge boots were off the ground. And the fellow's face was right up in Erdeti's face, in a show of naked aggression. "You think I fucking like to go around hug on folks? You think any of us like this shit? We fucking do what they tell us. They tell us hugs, not drugs in here. We done motherfucking surrendered our wills in here," Roy said. "You little faggot," Roy added. He wedged his hand between them to point at himself, which meant he was now holding Erdeti off the ground with just one hand, which fact was not lost on Erdeti's nervous system. "I done had to give 4 hugs my first night here, and then I ran in the fucking can and fucking puked." "Puked?" he said. "Not comfortable? Who the fuck are you? Don't even try and tell me I'm coming over here feeling comfortable about trying to hug on your James River Traders wearing Calvin Klein aftershave smelling goofy ass motherfucking ass." Erdeti observed one of the Afro-American women who was looking on clap her hands and shout, "Talk about it!" "And now you go and disrespect me in front of my whole clean and sober set just when I gon' risk sharing my vulnerability and discomfort with you?" Jeanette Fultz was sort of pawing at the back of Roy Tony's fatigue jacket, shuddering mentally at how the report of an in-house resident assaulted at an NA meeting she'd personally brought him to would look written up in the staff log. "Now," Roy said, extracting his free hand and pointing to the vestry floor with a stabbing gesture. "Now," he said, "you gonna risk vulnerability and discomfort and hug my ass, or do I gonna fucking rip your head off and shit down your neck?" Jeanette Fultz had hold of the Roy fellow's coat now with both hands and was trying to pull the fellow off, Keds scrabbling for purchase on the smooth parquet, saying, "Yo, Roy T, man, easy there, dude, man. Essie, bro, posse, crew, Holmes, Jim, brother, he's just new is all." But by this time Eddie had both arms around the guy's neck and was hugging him with such vigor, Kate Gompert later told Joelle Van Dyne it looked like her daddy was trying to climb him. "We've lost a couple already," Steepley admitted. "During the testing? Not just volunteers. Some idiot intern in data analysis yielded to temptation and wanted to see what all the fuss was for, and got hold of Flato's I.O. Labs clearance card and went in and viewed. From among the many read-only copies of your stock of the entertainment? No great tragic loss in itself, lose some idiot child intern, c'est la guerre. The real loss was that his supervisor tried to go in after him and pull him out. Our head of data analysis himself. Hoyne, Henri, or pronounce Henry, middle initial of F, with the wife, with his adult diabetes he controls." "Did control. 20-year man, Hank. Damn good man. He was a friend. He's in 4-point restraints now. Nourishment through a tube. No desire or even basic survival-type will for anything other than more viewing." "Of eat." "I tried to visit." "With your sleeveless skirt and different breasts?" I couldn't even stand to be in the same room, see him like that. Begging for just even a few seconds, a trailer, a snatch of soundtrack, anything. His eyes wobbling around like some drug-addicted newborn. Break your fucking heart. In the next bed, restrained, the idiot intern. This was the sort of undisciplined, selfish child you like to talk about, Ramey. But Hank Hoyne was no child. I watched this man put down all sugar and treats when he first got diagnosed. Just put him down and walked away, not even a whimper or backward glance. A wheel of steel? An American adult of exemplary self-control and discretion. The sum is that is not to be played crazily about with, so. We, too, have lost persons. It is serious. The legs of the constellation of Perseus were amputated by the Earth's horizon. Perseus, he wore the hat of a jongleur, or pantalon. Hercules' head, this head was square. It was not long to dawn, also, because at 32 degrees north, Pollux and Castor became visible. They were over Marat's left shoulder, as if giants were looking over his shoulder, one of Castor's legs, inbent, in a feminine manner. "But do you ever consider?" Steepley lit another cigarette. "Fantasize, your meaning." "If it's that consuming, if it somehow addresses desires that total," Steepley said. "Not even sure I can imagine what desires that total and utter even are." Up and down upon the toes, turning above the waist only to look back at Marat. "You ever think of what it'd be like? Speculate?" "As we think of what ends the entertainment may serve, we find its efficacy tempting. You and we are tempted in different ways." Marat could identify no other southwest USA constellations except the Big Dipper, which at this latitude appeared attached to the Great Bear to form something resembling the Great Bucket or the Great Cradle. The chair gave small squeaks when he shifted his weight upon it. Steepley said, "Well, I can't say I've been tempted in the strictest sense of tempted." "Perhaps we are meaning different things, Bezis?" "Frankly, when I think of it, I'm as much terrified as I am intrigued. Hank Hoyne is an empty shell. The iron will, the analytic savvy, his love of a fine cigar, all gone. His world's as if it has collapsed into one small bright point, inner world lost to us. Look in his eyes, and there's nothing you can recognize in them. Poor Miriam. Steepley needed a bare shoulder. Willis, on the I.O. night shift, came up with a phrase for their eyes. Empty of intent. This appeared in a memo. Marat pretended to sniff. The temptation of the passive reward of Terminal P. This all seems complex to me. Terror seems part of the temptation for you. Us of Quebec's cause, we have never felt this temptation for the entertainment, or knowing. But we respect its power. Thus we do not fool crazily about. It was not that the sky was lightening so much as that the stars' light had paled. There became a sullenness about their light. Now, also, strange-looking USA insects whirred actively past from time to time, moving jaggedly and making Marat think of many wind-blown sparks. The 10th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. The following things in the room were blue. The blue checks and the blue and black checked shag carpet. 2 of the room's 6 institutional plush chairs, whose legs were steel tubes bent into big ellipses which wobbled, so that while the chairs couldn't really be rocked in, they could be sort of bobbed in, which Michael Pemulus was doing absently as he waited and scanned a printout of Eschaton's highly technical core SCAC's directory, i.e., bobbing in his chair, which produced a kind of rapid rodential squeaking that gave Howlin' Cadenza a howling fantods as he sat there kitty-corner from Pemulus, also waiting. The printout kept rotating in Pemulus's hands. Each chair had a 105-watt reading lamp attached to the back on a flexible metal stalk that let the reading lamp curve out from behind and shine right down on whatever magazine the waiting person was looking at. But since the curved lamps induced this unbearable sensation of somebody feverish right there reading over your shoulder, the magazines, some of whose covers involved the color blue, tended to stay unread, and were fanned neatly out on a low ceramic coffee table. The carpet was a product of something called Antron. Hal could see streaks of lividity where somebody'd vacuumed against the grain. Though the magazine's coffee table was non-blue, a wet nail polish red with ETA in a kind of gray escutcheon, 2 of the unsettlingly attached lamps that kept its magazines unread and neatly fanned were blue, although the 2 blue lamps were not the lamps attached to the 2 blue chairs. Dr. Charles Tavis liked to say that you could tell a lot about an administrator by the decor of his waiting room. The headmaster's waiting room was part of a little hallway in the ComEd lobby's southwest corner. The preemie violets, in an asymmetrical sprig, in a tennis ball-shaped vase, on the coffee table were arguably in the blue family. And also the over-enhanced blue of the wallpaper sky, which the wallpaper scheme was fluffy cumuli, arrayed patternlessly against an over-enhancedly blue sky. Incredibly disorienting wallpaper that was, by an unpleasant coincidence, also the wallpaper in the Enfield offices of a Dr. Zigarelli, DDS, which Hal's just come back from, after a removal. The left side of his face still feels big and dead, with this persistent sensation that he's drooling without being able to feel it or stop it. No one's sure what CT's choice of this wallpaper is supposed to communicate, especially to parents who come with prospective kids in tow to scout out ETA. But Hal loathes the sky and cloud wallpaper because it makes him feel high altitude and disoriented and sometimes plummeting. The sills and crosspieces of the waiting room's 2 windows have always been dark blue. There was a nautical blue border of braid around the bill of Michael Pemulus's jaunty yachting cap. Hal was confident Pemulus would remove the insouciant hat the minute they were called in on what was presumably going to be the carpet. Also blue, the upper border slices of sky in the framed informal photos of ETA students that hung on the walls.
209.
The chassis of Alice Moore's Intel 972 word processor with modem but no cartridge capability. Also, Ms. Moore's fingertips and lips. The ETA headmaster's receptionist and administrative assistant is known to the players as Lateral Alice Moore. In her youth, Lateral Alice Moore had been a helicopter pilot and airborne traffic reporter for a major Boston radio station, until a tragic collision with another station's airborne traffic report helicopter, plus then the cataclysmic fall to the rush hour's Jamaica Way 6-laner below, had left her with chronic oxygen debt and a neurological condition whereby she was able to move only from side to side. So, hence the sobriquet Lateral Alice Moore. An effective time killer while sitting there waiting for whatever administrators summoned you is to have Lateral Alice Moore drum rapidly on her chest and give imitations of her old Boston rush hour traffic reports in a stuttered, helicopterish reporter voice. Neither Hal, continually checking his chin for drool, nor Pemulus, scanning and bobbing, nor Ann Kittenplan, nor Trevor Axford, about whom there was today not even a hint of the color blue, are in the mood for this right now, awaiting what they presume to be some kind of administrative fallout from Sunday's horrendous eschaton fiasco. The presumption is based on who's been summoned here to wait. The two different size offices that open off the waiting room, through the open and only other door of which the dusky blue Mannington shag of the ComEd lobby is visible, belong to Dr. Charles Tavis and to Mrs. Averill Incandenza. Tavis's office's outer door is real oak and has his name and degree and title in non-blue letters so big that the total ID crowns the door's margins. There's also an inner door. Averill, whose feelings about enclosure are well known, has no door on her office. Her office is bigger than CT's, though, and has a seminar table it's always been obvious he covets. Averill's office's blue and black checkered shag is deeper than the waiting room's shag, so that the border between the two is like a mowed versus unmowed lawn. Averill serves pro bono as ETA's Dean of Academic Affairs and Dean of Females. She's in there, unenclosed right now, with pretty much every ETA female under 13 except Ann Kittenplan, whose tattooed knuckles are bruised, and who looks somehow cross-dressed in a dress and non-blue beret. Averill has vividly white hair, as of the last few months before himself's slow to say, that looks like it never went through the gray stage. It mostly didn't. And legs whose taper you can see T. Axford is appraising with the frankness of adolescence as she paces a bit in front of the crowded seminar table, in full, if kind of oblique-angled view of the people in the waiting room.
210.
Though it's not technically in the waiting room with Hal, the plastic, fine-tip, felt pen Averill taps professionally against her incisors as she paces and considers is blue. Administrative diddle checks have been required at all North American tennis academies since the infamous case of Coach R. Bill Touchy Feely at California's Rolling Hills Academy, whose hair-raising diary and collection of telephotos and tiny panties, discovered only after his disappearance into the Humboldt County hill country with a 13-year-old companion, created what might be conservatively termed a climate of concern among the continent's tennis parents. At the Enfield Tennis Academy for the last 4 years, Dr. Dolores Rusk is supposed to hold a kind of distaff community meeting with all female players judged naive and moppetish enough to be potential diddlees. The youngest of these is Rhode Island's pint-sized Tina Echt, just 7, but a true cannibal off the backhand side, to interface in a discreet but nurturingly empowering group setting, etc., and nip any potential Feelyisms in the bud. monthly diddle checks are in Rusk's contract because they are in ETA's ONANTA accreditation charter. Dean of Females, Avril M. Cadenza, presides over the diddle check when Dr. Rusk is otherwise engaged, and Rusk is so very rarely legitimately engaged that the fact that it's the moms doing diddle prevention duty today leads Hal to fear that Rusk is maybe in there in the headmaster's office, getting ready to be in on the upcoming disciplinary scene. CT would have to be really upset to want to have Rusk included. Rusk might be there more for CT than for any studential psyches. Accental has his eyes closed and is repeating a mnemonic limerick about Brewster's angle for the Leith-taught quadrivial colloquium Reflections on Refraction. Michael Pemulus is still scanning a serrated scroll of End Stataxiomatic Pink Sub 2, which looks to be all math in spiky brackets, and bobbing and ignoring Ann Kittenplan's murderous looks and tubercular throat clearings at the squeaking of his bobbing blue chair. You can tell Pemulus really is studying because he keeps turning something upside down and then right side up. Hal declines to share his Rusk being in there with Tavis worries with Michael Pemulus, not just because Hal avoids ever mentioning Rusk's name, but also because Pemulus loathes Rusk with a hard and gem-like flame, and though he'd never admit it, is already clearly nauseated with worry that he's going to get the lion's share of the blame for damage to Lord and Postlethwaite, and not only receive corrective on-court discipline, but maybe get denied a spot on the trip to Tucson's Whataburger, or worse.
211.
Avril is indirect but syntactically crisp, with the couple dozen little girls in there, probing. The girls' outfits involve blue at many levels of hue and intensity and varied combination. Avril Incandenza's voice is higher on the register than one would expect from a woman so imposingly tall. It is high and sort of airy. Oddly insubstantial is the ETA consensus. Oren says one reason Avril dislikes music is that whenever she hums along she sounds insane. The absence of a door to the mom's office means you might as well be in there, in terms of being able to hear what's going on. She has little sense of spatial privacy or boundary, having been so much alone so much when a child. Lateral Alice Moore wears a sort of surreal combination of black lycra spandex and filmy green tulle. The portable stereo headphones she wears, entering what appear to be response macros for 80-plus received invitations to next week's Whataburger Invitational, are powder blue. Her typing is clearly in sync with something's backbeat. Her lips and cheek points are the vague robin's egg of cyanosis. Just why Michael Pemulus hates Dr. Rusk is unclear and seems free-floating. Hal gets a different answer from Pemulus every time. Hal himself feels uncomfortable around Dolores Rusk and avoids her, but isn't aware of any particular reason for being uncomfortable around her. But Pemulus positively detests Rusk. It was Pemulus who'd dickied in at night and hooked a Delco battery up to the inside brass knob of her locked office door at age 15, Rusk's office door, the first door over in the other little hallway at the lobby's northeast corner, next to the shift nurse's office and infirmary, then exiting Rusk's office by a window and thorny hedge, which Pemulus was extremely fortunate no one but Hal and Shocked, and maybe Mario, knew he authored the hot knob, because the whole scheme turned quickly disastrous, because it was an elderly Brighton Irish cleaning lady who got to the hot knob first at like 0500 hours, and it turned out Pemulus had seriously undercalculated the brass-conducted Delco voltage involved, and if the cleaning lady hadn't been wearing yellow rubber cleaning lady gloves, she would have ended up with way worse than the permanent perm and irreversible crossed eyes she regained consciousness with. And the cleaning lady's ward boss was Upper Brighton's infamous FX Follow That Ambulance burn, rapacious personal injury JD. And the Academy's workman's comp premiums had skyrocketed, and the whole thing was still in litigation. Avril had to shoot an office door even before the cleaning lady kertwang for simple enclosure reasons. Recrossed legs and closer inspection reveal that Trevor Axford's left sock, though not his right sock, is blue. Sinistral, his right hand missing digits from a fireworks accident 3 Interdependence days past. Axe handle is several centimeters shorter than Howlin' Cadenza, and is a true red-headed person. With copper-colored hair and that moist, white, freckle-chalked skin that even through 2 layers of summer pledge only reddens and peels. Plus there's the matter of the enormous and forever chapped lips. And as a tennis player, he is like a less effective version of John Wayne. He does nothing but blast from the baseline without discernible spin. He's a junior from Short Beach, Connecticut, and under enormous family pressure to continue the male Axford tradition of getting Yale, and is academically so marginal that he knows his only chance to go to Yale is to play tennis for Yale, which would effectively blow any chance at a show-level future, and is high-ranked but has set his competitive sights on nothing past a ride offer to Yale. Though Ingersoll's informally in Hal's big buddy contingent, he's technically in axe handles. They're both aware. And Hal's a little uncomfortable about his relief that none of the real eschaton casualties were technically his buddies.
212.
The only real thing Axford and Hal have in common on the court is a curious habit of refusing to ask for help from other courts when their balls go astray.
213.
Pemulus has finally quit with the bobbing and folded the printout scroll of pink sub-2 into a big, ragged square, and has sidled over to lateral Alice Moore's horseshoe-shaped desk, and is bantering with her very casually, looking all around him as he banters, trying subtly to feel her out, regarding whether maybe one of these Whataburger Jr. Invitational invitations stacked cruciform, female athwart male, in lateral Alice's inbox, concerns anybody with the male initials MMP by any chance. Pemulus and Moore would be less tight if she knew he dickied in at night and used her watts and modem, though she's very laid-back and easygoing, and not at all like the little framed thing by her name plaque with a scowling woman saying, "I've got one nerve left and you're getting on it." The little cartoon is just a standard like office worker gag. She'd summoned them out of 6th hour with the same ancient intercom and mic system Troeltsch and others get to commandeer for Saturday's WETA. Troeltsch has had to be prohibited from playing with her chair, and her transmitted voice had not been ungentle. Hal's face's left side feels queerly inflated. But then when he runs his right hand over it, it's always regulation size. Administrative assistants worth their health benefits are synaptically evolved to the point where they can banter, accept compliments on a spandex and tulle ensemble, effortlessly deflect unauthorized info probes, listen to something bass-intensive on personal stereo headphones, and word process effortlessly to the headphone's backbeat, all simultaneously. Lateral Alice Moore's bluish fingertips make her painted nails 10 little sunsets. Lateral Alice Moore's desk's chair's wheels fit on a track with an electrified third rail so she can slide from one corner of the horseshoe's arc to the other, more or less laterally, at the touch of a Cerise desktop button. For post-Delco incident legal reasons, the name plaque on her reception desk has "Danger, Third Rail," instead of the name Lateral Alice Moore. Hal can hear Avril saying, "Now, if I speak to all of you very gently about being touched by a tall person in an uncomfortable way, will you know what I mean? Have any of you been kissed, or nuzzled, or hugged, or rubbed, or pinched, or probed, or fondled, or in any way touched by a tall person in a way that's made you uncomfortable?" Hal can see one of his mom's stockinged legs, terminating in a trim ankle and a very white Reebok, extruding from stage right into the frame of the empty doorway. The Reebok, tapping patiently, and one arm crossed over Avril's chest, and the other arm's elbow resting on that arm, and fluttering in and out of view as Avril taps at her teeth with a blue pen.
"Grandma pinches my cheek,"
one girl volunteers. She'd actually raised her hand to be called on. Her wrist, with its touching little blue terry wristband. Hal hasn't seen so many pigtails and button noses and small berry-shaped mouths convened in one indoor place in who knows how long. Very few of the sneakered feet reach all the way to the thick shag in there. Much leg dangling and absent, uncomfortable sneaker swinging. A couple fingers in nostrils and absent contemplation. Anne Kittenplan in her blue chair is coolly appraising the little wash-offable tattoos she applies daily to the knuckles of her hands.
"Not quite what we're trying to speak of together right now, Erica,"
from someplace above the tapping foot and in and out arm. Hal knows the register and inflections of his mother's voice so well, it almost makes him uncomfortable. His left ankle gives a sick squeak when he flexes it. Cords in his left forearm stand out and subside as he squeezes his tennis ball. The left side of his face feels like something far away that means him harm and is coming gradually closer. He can make out just the whistly fricatives of Charles Tavis's distant voice from behind his double office doors. It sounds somehow like he's speaking to more than one person in there. Charles Tavis's office's inner door also has the ID, Dr. Charles Tavis, on it, and below that his ETA motto about the man who knows his limitations, having none.
"She does it really hard,"
rebuts what must be Erica Cerise.
"I've seen her do it,"
what sounds like Jolene Crease confirms.
And another, "I hate that. I hate it when some adult pats my head like I'm a schnauzer. The next adult that calls me adorable is in for a really unpleasant surprise, let me tell you. I hate it when my hair is tousled or smoothed in any way. Kittenplan's tall. Kittenplan gives Indian rub burns after lights out."
Avril gives them verbal space, tries gently to steer the topic closer to true feelyism. She's subtle and very good with small children.
"That my daddy gives me these small little shoves in the small of the back when he wants me to go into rooms. It's like he influences me into rooms from behind. This tiny little irritating push. That makes me want to let him have it in the shin."
"Mm-hmm," Avril muses. It's impossible not to overhear, because things out in the waiting room right now are so comparatively silent, except for the tiny hiss of lateral Alice Moore's disengaged headphones and the conspiratorial murmur of Michael Pemulus trying to get her to drum on her chest and describe I-93 South's Neponset exit ramp as one very long, thin parking lot. Things are so quiet because the anxiety level in Tavis's waiting room is high. "You're all in for some serious pukers is my prediction," Anne Kittenplan had said to Pemulus, as they all first answered the intercom summons, which was also about the time that Pemulus started in with the rodential chair squeaking that made one half of Kittenplan's face spasm. One of the tricky and sinister things about corrective discipline at a tennis academy is that punishments can take the form of what might look like straight-out athletic conditioning. Quod vide, the drill sergeant telling the recruit to drop and give him 50, etc. But this is why Gerhard Stitt and his prorectors are way more feared than Ogilvy, or Richardson, Levy, O'Brien, Chawaff, or any of the regular academics. It's not just that Stitt's corporal reputation preceded him here. It's that Stitt and DeLint make out the daily schedules for AM drills and PM matches and resistance training and conditioning runs, but especially the AM drills. Certain drills are well known to be nothing more than attitude adjusters, designed to do nothing but dramatically lower life quality for a few minutes. Too brutal to be assigned on the daily basis that would contribute to genuine aerobic conditioning. Drills like the disciplinary version of tap and whack are known to the kids simply as pukers.
214.
Puker drills are really meant to do nothing but hurt you and make you think long and hard before repeating whatever you did to merit them. But they're still, to all outward appearances, exempt from any kind of Eighth Amendment protest or sniveling calls home to parents, insidiously, since they can be described to parents and police alike as just drills, assigned for your overall cardiovascular benefit, with all the actual sadism completely sub rosa.
215.
Kitten Plan's prediction that the upperclassmen are going to wear the whole brown helmet for the Eschaton free-for-all is hopefully rebuttable by Pemulus's observation that Eschaton's extracurricular impulse and structure had been firmly in place before any of them even enrolled. All Michael Pemulus had done was codify basic principles and impose a sort of matrix of decidable strategy. Maybe helped create a mythology and established, mostly through personal example, a certain level of expectation. All Hal'd done was act as amanuensis on a lousy manual. The Interdependence Day combatants had been out there of their own volition. Pemulus and Axford had gotten Hal to write out most of all this in a maximally rhetorical diction, which Pemulus had then embedded in a pink sub-2 printout so he could carry it around and study it, and have it all nailed down before Tavis tried any boom-lowering. The strategy is to let Pemulus do all the talking, but let Hal interject at will, the voice of reason. Good cop, bad. Axford's been instructed to count the antron fibers between his shoes the whole time they're in there. Hal has no idea what it might signify that the headmaster's summons hasn't come for almost 48 hours. It might be odd that it hadn't once occurred to him to see Tavis personally, or to go to the headmaster's house and ask the moms for intercession or info. It's not like he had the urge but resisted it. It hadn't even occurred to him. For somebody who not only lives on the same institutional grounds as his family, but also has his training and education and pretty much his whole overall raison d'etre directly overseen by relatives, Hal devotes an unusually small part of his brain and time ever thinking about people in his family qua family members. Sometimes when he'll be chatting with somebody in the endless registration line for a tournament, or at a post-meet dance or something, and somebody'll say something like, "How's Avril getting along?" Or, "I saw Oren kicking the ever-living shit out of the ball on an ONANFL highlights cartridge last week." There will be this odd, tense moment where Hal's mind will go utterly blank, and his mouth slack and flabby, working soundlessly, as if the names were words on the tip of his tongue. Except for Mario, about whom Hal will talk your ear off, it's almost like some ponderous, creaky machine has to get up and running for Hal even to think about members of his immediate family as standing in relation to himself. It's a possible reason Hal avoids Dr. Dolores Rusk, who always wants to probe him on issues of space and self-definition, and something she keeps calling the Coatlicue complex.
216.
Hal's maternal half-uncle, Charles Tavis, is a little like the late himself in that Tavis's CV is a back-and-forth, but not indecisive mix of athletics and hard science. ABA and doctorate in engineering, an MBA in athletics administration. In his professional youth, Tavis had put them together as a civil engineer, his specialty the accommodation of stress through patterned dispersal, i.e., distributing the weight of gargantuan athletic spectatorial crowds, i.e., he'd say, he'd handled large live audiences. He'd been, in his own small way, a minor pioneer in polymer-reinforced cement and mobile fulcra. He'd been on design teams for stadia and civic centers and grandstands and micrological-looking superdomes. He'd admit up front that he'd been a far better team player engineer than out there up front stage center in the architectural limelight. He'd apologize profusely when you had no idea what that sentence meant, and say maybe the obfuscation had been unconsciously deliberate, out of some kind of embarrassment over his first and last limelighted architectural supervision up in Ontario, before the rise of ON-Aonite interdependence, when he designed the Toronto Blue Jays novel and much ballyhooed Skydome ballpark and hotel complex. Because Tavis had been the one to take the lion's share of the heat when it turned out that Blue Jays spectators in the stands, many of them innocent children wearing caps and pounding their little fists into the gloves they'd brought with hopes of nothing more exotic than a speared foul ball, that spectators at a distressing number of different points all along both foul lines could see right into the windows of guests having various and sometimes exotic sex in the hotel bedrooms over the center field wall. The bulk of the call for Tavis's rolling head had come, he'd tell you, when the cameraman in charge of the Skydome's instant replay video scoreboard, disgruntled or professionally suicidal or both, started training his camera on the bedroom windows and routing the resultant multi-limbed coital images up onto the 75-meter scoreboard, screen, etc., sometimes in slow motion, and with multiple replays, etc. Tavis will admit his reluctance to talk about it still after all this time. He'll confess that his usual former career summary is to say just that he'd specialized in athletic venues that could safely and comfortably seat enormous numbers of live spectators, and that the market for his services had bottomed out as more and more events were designed for cartridge dissemination and private home viewing, which, he'll point out, is not technically untrue so much as just not entirely open and forthcoming. Lateral Alice Moore is printing out Whataburger RSVPs. The Intel 972 is cutting edge, but she clings to a hideous, old, dot matrix printer she refuses to replace, as long as Dave Hardy can keep it going. It's the same with the intercom system and its antiquated iron stand-up mic that Troeltsch says is an affront to the whole broadcasting profession. Lateral Alice has queer, eccentric pockets of intransigence and Ludditism, due possibly to her helicopter crash and neurologic deficits. The printer's needly sound fills the waiting room. Hal finds he can be confident of his face's symmetry and saliva only when he sits there with his right hand over his left cheek. Each line of Alice's printed response sounds like some sort of supposedly unrippable fabric getting ripped over and over, a dental and life-denying sound. For Hal, the general deal with his maternal uncle is that Tavis is terribly shy around people and tries to hide it by being very open and expansive and wordy and bluff, and that it's excruciating to be around. Mario's way of looking at it is that Tavis is very open and expansive and wordy, but so clearly uses these qualities as a kind of protective shield that it betrays a frightened vulnerability, almost impossible not to feel for. Either way, the unsettling thing about Charles Tavis is that he's possibly the openest man of all time. Orrin, in Marlon Bain's view, was always that CT was less like a person than like a sort of cross-section of a person. Even the moms, Hal could remember, relating anecdotes about how, as a teenager, when she'd taken the child CT or been around him at Quebecois functions or gatherings involving other kids, the child CT had been too self-conscious and awkward to join right in with any group of the kids clustered around, talking or plotting or whatever. And so Avril said she'd watched him just kind of drift from cluster to cluster and lurk around creepily on the fringe, listening, but that he'd always say, loudly, in some lull in the group's conversation, something like, "I'm afraid I'm far too self-conscious really to join in here, so I'm just going to lurk creepily at the fringe and listen, if that's all right, just so you know." And so on. But, so, the point is that Tavis is an odd and delicate specimen, both ineffectual and in certain ways fearsome as a headmaster, and being a relative guarantees no special predictive insight or quarter, unless certain maternal connections are exploited, the thought of doing which literally does not occur to Hal. This odd blankness about his family might be one way to manage a life where domestic and vocational authorities sort of bleed into each other. Hal squeezes his tennis ball like a madman, sitting there in the needly print-out noise, right palm against his left cheek, an elbow hiding his mouth, wanting very much to go first to the pump room, and then to brush vigorously with his portable collapsible Oral-B. A quick chew of Kodiak is out of the question for several reasons. The only other time this year that Hal was officially summoned to the headmaster's waiting room had been in late August, right before convocation and during orientation period, when YDAU's new kids were coming in and wandering around clueless and terrified, etc., and Tavis had wanted Hal to take temporary charge of a 9-year-old kid coming in from somewhere called Philo, Illinois, who was allegedly blind, the kid, and apparently had cranium issues, from having originally been one of the infantile natives of Ticonderoga, New York, evacuated too late, and had several eyes and various stages of evolutionary development in his head, but was legally blind, but still an extremely solid player, which is all kind of a long tale in itself, given that his skull was apparently the consistency of a Chesapeake crab shell, but the head itself was so huge it made Boo Boo look microcephalic, and the kid apparently had on-court use of only one hand, because the other had to pull around beside him a kind of rolling IV stand appliance with a halo-shaped metal brace welded to it at head height to encircle and support his head. But anyway, Tex Watson and Thorpe had broken CT down over the kid's admission and tuition waiver, and CT now figured the kid would need, to say the least, some extra help getting oriented, literally, and he wanted Hal to be the one to take him in hand, again, literally. It turned out a couple days later that the kid had some kind of either family or cerebrospinal fluid crisis at home in rural Illinois, and wasn't matriculating now till the spring term. But back in August, Hal had sat in the very chair Trevor Axford is now nodding off in, very late in the day, like dusk, having had an informal exhibition match with the visiting Latvian satellite pro go an encouraging 3 sets. So that he'd missed Mrs. C's stuffed peppers at supper, his stomach making those where's the food noises from around the transverse colon, alone in the blue room, waiting and chair-bobbing reflexively with lateral Alice Moore gone home to her long apartment with rooms only 2 meters wide in Newton, and an opaque plastic dust thing wrapped tight over her Intel processor, and intercom console, and the little red danger light on her danger third rail plaque unlit, and the only lights besides the weak dusk outside were the hot 105 watts of his chairback's creepy, blue-shaded magazine lamp, plus the multiple lamps on in Charles Tavis's office. Tavis has a phobic thing about overhead lighting, as Tavis was doing a late-day intake interview on impossibly tiny little Tina Echt, who just matriculated this fall at age 7. His doors were open because it was a brutal August, and D.V. Hardy had somehow rigged lateral Alice's air conditioner vent in the waiting room so it really put out. Tavis's office's outer door opened out, while the inner door opened in, which gave his little inter-door vestibule kind of a jaw-like quality when exposed. August YDAU had been when Hal's chronic left ankle had been almost the worst it's ever been, after an irrumpant but grueling summer tour of getting to at least the quarters of just about everything, mostly on hard asphalt.
217.
And he could feel his pulse in the vessels and the raw ligaments of the ankle as he sat flipping the shiny pages of a New World Tennis and watching the little ad cards fall out and flutter. But he also couldn't help exploiting the open-jawed view of a substantial section of Charles Tavis at his office desk, looking, as usual, oddly foreshortened and small, and with his hands together on the massive desktop across from a partial profile view of a girl, who looked like she couldn't be much more than 5 or 6, preparing to receive intake papers as she listened to Tavis. There'd been no Echt parents or guardians anywhere in view. Some kids just get dropped off. Sometimes the parents' cars barely even stop, just slow down, throw gravel as they accelerate away. Tavis's desk drawers have squeaky casters. Jim Struck's folks, Lincoln, hadn't even much slowed. Struck had been helped to his feet and taken immediately to the locker room to shower the gravel out of his hair. Hal had been in charge of his orientation, too, when Struck transferred, booted out of Palmer Academy after his pet tarantula, named Simone, another long story, escaped, and wouldn't even have dreamed of biting the headmaster's wife if she hadn't screamed and passed out and fallen right on it, Struck explained as Hal helped pick up suitcases tumbled all over the drive. Like many gifted bureaucrats, Hal's mother's adoptive brother Charles Tavis is physically small in a way that seems less endocrine than perspectival. His smallness resembles the smallness of something that's farther away from you than it wants to be, plus is receding.
218.
This weird appearance of recessive drift, together with the compulsive hand movements that followed his quitting smoking some years back, helped contribute to the quality of perpetual frenzy about the man. A kind of locational panic that it's easy to see explains not only Tavis's compulsive energy — he and Averill, pretty much the dynamic duo of compulsion between them, sleep in their second-floor rooms in the headmaster's house, separate rooms, tend to sleep between them about as much as any one normal insomniac, but maybe also contributes to the pathological openness of his manner. The way he thinks out loud about thinking out loud, a manner Ortho Stites can imitate so eerily that he's been prohibited by the male 18s from doing his Tavis impression in front of the younger players, for fear that the littler kids will find it impossible to take the real Tavis seriously, at the times he needs to be taken seriously. As for the older kids, Stites can make them all double up now merely by shielding his eyes with his hand and assuming a horizontal scan expression whenever Tavis heaves into view, seeming to recede even as he bears down. CT as headmaster always has a number of introductory questions for matriculants, and Hal, now, in November, can't remember which one of these Tavis opened with ect, but he remembers seeing the little girl's sucker stick sweep the air, and a plastic Mr. Bouncity Bounce, no pierce earring, swing wildly as she shook her head.
219.
Hal marveled at her size. How high could somebody this little be ranked, even regionally, in 12s? And then, yes, the sumptuous squeak of Tavis's big seagrass chair coming back forward as his elbows took his weight, and he laced his fingers together out across meters of polymer-reinforced shale desktop, custom-designed. The headmaster's smile as he leaned back, though hidden from Hal because of the shadow of the office's enormous stair blaster,
220.
was nevertheless audible because of the thing with Charles Tavis's teeth, about which maybe the less said the better. Looking discreetly in, Hal had felt an involuntary rush of affection for CT. His maternal uncle's hair was straight and very precisely combed over, and his little mustache was never quite symmetrical. One eye was also set at a slightly different angle than the other, so that besides holding his hand up to scan, Stice would also cock his head slightly to the side whenever CT came near. Hal's involuntary grin is lopsided and only half felt now, remembering. The axe handle sitting there, slumped with his fist to his chin, a posture that he thinks makes him look meditative, but that really makes him look in utero. And Kitten Plan is chewing at her knuckles tattoos, which is what she does, instead of washing them off. Then Ortho Stice had entered the hot waiting room, shirt wet and crew cut matted from the courts and toting his Wilsons, and made right for the AC vents downdraft outside Tavis's little vestibule. Stice's clothes were comped by Fila, and when he played any sort of match he wore all black, and at ETA, and on the tour, was known as the Darkness. He had a crew cut and the beginnings of jowls. He and Hal exchanged the very slight sorts of nods people use when they like each other past all need for politeness. They had similar games, although most of Stice's touch was at the net. Stice raised one hand to his eyes and cocked his head slightly in the direction of the office's lamplight. "The little guy going to be a long time in there?" "You have to ask?" Tavis was saying, "What actually we do for you here is to break you down in very carefully selected ways. Take you apart as a little girl and put you back together again as a tennis player who can take the court against any little girl in North America without fear of limitation, with a perspective unmarred by the eyelashes of whatever pockets you brought here. A little girl now who can regard the court as a mirror whose reflection holds no illusions or fear for you." "Now the thing with the skull," Stice said. Hal had watched goose flesh rise on Stice's arms and legs as he stood under the cold air and faced up and breathed, hugging his gear to his chest. "One possible way of couching it is to choose to say that we will take apart your skull very gently and reconstruct a skull for you that will have a highly developed bump of clarity and a slight concave dent where the fear instinct used to be. I'm doing my best to cast all this in terms the you are right now can be comfortable with, Tina, though I need to tell you I feel uncomfortable adjusting a presentation toward or down toward anyone in any way, since I'm terribly vain, both as a man and an educator, about my reputation for candor," Tavis said, the audible smile. "It is one of my limitations." Stice withdrew without even having to say goodbye to Hal. They were at complete ease with one another. It had been a bit different the year before, when Hal was still in boys' 16s. Hal heard Stice say something to somebody out in the lobby. Part of CT's impression of distance, just past the eye's focal length, was the fact that the two sides of his face didn't quite go together. It wasn't as drastic as a stroke victim's face, or a deformity. The subtlety of it was part of it, the essential vagueness about himself that Tavis fought by sort of peeling his skull back and exposing his brain to you without any sort of warning or invitation. It was part of the man's preoccupied frenzy. Between Ortho Stice's exit and the mom's entry, Hal had been flexing the ankle and watching the swelling shift slightly under the multiple socks. He stood and put his weight on the ankle experimentally a couple times, and then sat back down and flexed it, watching the swelling very intently. The way he knew suddenly that he was going to go down and get high in secret in the pump room before showering was that it hadn't occurred to him to ask the darkness about making some sort of arrangements to eat together, since Stice had missed supper too. His viscera were putting out the sound of one of those tea kettles that doesn't have a whistle and so just rumbles as it boils. A competitive athlete cannot skip meals without terrific metabolic distress. After a little while, Avril Incandenza, ETA's Dean of Academic Affairs, had lowered her head under the waiting room's jamb and come in, looking fresh and totally untouched by the heat. She had one of the orientation packets in its customary red and gray binder. The moms always had this way of establishing herself in the exact center of any room she was in, so that from any angle she was somehow in the line of all sight. It was part of her, and so, to that extent, dear to Hal. But it was noticeable and kind of unsettling. His brother Orrin, during a late-night round of family trivia, had once described Avril as the black hole of human attention. Hal had been pacing, rising up on the toes of the left foot, trying to gauge the exact level of physical discomfort he was feeling. That's when she came in. Hal and the moms always greeted each other, kind of extravagantly. When Avril entered a room, any sort of pacing reduced to orbiting, and Hal's pacing became vaguely circular around the waiting room's perimeter, as Avril rested her tailbone on the receptionist's desk, and crossed her ankles, and produced her cigarette case. Her manner always became very casual and almost sort of male when she and Hal were alone in a room. She watched him walk. The ankle? He hated himself for exaggerating the limp even slightly. Tender. Sore at the very worst. More like tender. No, now, no need to cry. C.T. was exclaiming as he knelt at the side of the chair, from which little legs dangled and were spasming around. "I didn't mean literally break as in break open your head, Tina. Oh, no. Please let me acknowledge that this is totally my fault, my dear, for presenting what we'll be up to here in just exactly the wrong sort of light." Avril had casually produced a 100-millimeter Rodney from the flat brass case and tamped it on an unlined knuckle. Hal produced no lighter. Neither of them had looked toward Tavis's office's maw. Avril's smock-type dress was blue cotton, with a kind of scalloped white doily around the shoulders, and white stockings and painfully white Reebok cross-trainers. "I am horrified that I've made you cry like this." Tavis's voice had assumed that stressed character of issuing from the end of a long corridor. "Just please know that a totally unthreatening lap is available if you want a lap, is all I can think of to say." Avril always smoked with her smoking arm up, an elbow resting in the crook of the other arm. She would frequently hold a Rodney just this same way, without lighting it or even putting it in her mouth. She permitted herself to smoke only in her ETA office and headmaster's house study, and one or two other venues outfitted with air filtration equipment. Her posture that night, with her coccyx against something and looking down the length of her legs, was awfully close to the way himself used to stand around. She indicated C.T.'s door with her head. "I gather he's been in there a while?" Hal despised even the very slight suggestion of whine that came in. "I've been waiting here coming up on an hour." And that he liked it a little, that she looked pained for him, as her tiny eyebrows, unplucked, just naturally tiny and arched, went up. "You've had nothing to eat then yet?" "I was summoned." Tavis's voice in there. "I'll invite you right here and now to sit on my lap and let me make such soothing sounds as, there, there, there." "Want my mommy and daddy?" Avril said. "That's the old Tom making those sounds then, and not the air conditioner?" With that smile that was also a kind of wince. "Couldn't even start to describe the sounds coming from down there, like that whistleless kettle himself used to leave on when—" An apple appeared from a deep pocket in her smock. "Happen to have a spare Granny Smith here. Attack body to soul while we wait." He smiled tiredly at the big green apple. "Moms, that's your apple. That's all you're going to eat between 12 and 23, I happen to know." Avril made a distended gesture. "Stuffed. Huge lunch with a set of parents not 3 hours ago. I've been staggering around since." Looking at the apple like she had no idea where it even come from. "I'll probably pitch this out." "You will not." "Please." Rising from the desk's edge, without seeming to use muscles, apple held out like something distasteful. Cigarette down at her side, where it would be putting a hole in the smock if lit. "You'd be doing both of us a favor." "This drives me bats. You know this drives me bats." Orrin and Hal's term for this routine is politeness roulette. This mom's thing that makes you hate yourself for telling her the truth about any kind of problem because of what the consequences will be for her. It's like to report any sort of need or problem is to mug her. Orrin and Hal had this bit during family trivia sometimes. "Please, I'm not using this oxygen anyway." "What? This old limb? Take it. In the way all the time. Take it." "But it's a gorgeous bowel movement, Mario. The living room rug needed something. I didn't know what till right this very moment." The special, fantotish chill of feeling both complicit and obliged. Hal despised the way he always reacted, taking the apple, pretending to pretend his reluctance to eat her supper was a pretense. Orrin believed she did it all on purpose, which was way too easy. He said she went around with her feelings out in front of her with an arm around the feelings' windpipe and a Glock 9mm to the feelings' temple, like a terrorist with a hostage daring you to shoot. The moms held the red binder out to Hal without moving. Have you seen Alice's new packets?" The apple was good sour, but perfumey from the pocket of the mom's smock, and it stimulated a torrent of saliva. The binder had different little informal and action photos from the waiting room walls, and off-prints of clippings, and 3 rings for the packet of guidelines and honor code pledges, all done up by Moore in a Gothic italics. Hal looked up from the binder, indicating CT's office with his head. "You're taking the girl around yourself?" "We're encouragingly short-staffed. Thierry and Donnie won their qualifying round at Hartford, so they're staying over." She leaned way forward and looked in at CT, so he could see she was out here. She smiled. Hal followed her look. "The girl's name's Tina something, and she'll come up to about your knee." "Echt," Avril said, looking at something on a printout. Hal looked at her while he chewed. "You don't like her already?" "Tina Echt, Pawtucket. Father apparently some sort of unleavened baker. Mother a public relations person for the Red Sox AAA baseball there." Hal had to wipe his chin as he smiled. "AAA, not AAA." Avril was leaning forward at the waist with the binder to her breast the way females hold flat things, still trying to catch the headmaster's eye. Hal said, "Troelch finally has some competition in the repulsive last name department." "Lord, she is a small one, isn't she?" "I can't see her being more than maybe 5. "Oh, golly, let's see. Age 7, high IQ, somewhat impoverished-looking MMPI, played out of Providence, Racket, and Bath in East Providence, ranked 31st in Eastern 12s as of June." "She can't be much taller than her damn stick out there when she plays. Shit's gonna keep her here, what, 12 years? "The girl's father has been calling about admission for her for over 2 years, Charles said." "He was doing that thing about taking skulls apart, and she yelled bloody murder." Avril's laugh's onset was high-pitched and alarming and distinctive, so now at least CT would for sure know the moms was out here waiting, and would wind things up and maybe get to Hal so Hal could go get high in secret. "Well, good for her," Avril said. The orbit took him around lateral Alice Moore's desk in a kind of thick ellipse. Every time his left foot came down, he either dipped down or raised up briefly to tiptoe, flexing the ankle. 10 years here and she'll lose her mind. If she starts at 7, she'll either be ready for the show at 14, or by 14 she'll start getting that burned-out look that makes you want to wave your hand in front of her face. There was the sound of Tavis's squeaky right Nunn Bush pacing faster, which meant real conclusion. "I'm going to predict it's probably hard to see yourself as a great athlete at this stage, Tina. Not being able to see over the net yet. But possibly even harder to see yourself as providing entertainment, engaging people's attention. As a high-velocity object people can project themselves onto, forgetting their own limitations in the face of the nearly limitless potential someone as young as yourself represents." The apple generated tremendous amounts of saliva. "He'll put her in the show before Menses. There'll be another enormous fuss and high rental cartridges of a girl no larger than a racket beating up on hairy Slavic lesbians, and then by 14 she'll be like old coal in the bottom of a backyard grill." Some old military joke about apples kept running through. Eat the apple, fuck the core. Hal couldn't remember what it was supposed to signify. The moms was snapping her fingers silently and working her forehead. "There's some term for coals reduced to residue after a day in a grill. I'm trying to think." Hal hates this. "Clinkers," he said instantly. From clinker, Low German, and klinkered, Old Dutch. To sound, ring. Nominated to substantive around 1769. A hard mass formed by the fusion of the earthy impurities of like coal, iron ore, limestone. He hated it that she could even dream he'd been taken in by the aphasic furrowing and finger-snapping, and then that he's always so pleased to play along. Is it showing off if you hate it?
Clinker.
A grill wouldn't have clinkers. Charcoal's refined to burn right down to dust. Clinkers are sort of metallic, I think. See, for example, the ring-dash sound etymology. I like to suspect this is why so many of our older players like to project me into this carnival barker persona, with tiny balance sheets revolving in my eyes, that I'm up front with every incoming addition to our family, that this is where the resources come from for professional tennis, and for the North American Junior Development System for gifted children who want to scale the heights to professionalism or to a competitive college career, and so ultimately for an academy like this one's considerable operating expenses, and for scholarships like the partial one we're so happy to be able to offer your parents for you. So then perhaps you'd care to join us for dinner. We're also having Ms. Act if she can stay up that long. The core made a very muffled cymbal sound in the bottom of lateral Alice's wastebasket. I can't get out of Dawn's. Wayne and I are supposed to play Slobodan and Hardigan at some corporate spectacle thing at Auburndale right after lunch.
221.
Have you had Barry speak to Gerhardt about the ankle not getting better? The clay'll be good to it. Shit knows all about the ankle. Well, best of British luck to you both. Avril's purse looked more like soft luggage than like a purse. May I lend you the key to the kitchen, then? It's always the mom's left shoulder Hal looks over whenever he orbits, and his plans emerged between Avril's invitations to accept some sort of politeness act. The darkness and I were going to blast down the hill and grab something if and when I ever get out of here. Oh. Then he wondered with dread what Stice might have said to her on her way in regarding supper. Maybe Pemulus, too. I think Pemulus said. Well, do not, under any circumstances, enjoy yourself. Ect and Tavis were both standing now, in there. Their handshake looked, for the first split second he looked, like C.T. was jacking off, and the little girl was going, Sieg Heil. Hal thought he was maybe starting to lose his mind. Even the meat of the Granny Smith smelled like perfume. 3 months later, earlier today, before being again summoned, at the dentist's. The dentist's office, it had a weird, sharp, clean, sweet smell about it, the olfactory equivalent of fluorescent light. Hal had felt the cold stab in the gum, and then the slow radial freeze, his face ballooning to become one of the frozen cumuli against the aftershave blue of the dental wallpaper sky. Zagarelli, DDS, had dry, dark green eyes that bulged above his mint blue mask, as in like olives where his eyes should be, as he leaned in to proceed, his dental overhead lights corona giving him one of those mal-perspectived medieval halos that seemed to stand on end. Even masked, Zagarelli's breath was infamous. ETAs forced for the first time by their ETA group plan to recline below Zagarelli are counseled on how to respire. To inhale when Zagarelli inhales, and exhale right back out with him, to avoid doubling the amount of suffering Hal's already gone through, just today. Charles Tavis is not a buffoon. The thing that's keeping things so tensely quiet out here amid all this waiting room blue is that there are historically at least 2 Charles Tavises, the 3 older boys know. The openly cross-sectional and free-associating and arms-waving on the perspectival horizon, dithering, hand-wringing, total worry persona is really Tavis's version of social composure, his way of trying to get along with you. But just ask Michael Pemulus, whose sneakers have been on Tavis's carpet so often they've left an unvacuumable impression in the checked Antron. When Tavis loses his composure, when the integrity or smooth function of the academy or his unquestioned place at the ETA tiller is, God forbid, threatened, Hal's openly adjustable uncle becomes a different man, one not to be fucked with. It's not necessarily pejorative to compare a cornered bureaucrat to a cornered rat. The danger sign to watch out for is if Tavis suddenly gets very quiet and very still, because then he seems, prospectively, to grow. He seems, sitting there, to rush in at you, Dopplering in at a whisper, almost looming over you from across the huge desk. If shit meets administrative fan, kids coming out of his mandible-doored office come out pale and rubbing their eyes, not from tears, but from this depth-perspective skewing that CT suddenly affects when there's shit. Another alert is when lateral Alice Moore gets formally buzzed to bring you and the others in, instead of the office doors ever opening from inside, and when she gets up and edges over to show you in, like you're some sort of hat-holding salesman, without once meeting your eye, as if there's shame. One big family. The diddle check seems like it's degenerated into the girls all getting very excited and exchanging data on what kinds of animals members of their own biologic families either imitate or physically resemble. And Averil's out of sight and silent, and apparently letting them go with it for a while and vent stress. Hal keeps checking for jaw drool with the back of his hand. Pemulus, in a Cyrillic-lettered T-shirt, takes off the hat and looks around himself and makes reflexive tie-straightening movements, taking one last look at his lines on the printout, while Axford stands there needing 3 tries to work the outside door's knob. And Kittenplan, on the other hand, wears an expression of almost regal calm, and precedes them through the inner door like someone stepping down off a dais. And it also seems somehow sinister that she's apparently been in here all this time, this Clinette person, one of the 9-month temps from down the hill, pretty-eyed, and so black she's got a bluish cast, with hair ironed straight and then pinned up, and the standard ETA custodial teal-blue zip-uppable jumpsuit, emptying Tavis's personal brass waste baskets into her big cart with its gray canvas sides. The way she stares at a point just to the side of Hal's own stare, as she and her cart wait at CT's inner door for Hal and the others to be ushered sideways through by lateral Alice Moore. The cart, like poor Otis Lord's own game master's cart, has a crazy wheel, and clatters a bit, even buried in shag, trying to maneuver around Moore as she reverses back along the vestibule's wall. Neither Stitt nor DeLint is in here, but from the hiss of Pemulus's inhale, Hal can tell that Dr. Dolores Rusk is in the room, even before he takes his eyes from a CT who's sitting, pulsing with swollen proximity, in his seagrass swivel chair, and almost done coolly bending a giant paperclip into a sort of cardioid or else sloppy circle. Tavis's window-lit shadow now reaches all the way past the stair blaster to the red and gray fabric ottoman along the east wall, in which sits, sure enough, Rusk, her hose laddered and face betraying nothing. And then next to her is poor old Otis P. Lord, the Hitachi monitor still over his head like the sallet of some grotesque high-tech knight, slumped and with his sneakers pointing at each other in the blue and black shag, hands in his lap, 2 crude eye holes cut into the black plastic casing of the monitor's base, Lord not meeting Pemulus's eye, and wicked hanging shards of glass from the screen he fell through, pointing, some nearly touching even, his slim neck and throat. So he has to hold his head very still, despite the heavings of his shallow chest, with the day-shift ETA nurse standing behind him, and inclined over the back of the sofa to hold the monitor very carefully in place. The incline producing cleavage which Hal would gladly choose to be the sort of person not to note. Lord's eyes move to Hal and blink dolefully through the holes, and he can be heard sniffing moistly in there, complexly muffled. And Pemulus is just finishing moving his feet precisely into their familiar impressions in the office carpet, when CT, seeming direly to rise from his chair without getting up, quietly asks the room's last occupant, the scrubbed young button-nosed urologist in an ONANTA blazer, severely underdue at ETA, seated back in the shadow of the open inner door in the room's southeast corner, so he's hidden right behind them from the start, and there's the opportunity for this stagey, incriminating type whirl and kertwang face from Axford and Hal as they hear Charles Tavis addressing the urine expert behind them, asking him very quietly, please, to close both doors. Pre-dawn and dawn, the 1st of May, YDAU, outcropping northwest of Tucson, Arizona, USA. Still.
You can't say it's only a U.S. thing, Steepley said again. I went through school when multiculturalism was inescapable. We read about the Japanese and Indonesians, for example, having a mythic figure. I forget its name. Oriental myth. It's a woman covered with long blonde hair, entirely, her whole body with blonde down all over it. This type of passive temptation, part of it seems to include a felt lack, a perceived deprivation. Orientals are not bodily a hairy culture. These multicultural Oriental myths always had young Oriental men happening upon her by some body of water, combing her body hair and singing, and they have sex with her. Apparently she's simply too exotic and intriguing or seductive to resist. Even the young Oriental men who know of the myths can't resist, according to the myths. And are rendered paralyzed with stasis by this intimate act, Marat said. When now he dreamt of his father, it was of the two skating, young Marat and M. Marat, at a Saramie Damhurst outdoor rink, M. Marat's breath visible and his pacemaker a boxy bulge in his Brunswickian cardigan. Killed outright, usually. The pleasure's too intense. No mortal can stand it. Kills him. M-O-R-T-S. Marat sniffed. The analogous part is how even the ones who know the pleasure of it will kill them. They go ahead anyway. Marat coughed. Some of the insects flying had multiple pairs of wings, and were bioluminescent. They seemed very intent, flying past the outcropping and darting jaggedly off on a course on their way to something urgent. The sound of them, the insects, made Marat think of playing cards in the bicycle spokes of the bicycle of a boy with legs. Both men were silent. This is the time of false dawns. Venus moved east, away from them. The softest light imaginable seeped into the desert and spread into the strange tan vistas around them. Something heating, just below the ring of night. His blanket of the lap was covered in burrs and small spiked seeds of some species. The USA desert began to rustle with life of which most remained hidden. In the American sky, the stars fluttering like banked flames above a low-resolution seepage of glow. But none of the pinkening of genuine dawn. Both the USA Office of Unspecified Services and Les Assassins des Fauteuils Roulants looked forward to these meetings of Marat and Steepley. They accomplished little. It was their 6th or 7th meeting. Steepley had volunteered to be liaison with Marat's betrayal, despite language.
222.
AFR believed Marat functioned as a triple agent, pretending to betray his nation for his wife, memorizing every detail of the meetings with BSS. According to Steepley, Steepley's BSS superiors did not know that Fortier knew that Steepley knew he, Fortier, knew Marat was here. Steepley held this fact back from his superiors. It satisfied some USA desire to hold some small thing back from one's superiors, Marat felt. Unless Steepley was deceiving Marat about this, Marat did not know. M. Fortier did not know Marat had reached the internal choice, that he loved his skull-deprived and heart-defective wife, Gertrude Marat, more than he loved the separatist and anti-ONAN cause of the nation Quebec, making Marat no better than M. Rodney the God Tyne. If Fortier knew of this, He would understandably drive a railroad spike through Gertron's boneless right eye, killing her and Marat both. The real Marat gestured outward at the glowing but unpink east. Efforts done. No, Steepley said.
But your own francophone myth of your Odalisque of Teresa.
L'Odalisque de Sainte-Thérèse. Marat rarely yielded to the temptation to correct Steepley, whose horrid pronunciation, and the syntax as well, Marat could never determine for sure either was or was not an intentional irritant, intended to discomfit Marat. Steepley said, "The multicultural myth being that the Odalisque's so beautiful that mortal Quebecois eyes can't take it. Whoever looks at her turns into a diamond or gem. In most versions, an opal. A Medusa in reverse, one might say." Both men, well versed in this, mirthlessly laughed.
223.
Marat said, "The Greeks, they did not fear beauty. They feared ugliness. Hence, I think beauty and pleasure, these were not fatal temptations for the Greek type."
"Or like a combination of Medusa and Circe, your Odalisque," said Steepley.
He was smoking either his last or one of his purse's Pax last cigarettes. The American's habit to throw the butts off the outcropping had prevented Marat from counting the consumed butts. Marat knew that Steepley knew that filters of cigarettes did not biodegrade for the environment. The two men, by this juncture of time, each knew the other. A hidden bird twittered, "The Greek mythic personality, it had also pregnancy by rain and rape by foul."
"And haven't we come a long way?"
Steepley said, ironically. "This irony and contempt for selves, these also are part of your USA type's temptation, I think."
"Whereas your type's a man of only actions, ends," Steepley said, with, Marat could not tell, either irony or maybe not.
The desert floor was brightening by imperceptible degrees, its surface the color of overtanned hide. A saguaro cactus reptile-hued. Potentially young forms in down sleeping bags of coffinous shape were now discernible around the black remains of the night's bonfire. The air smelled of green wood, the tasteless odor of dust. The distant construction site's payloaders were urine-colored and appeared frozen in the middle of various actions. It was still chill. Marat's teeth had a palpable film on them of perhaps a paste of dust, especially the front teeth. No sun's top arc was appearing, and Marat could cast no shadow yet on the shale behind them. Remy Marat's resting pulse rate was very low, no legs to require blood from the heart. He very rarely felt phantom pains, and then only in the stump of the left. All AFRs have enormous arms, particularly upper arms. Marat was left-handed. Steepley manipulated his cigarette with his left hand, and used his right arm to cradle the left elbow. But Marat knew quite well that Steepley was right-handed. The little wens of his field persona's electrolysis were now brightly pink against the pallor of Steepley's face, which appeared both puffy and drawn. The cloudless sky above the east's mountains of Rincon Range was the faint, sick pink of an unhealed burn. The whole imperceptibly lightening scene of the vistas had a stillness about it that suggested photography. Marat had long ago placed his watch in his windbreaker's pocket to keep from continually checking. Steepley enjoyed imagining that his interface dictated its own period and time. Marat had chosen to indulge this. Marat realized about himself that some of his pretended sniffing was for the purpose of alerting Steepley to the breaking of a silence. "You could seat yourself, briefly, if you have fatigue. The shoes straps?" He gestured slightly. Steepley made a show of looking down and prodding at the tan stone's dust with the toes of his shoe. "It looks like there might be things." "I must soon leave." Marat's hand was imprinted with the texture of the Sterling's pebbled grip. "It has been good to be in the air for a night. Soon I must leave."
Crawling around. The skirt, it makes one sensitive about simply plopping down wherever you wish. Possibility of things growing up.
He looked up at Marat. He appeared sad.
I'd never realized.
0450 hours, the 11th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment, Front Office, Ennett House, DARH, Enfield, Massachusetts. Didn't know whether to shit or shout Dixie after it went off. And the look on his face. One of the times for me was, I'm in some bar in Lowell with some guys I'm crewing around with, and we were there with some other guys, just fucking Lowell knuckleheads. Your young drunks that are just getting to be your young working-type drunks that stop off after work for just a couple and don't make it home till closing. Just putting away Boilermakers and playing darts and this and that. And this one guy on the crew starts making moves on this one guy's girl. This real ordinary-looking guy's in there with his girl. And one of our guys starts saying this and that to her, trying to pick her up, and the date got pissed off, you know? Who can blame him? And there was words exchanged, and so on and so forth. And we was all there with this first guy, in our, group. He was the one talking the shit to this guy's girl, but he was our boy. We're all in the crew, so we all crew up on this girl's date and push him around somewhat. You know how it is. Say he's talking shit to our boy. He gets a little bit of a beating, dope slaps, nothing like extreme or blood. And we kick his ass around a little bit and toss him out of this bar. And get this girl to drink Boilermakers with us. And the one guy that was making the moves on her in the first place, he gets her to start playing strip darts, like taking off bits of clothes for points and darts. Which the keep isn't too, thrilled, but these boys are his customers. It's like family. We're all real drunk and playing strip darts. I get the picture. Sounds like a real nice picture. Except when I got a little smarter later. I learned you never, in a neighborhood bar, you don't ever mess with a local guy with a girl and make him look small in front of the girl and then stay there when it happened if he leaves, because it's this kind of guy always comes back. You learn to leave. Because this guy, a half hour later on, he comes back packing. Packing means there's an item involved now, see? Item? A gun. This wasn't a big one. I'm remembering a .25 somewhat, in that range. But then he comes straight over to the dart game, and the girl that's down to a slip pulls it out, and without saying nothing, up and comes right over and shoots our boy. That taking his girl and made him look small. Shoots him right in the head, right in the back of the head. Boy was crazy as a shithouse rat. Well, Joel, he got made small in front of his girl, and we stayed, and he came back and plugged him in the back of the head. And killed him dead. Not right away he didn't die. The negativist part for me is what we do. All us guys with the guy that was shot. We were all very fucked up by this point in time. I remember it not seeming real. The keep's busy calling the finest. The guy drops the item, and the keep grabbed him and covered him with the bar piece and called the finest and kept the guy back behind the bar. I think mostly to keep us from eliminating his map right there, not a payback. We're all blotto zombie drunk by this juncture. The girl, there was blood all down the side of her slip, and here our boy shot in the head. And the guy shot him right through the back of the head from the side, and blood's all over. He always made me think of individuals bleeding in this one way, like steady. But your serious bleeding comes with a pulse, if you don't know. It shoots out, and dies down, and shoots out. Don't have to tell me. Well, I don't know you, Joel, am I right? I don't know what you've seen or know. I saw an old boy cut his hand off with a chainsaw cutting back brush back at the Cumberland when I was fishing with my daddy. Like to have bled to death right there. My daddy had to use his belt. Before he got it tied off, the blood came like that, with the pulse. My daddy got him to the hospital in his car. Like to saved his life. He'd had some training, he could save lives like that.
I tell you what still gets me is we was so drunk we didn't even somehow take it seriously because everything seemed like a movie when I got real drunk. I still wish we'd thought to take him to the hospital right away. We could have piled him in. He wasn't dead yet, even though he didn't look good. We didn't even lay him down. We got this idea. One of the guys started walking him around. We all walked him around in circles like some kind of OD. Thought if we could keep him walking till the wagon came, he'd be okay. By the end, we was dragging him. I think then he was dead. Blood all over everybody. The gun wasn't no more than an old .25. People was yelling at us to pile him in and take him to the hospital. But we got this walking him around idea in our heads, to hold him up and walk him in circles. The girls screaming and trying to put his stockings on, and we're yelling at the guy that shot him, how we were going to off with his map and so on and so forth, till the keep called an ambulance, and they came, and he was dead as a stick.
Gately, that's really bad.
Why are you even up? Don't have to work.
I like it when it snows real early like this. This is the best window. But you learned a lesson.
His name was Chuck, or Chick, the one that got shot that time.
Did you hear that McDade person at supper? You know how some folks have one of their legs shorter than the other?
I don't listen to those guys' crap.
It was down at the far end of the table at supper. He was telling Ken and me how he had a counselor when he was in juvenile in Jamaica Plain. He had this counselor, he said, she had this condition where each leg was shorter than the other.
I don't think I follow you, Joel.
Each of the woman's legs was shorter than the other.
How can a leg that's shorter than the other leg have the other leg shorter than it?
He was having us on. He said the point was an AA point, that it defied sense and explaining, and you just had to accept it on faith. That creepy Randy guy with the white wig was backing him up with a very straight face. McDade said she walked like a metronome. He was making fun of us, but I still thought it was funny.
Maybe tell me about this veil of yours then, Joel, if we're talking about defied sense.
Way out to one side, then way out to the other side.
Really? Let's really interface if you're here then. How come with the veil?
Bridal thing. Aspiring Muslim?
I don't mean to pry in. You can just tell me if you don't want to talk about the veil.
I'm also in another fellowship, with almost 4 years in.
UHID.
It's the union of the hideously and improbably deformed. The veil is a sort of fellowship comparison.
What's it compared to?
We all wear one. Almost all of us, with some time in.
But if you don't mind, how come you're in it? UHID? How are you supposed to be deformed? It's nothing that sticks way out, if I can say it. Are you, like, missing something?
There's a brief ceremony. It's a bit like giving out chips over at the Better Late Than Never meeting, for varying lengths. The new UHID stand and receive the veil, and don the veil, and stand there, and recite that the veil they've donned is a type and a symbol, and that they are choosing freely to be bound to wear it always, a day at a time, both in light and darkness, both in solitude and before others' gaze, and as with strangers, so with familiar friends, even daddies, that no mortal eye will see it withdrawn, that they hereby declare openly that they wish to hide from all sight." Unquote. I've also got a membership card that spells out everything you could ever want to know, and more.
Except I've asked Pat and Tommy S., and still the thing I don't get is why join a fellowship just to hide? I can see if somebody's like, hideously, and they've been hiding away in the dark all their life, and they want to come in and join a fellowship where everybody's equal and everybody can identify because
They all spent their whole life hiding also. And you join a fellowship so you can step out of the dark and into the group and get support and finally show yourself minus eyes or with 3 arms or whatever, and be accepted by people that know just what it's like. And like in AA, they say they'll love you till you can love yourself and accept yourself, so you don't care what people see or think anymore, and you can finally step out of the cage and quit hiding. That's AA? Kinda. A little bit, I think. Well, Mr. Gately, what people don't get about being hideously or improbably deformed is that the urge to hide is offset by a gigantic sense of shame about your urge to hide. You're at a graduate wine-tasting party, and improbably deformed, and you're the object of stares that the people try to conceal because they're ashamed of wanting to stare, and you want nothing more than to hide from the covert stares, to erase your difference, to crawl under the tablecloth or put your face under your arm. Or you pray for a power failure, and for this kind of utter, liberating, equalizing darkness to descend, so you can be reduced to nothing but a voice among other voices, invisible, equal, no different, hidden. Is this like this thing they talked about people hating their faces on video phones?
But Don, you're still a human being. You still want to live. You crave connection and society. You know intellectually that you're no less worthy of connection and society than anyone else simply because of how you appear. You know that hiding yourself away out of fear of gazes is really giving in to a shame that is not required, and that will keep you from the kind of life you deserve as much as the next girl. You know that you can't help how you look, but that you are supposed to be able to help how much you care about how you look. You're supposed to be strong enough to exert some control over how much you want to hide, and you're so desperate to feel some kind of control that you settle for the appearance of control. Your voice gets different when you talk about this shit. What you do is you hide your deep need to hide, and you do this out of the need to appear to other people, as if you have the strength not to care how you appear to others. You stick your hideous face right in there, into the wine-tasting crowd's visual meat grinder. You smile so wide it hurts, and put out your hand, and are extra gregarious and outgoing, and exert yourself to appear totally unaware of the facial struggles of people who are trying not to wince, or stare, or give away the fact that they can see that you're hideously, improbably deformed. You feign acceptance of your deformity. You take your desire to hide and conceal it under a mask of acceptance. Use less words. In other words, you hide your hiding, and you do this out of shame, Don. You're ashamed of the fact that you want to hide from sight. You're ashamed of your uncontrolled craving for shadow. UHID's first step is admission of powerlessness over the need to hide. UHID allows members to be open about their essential need for concealment. In other words, we don the veil. We don the veil, and wear the veil proudly, and stand very straight and walk briskly whenever we wish, veiled and hidden, but now completely up front and unashamed about the fact that how we appear to others affects us deeply, about the fact that we want to be shielded from all sight. UHID supports us in our decision to hide, openly. You seem to drift in and out of different ways of talking. Sometimes it's like you don't want me to follow. Well, I've got a brand new life, just out of the wrapper, which you all say will take some time to fit. So they teach you how to accept your non-acceptance, the union, you're saying. You followed very well. You didn't need fewer words at all. If you don't mind my saying so, my sense is, you think you're not bright, but you're not. Not bright? I put that poorly. You're not bright, as in you're incorrect in thinking you have nothing upstairs.
It's a self-esteem issue, then, you're seeing in me, after like 3 days here, then. I feel low self-esteem about how I think I'm not bright enough for some people. Which is fine, UHID would say, to illustrate the UHID take versus an apparently more AA take. UHID'd say it's fine to feel inadequate and ashamed because you're not as bright as some others, but that the cycle becomes annular and insidious if you begin to be ashamed of the fact that being unbright shames you, if you try to hide the fact that you feel mentally inadequate, and so go around making jokes about your own dullness, and acting as if it didn't bother you at all, pretending you didn't care whether others perceived you as unbright or not. This makes the front of my head hurt, trying to follow this. Well, you've been up all night. Then now I have to go to my other fucking job. You're way brighter than you think, Don G., although I doubt anything anyone else says can get in there, into the gnawed, ragged place where you're afraid you're slow and dull. And what makes you think I think I'm not bright, unless you're saying it's obvious to anybody I'm not bright? I didn't mean to pry. Just tell me if you don't want to speak to someone you barely know about it. Now you're being sarcastic in what I said before. I got kicked off of football my 10th grade year for flunking English. You played American football? I was good till I got kicked off. They gave me a tutor, and I still flunked. I used to twirl a baton at half-times. I went to a special camp, 6 summers running. But a lot of the forms of self-hatred there is no veil for. UHID's taught a lot of us to be grateful that there's at least a veil for our form. So the veil's a way to not hide it. To hide openly is more like it. I'm already seeing it's very different from the drug recovery agenda, the AA and NA program. Can I ask how you're deformed? The best is when the sun's coming up right through the snow, and everything looks so white. I almost forgot why I came on in. That Kate girl said Ken E. liked to get killed by some son of a bitch last night at that Waltham NA thing, and they want somebody to tell Johnette not to make them go back again, if they don't want. One is Kate and Ken can talk for themselves with Johnette, and I don't need to pry in, and you sure don't need to pry in and rescue nobody else. 2 is you're all of a sudden talking different again, and when you're talking about the veil, you didn't sound like you to me. And 3 is, don't think I can't see you coming out sideways all over the place about when I asked, can I ask what deformity you're not hiding? The fact that you're hiding under that thing. The staff part of me wants to say, if you don't want to answer it, just say so. But don't try and go around the side and think you can distract me into forgetting I asked it. The UHID in me would say you're trapped in the shame about the shame in response, and that the shame circle keeps you from really being present for your staff job, Don. You're more bugged by the possibility that I'm treating you as unbright and distractible than you are about a resident's inability to come right out and openly exercise her right to refuse to answer an incredibly private and drug-unrelated question. And now she's back to talking like a fucking English teacher again. But ignore that. That's not the point. Look at how you're trying to get our dialogue all distracted up in shame, and me again, instead of saying yes or no to me asking, will you tell me what you're missing behind that veil? Oh, you're good at hiding, Mr. G. You're good. The minute we start to poke at any inadequacies you're ashamed of, see, you drop behind your own protective mask of house staff and start probing areas that you now know I can't bring myself to be open about, since you got me to tell you all about UHID's philosophy of hiding, so that your own sense of inadequacy gets either buried or used as a backlight to illuminate my own inability to be open and straightforward. The best defense is a good offense, isn't it, Mr. Football Player? Aspirin time now with all the words. You win. Go watch the snow come down someplace else.
The thing is, Mr. Staff, I've already just completely opened up about my shame, and my inability to be open and straightforward about this. You're exposing something I've already held up to view. It's your shame about being ashamed of what you're afraid might be seen as a lack of brightness that's getting to stay buried under this dead horse of my deformity that you're trying to whip.
And then meantime you still don't say a straight-on yes or no. To, can I ask what's up behind there? Are you cross-eyed or have like a beard, or do you have like really bad skin under there? Even though your skin every place that isn't hidden looks...
Looks what? My unhidden skin is what?
See? It's as you keep trying to sidetrack instead of just saying no to can I ask. Just say no. Try it. It's okay. Nothing bad will happen. Just try it straight out.
Perfect. You were going to say every visible expanse of my skin is just drop-dead creamy. Perfect.
Jesus, why am I even here? Why don't you just interface with yourself if you think you know all my issues, and shames, and everything I'm going to say? Why not take the suggestion to say no? Why come in here? Did I come to you to talk? Was I just sitting in here trying to keep awake and do the log and getting ready to go mop shit with a shoe freak? And did or did not you waltz on in and sit down and come to me?
Don, I'm perfect. I'm so beautiful I drive anybody with a nervous system out of their fucking mind. Once they've seen me, they can't think of anything else, and don't want to look at anything else, and stop carrying out normal responsibilities, and believe that if they can only have me right there with them at all times, everything will be all right. Everything. Like I'm the solution to their deep, slavering need to be jowled to cheek with perfection.
Now with the sarcasm.
I am so beautiful. I am deformed.
Now with the non-respectful acting out of treating me like I'm stupid for trying to get her to walk through her fear to give a straight-out no, which she isn't willing.
I am deformed with beauty.
You want to see my professional staff face? Here's my staff face. I nod and smile. I treat you like somebody I have to humor by nodding and smiling. And behind the face, I'm going with my finger around and around my temple like, what a fucking yutz, like, where's the net?
Believe what you want. I'm powerless over what you believe, I know.
See the professional staffer writing in the meds log? 6 extra strong kind aspirin for staff after sarcasm and sideways refusal to walk through fears and sarcastic acting out by newcomer who thinks she knows everybody else's issues.
What position did you play?
That the staffer wonders how come she's even here in treatment then, if she knows so much. It is starting to get quietly around Enid House that Randy Lentz has found his own dark way to deal with the well-known rage and powerlessness issues that beset the drug addict in his first few months of abstinence. The nightly AA or NA meetings get out at 2130 hours or 2200 hours, and curfew isn't until 2330, and every Enid resident mostly carpools back to the house with whatever residents have cars, or some of them go out in cars for massive doses of ice cream and coffee. Lentz is one of the ones with the car, a heavily modified old duster, white with what looked like 12-gauge blasts of rust over the wheel wells, with oversized rear tires and an engine so bored out for heavy breathing speed, it's a small miracle he still has a license. Lentz sets Loafer 1 outside Enid House only after sunset, and then only in his white toupee and mustache and billowing tall-collared topcoat, and goes only to the required nightly meetings. And the thing is that he'll never drive his own car to the meetings. He always thumbs along with somebody else and adds to the crowd in their car. And then he always has to sit in the northernmost seat in the car for some reason, using a compass and napkin to plot out what the night's major direction of travel will be, and then figuring out what seat he'll have to be in to stay maximally north. Both Gately and Jeanette Foltz have had to make a nightly routine of telling the other residents that Lentz is teaching them valuable patience and tolerance. But then after the meeting lets out, Lentz never thumbs back with anybody. He always walks back to the house after meetings. He says it's that he needs the air. What with being shut up in the crowded house all day and avoiding doors and windows, hiding from both sides of the justice system.
And then one Wednesday, after the Brookline Young People's AA, up Beacon by Chestnut Hill, it takes him right up to 23:29 to get home. Almost 2 hours, even though it's like a half-hour walk. And even Bert Smith did it in September in under an hour.
And Lentz gets back just at curfew, and without saying a word to anybody, books it right up to his and Glenn's and Day's room. Polo topcoat flapping, and powdered wig shedding powder, and sweating, and making an unacceptable, classy-shoed racket running up the men's side's carpetless stairs, which Gately didn't have time to go up in a dress, because of having to deal with Bruce Green and Amy J., separately both missing curfew. Lentz abroad in the urban night, solo, on almost a nightly basis, sometimes carrying a book. Residents who seem to make it a point to go off alone a lot are red-flagged at Thursday's all-staff meeting in Pat's office as clear relapse risks. But they've pulled spot urines on Lentz 5 times, and the 3 times the lab didn't fuck up the EMIT test, Lentz's urines come back clean. Gately's basically decided to just let Lentz be. Some newcomers' higher power is like nature, the sky, the stars, the cold penny tang of the autumn air. Who knows? So Lentz abroad in the night, unaccompanied and disguised, apparently strolling. He's mastered the streets' cockeyed grid around Enfield, Brighton, Alston, South Cambridge and East Newton and North Brookline and the hideous Spur. He takes side streets home from meetings, mostly. Low-rent dumpster-strewn residential streets and projects driveways that become alleys, gritty passages behind stores and dumpsters and warehouses, and loading docks and Empire Waste displacements, Mongo hangars, etc. His loafers have a wicked shine and make an elegant dancerly click as he walks along with his hands in his pockets, an open coat flared wide, scanning. He scans for several nights before he even becomes aware of why or what he might be scanning for. He moves nightly through urban animal territory. Liberated house cats and hardcore strays ooze in and out of shadows, rustle in dumpsters, fuck and fight with hellish noises all around him as he walks, senses very sharp in the downscale night. You got your rats, your mice, your stray dogs with tongues hanging and countable ribs, maybe the odd feral hamster and or raccoon. Everything slinky and furtive after sunset. Also non-stray dogs that clank their chains or bay or lunge when he goes by yards with dogs. He prefers to move north, but will move east or west on the street's good sides. His shoes' fine click precedes him by several hundred meters on cement of varying texture. Sometimes near drainage pipes he sees serious rats, or sometimes near cat-free dumpsters. The first conscious thing he did was a rat. That this one time he came on some rats in a wide west-east alley by the loading dock out behind the Svelte Nail Company, just east of Watertown on North Harvard Street. What night was that? He'd been coming back from East Watertown, which meant more will be revealed, N.A., with Glenn and Deal, and instead of St. E's Better Late Than Never, A.A., with the rest of the houses heard. So, a Monday. So, on a Monday, he'd been strolling through this one alley, his steps echoing, trebled back off the cement signs of the docks and the north, left wall he hugged, scanning without knowing what he was scanning for. Up ahead there was the stegosaurus shape of a Svelte Company dumpster, as versus your lower, slimmer EWD-type dumpster. There were dry, skulky sounds issuing from the dumpster's shadow. He hadn't consciously picked anything up. The alley's surface was coming apart, and Lentz barely broke his dancerly stride picking a kilo-sized chunk of tar-shot concrete. It was rats. 2 big rats were going at a half-eaten wiener in a mustardy paper tray from a lunch wagon in a recess between the north wall and the dumpster's barge hitch. Their hideous pink tails were poking out into the alley's dim light. They didn't move as Randy Lentz came up behind them on the toes of his loafers. Their tails were meaty and bald and twitched back and forth, twitching in and out of the dim yellow light. The big flat-top chunk came down on most of one rat and a bit of the other rat. There'd been god-awful twittering squeaks, but the major hit on the one rat also made a very solid and significant noise, some oral combination of a tomato thrown at a wall and a pocket watch getting clocked with a hammer. Material came out of the rat's anus. The rat lay on its side in a very bad medical way, its tail twitching, and anus material, and there were little beads of blood on its whiskers that looked black, the beads, in the sodium security lights along the Svelte Nail Company roof. Its side heaved. Its back legs were moving like it was running, but this rat wasn't going anywhere. The other rat had vanished under the dumpster, dragging its rear region. There were more chunks of dismantled street, lying all over. When Lentz brought another down on the head of the rat, he consciously discovered what he'd like to say at the moment of issue resolution was, "There." Demapping rats became Lentz's way of resolving internal-type issues for the first couple weeks of it, walking home in the verminal dark. Don Gately, house chef and shopper, buys these huge, econo-sized boxes of hefty bags that get stored under the kitchen sink for whoever's got trash for their weekly chore. And it-house generates serious waste. So after vermin started to get a little ho-hum and insignificant, Lentz starts cabbaging a hefty bag out from under the sink and taking it with him to meetings and walking back home with it. He keeps a trash bag neatly folded in an inside pocket of his topcoat, a billowing top-collared Lauren Polo model he loves, and uses a daily lint roller on. He also takes along a little of the house's food bank tuna fish in a Ziploc baggie in another pocket, which your average drug addict has expertise in rolling baggies into a cylinder so they're secure and odor-free. The in-house residents called hefty bags Irish luggage, even McDade. It's a street term. Randy Lentz found that if he could get an urban cat up close enough with some outstretched tuna, he could pop the hefty bag over it and scoop up from the bottom, so the cat was in the air in the bottom of the bag, and then he could tie the bag shut with the complimentary wire twist tie that comes with each bag. He could put the closed bag down next to the vicinity's northernmost wall or fence or dumpster, and light a gasper, and hunker down up next to the wall to watch the wide variety of changing shapes the bag would assume as the agitated cat got lower on air. The shapes got more and more violent and twisted in mid-air with the passage of a minute. After it stopped assuming shapes, Lentz would dab his butt with a spitty finger to save the rest for later, and get up and untie the twist tie, and look inside the bag and go, "There." The "there" turned out to be crucial for the sense of brisance and closure, and resolving issues of impotent rage and powerless fear that, accrued in Lentz all day being trapped in the northeastern portions of a squalid halfway house, all day fearing for his life, Lentz felt. There evolved for Lentz a certain sportsman's hierarchy of types of cats, and neighborhoods of types of your abroad cats. And he becomes a connoisseur of cats the same way a deep-sea sportsman knows the fish species that fight most fiercely and excitatingly for their marine lives. The best and most fiercely alive cats could usually claw their way out of a hefty bag, though, which created this conundrum where The ones most worth watching, assuming bag shapes, were the ones Lentz risked maybe not getting his issues resolved on. Watching a spike-furred, hissing cat run twisting away, still half-wrapped in a plastic bag, made Lentz admire the cat's fighting spirit, but still feel unresolved. So the next stage is, Lentz gives Ms. Charlotte Treat or Ms. Hester Thrall some of his own dollars when they go down to the Palace Spa or Father-Son to buy smokes or lifesavers, and has them start to get him special hefty steel sack trash bags. Fiber-reinforced for your especially sharp or uncooperative waist needs, described by Ken E. as Irish Gucci's. Extra resilient and a businesslike gunmetal gray in tone. Lentz has such a panoply of strange compulsive habits that a request for steel sacks barely raises a brow on anybody. And then he doubles them, the special reinforced bags, and employs industrial growth pipe cleaners as twist ties. And then now the grittiest, most salutary cats make the doubled bags assume all manners of wickedly abstract twisting shapes, even sometimes moving the closed bags a couple dozen meters down the alley in a haphazard hopping-like fashion, until finally the cat runs out of gas and resolves itself, and Lentz's issues, into one nightly shape. Lentz's interval of choice for this is the interval 22:16 hours to 22:26 hours. He doesn't consciously know why, this interval. Anchovies turn out to be even more effective than tuna. A program of attraction, he recalls coolly, strolling along. His northern routes back to the house are restricted by the priority to keep Brighton Best Savings Bank's rooftop digital time and temperature display in view as much as possible. BBSB displays both EST and Greenwich Mean, which Lentz approves of. The liquid crystal data sort of melts upward into view on the screen and then disappears from the bottom up and is replaced by new data. Mr. Dooney R. Glynn said at the house's community meeting Monday once that one time in BS 1989 AD, after he'd done a reckless amount of a hallucinogen he'd refer to only as the Madam, he'd gone around for several subsequent weeks under a Boston sky that, instead of a kindly, curved blue dome with your clouds and your stars and sun, was a flat, square, coldly Euclidean grid with black axes and a thread-fine réseau of lines creating grid-type coordinates. The whole grid the same color as a DEC HD viewer screen when the viewer's off. That sort of dead deepwater gray-green, with the Dow ticker running up one side of the grid and the Nikkei index running down the other, and the time and Celsius temp, to like serious decimal points, flashing along the bottom axis of the sky screen. And whenever he'd go to a real clock, or get a herald and check the, Dow, the sky grid would turn out to have been totally accurate, and that several unbroken weeks of this sky overhead had sent Glynn off first to his mother's Stoneham Apartments fold-out couch, and then into Waltham's Metropolitan State Hospital for a month of Haldol and tapioca. To get out from under the empty grid-accurate sky, and says it makes his ass wet to this day to even think about the grid interval. But Lentz had thought it sounded wicked nice, the sky as digital timepiece. And also between 22:16 and 22:26, the ATH SCME giant fans up at the Sunstrand Plaza within earshot were typically shut off for daily delinting, and it was quiet except for the big of the whole urban city's vehicular traffic, and maybe the odd EWD airborne deliverer catapulted up off concavity-ward, its little string of lights arcing northeast. And, of course, also sirens, both the Euro-trochaic sirens of ambulances and the regular U.S.-sounding sirens of the city's very finest, protecting and serving, keeping the citizenry at bay. And the winsome thing about sirens in the urban night is that unless They're right up close, where the lights bathe you in red, blue, red. They always sound like they're terribly, achingly far away and receding, calling to you across an expanding gap. Either that, or they're on your ass. No middle distance with sirens, Lance reflects, walking along and scanning.
Glenn hadn't come right out and said Euclidean, but Lance had gotten the picture all right. Glenn had thin hair and an invariant 3-day growth of gray stubble and diverticulitis that made him stoop somewhat over, and remaining physique-type issues from a load of bricks falling on his head from a workers' comp scam gone wry that included crossed eyes that Lance overheard the veiled girl, Joe L., tell Clennette Henderson and Dee Dee Neves the man was so cross-eyed he could stand in the middle of the week and see both Sundays. Lance had gotten high on organic cocaine 2 or 3, maybe half a dozen times tops, secretly, since he came into Enid House in the summer, just enough times to keep him from going totally out of his fucking mind, utilizing lines from the private emergency stash he kept in a kind of rectangular bunker, razor-bladed out of 300 or so pages of Bill James's gargantuan, large print, Principles of Psychology and the Gifford Lecture on Natural Religion. Such totally occasional substance ingestions in a rundown, sloppy-clocked house where he's cooped up and under terrible stress all day, every day, hiding from threats from 2 different legal directions, with, upstairs at all times, calling to him, a 20-gram stash from the underreported South End 2-way attempted scam, whose very bad luck had forced him into hiding in squalor and rooming with the likes of fucking Jeffrey D. Cocaine ingestion this occasional and last resort is such a marked reduction of use and abuse for Lance that it's a bona fide miracle and clearly constitutes as much miraculous sobriety as total abstinence would be for another person without Lance's unique sensitivities and psychological makeup and fucking intolerable daily stresses and difficulty unwinding. And he accepts his monthly chips with a clear conscience and a head unmuddled by doubting. He knows he's sober. He's smart about it. He's never ingested cocaine on his solo walks home from meetings, which is where the staff would expect him to ingest, if he was going to ingest, and never in Enid House itself, and only once in the forbidden number 7 across the roadlet. And anybody with half a clue can beat an emit urine screen. A cup of lemon juice or vinegar down the hatch will turn the lab's reading into gibberish. A trace of powdered bleach on the fingertips, and let the stream play warmly over the fingertips on its way into the cup, while you banter with Don G. A Texas catheter is a pain to get piss for and put on, plus the obscene size of the thing's receptacle for his unit gives Lance inadequacy issues, and he's only used it twice, both times when Jeanette F. took the urine, and he could embarrass her into turning away. Lance owns a Texas Cathy from his last halfway house in Quincy, in what Lance recalls as the year of the Maytag Quiet Master. And then, it turned out, when a cat aggrieved Lance by scratching his wrist in a particularly hostile fashion on the way into the receptacle, that doubled, hefty steel sacks were such quality-reinforced products they could hold something razor-clawed and frantically in motion and still survive a direct swung hit against a no-parking sign or telephone pole without splitting open, even when what was inside split nicely open. And so that technique got substituted around United Nations Day because, even though it was too quick and less meditative, it allowed Randy Lentz to take a more active role in the process, and the feeling of temporary, nightly issues resolution was more definitive, when Lentz could swing a twisting 10-kilo burden hard against a pole and go, there, and hear a sound. On banner nights, the doubled bag would continue for a brief period of time, to undergo a subtle flux of smaller, more subtle, and connoisseur-oriented shapes, even after the melony sound of hard impact, along with further, smaller sounds. Then it was discovered that resolving them directly inside the yards and porches of the people that owned them provided more adrenal excitation and thus more sense of what Bill James one time called a catharsis of resolving which Lance felt he could agree. A small can of oil in its own little baggie for squeaky gates. But because steel sack trash bags, and then also tuna fish mixed with anchovies and Raid ant poison from behind the Ennett residence fridge, caused too much resultant noise to allow for lighting a gasper and hunkering down to meditatively watch, Lance developed the habit of setting the resolution in motion and then booking on out of the yard into the urban night, his polo topcoat billowing, hurdling fences and running over the hoods of cars, etc. For a period during the 2-week interval of give them poison tuna and run, Lance had brief recourse to a small Caldor brand squeeze bottle of kerosene, plus, of course, his lighter. But a Wednesday night, on which the alight cat ran, as alight cats will, like hell, but ran after Lance, seemingly, leaping the same fences Lance hurdled, and staying on his tail, and not only making an unacceptable attention-calling racket, but also illuminating Lance to the scopophobic view of passing homes, until it finally decided to drop to the ground and expire and smolder thereupon. Lance considered this his only really close call, and took an enormous, and partly non-north, route home, with every siren sounding up close, and on his personal ass, and barely got in by 23:30 hours, and ran right up to the 3-man room. This was the night Lance had to have another recourse, to the hollowed-out cavity in his Principles of Psychology and the Gifford Lecture on Natural Religion, after just beating curfew home, which, who wouldn't need a bit of an unwinder after a stressful, close-call type situation, with a flaming cat chasing you, and screaming in a way that made porch lights go on all up and down Sumner Blake Road, except, but instead of an unwinder, the couple or few lines of uncut Bing proved to be, on this occasion, an unwinder, which happens sometimes, depending on one's, spiritual condition when ingesting it through a rolled dollar bill off the back of the John in the men's can. And Lance barely made it through switching his car's parking spot at 23:50 hours before the verbal torrent started, and after lights out, had only gotten up to age 8 in the oral autobiography that followed in the 3-men, when Jeff D. threatened to go get Don G. and have Lance forcibly stifled, and Lance was scared to go downstairs to find somebody to listen, and so, for the rest of the night, he had to lie there in the dark, mute, with his mouth twisting and writhing. It always twisted and writhed on the times the Bing proved to be a rev upper instead of a rough edge smoother, and pretending to be asleep, with phosphenes like leaping flaming shapes dancing behind his quivering lids, listening to Day's moist gurgles and Glenn's apnea, and thinking that each siren abroad, out there in the urban city, was meant for him, and coming closer, with Day's illuminated watch face in his fucking table-side drawer, instead of out, where anybody with some stress and anxiety could check the time from time to time. So, after the incident with the flaming cat from hell, and before Halloween, Lance had moved on and up to the Browning X444 serrated he even had a shoulder holster for from his previous life out there. The Browning X444 has a 25-centimeter overall length, with a burl walnut handle and a brass butt cap, and a point Lance had sharpened the clip out of when he got it and a single-edge Bowie-style blade with .1mm serrations that Lance owns a hone for and tests by dry shaving a little patch of his tanned forearm, which he loves. The Browning X444, combined with blocks of Don Gately's highly portable cornflake garnish meatloaf, were for canines, which your urban canines tended to be non-feral, and could be found within the confinement of their pet owners' fenced yards on a regular basis than the urban cat species, and who are less suspicious of food and, though more of a personal injury risk to approach, do not scratch the hand that feeds them. For when the dense square of meatloaf is taken out and unwrapped from the ziplock and proffered from the edgelet of yard, out past the fence by the sidewalk, the dog at issue invariably stops with the barking and or lunging, and its nose flares, and it becomes totally uncynical and friendly, and comes to the end of its chain, or the fence Lentz stands behind, and makes interested noises, and if Lentz holds the meat item just up out of reach, the dog, if its rope or chain will permit it, it'll go up on the hind legs and sort of play the fence with its front paws, jumping eagerly as Lentz dangles the meat. Day had some recovery issue paperback he was reading that Lentz had a look at 1 p.m. in their room, when Day was downstairs with Ewell and her Daddy, telling each other their Win-Bagathon stories, lying on Day's mattress with his shoes on, and trying to fart into the mattress as much as possible. Some line in the book had arrested Lentz's attention. Something about, the more basically powerless an individual feels, the more the likelihood for the propensity for violent acting out. And Lentz found the observation to be sound. The only serious challenge to using the Browning X444 is that Lentz has to make sure to get around behind the dog before he cuts the dog's throat, because the bleeding is far-reaching in its intensity, and Lentz is now on his second Ralph Lauren topcoat and third pair of dark wool slacks. Then once, near Halloween, in an alley behind Blanchard's Liquors off Alston's Union Square, Lentz comes across a street drunk in a chewed-looking old topcoat in a deserted alley, taking a public leak against the side of a dumpster, and Lentz visualizes the old guy both cut and on fire, and dancing, jaggedly, around, hitting at himself, while Lentz goes, "There." But that's as close as Lentz comes to that kind of level of resolution. And it's maybe to his credit that he's a little off his psychic feed for a few days after that close call, and inactive with pets, circa 2216 hours. Lentz has nothing much against his newer fellow resident Bruce Green, and when, one Sunday night after the white flag, Green asks can he walk along with Lentz on the walk back after the Our Father, Lentz says whatever, and lets Green walk with him, and is inactive during this night's 2216 interval as well. Except after a couple nights of Green strolling home along with him, first from the white flag and then from St. Columkills on Tuesday, and a double 1900 to 2200 shot of St. E's sharing and caring N.A. and then B.Y.P. on Wednesday, Green following him around like a terrier from meeting to meeting and then home, it begins to, emerge on Lentz that Bruce G. is starting to treat this walking through the urban PM with Randy Lentz thing as a regular fucking thing. And Lentz starts to Jones about it, the unresolved powerless rage issues, that the thing is, now he's gotten so he's used to resolving them on a more or less nightly basis, so that being unable to be freely alone, to be active with the Browning X444, or even a steel sack during the 2216 to 2226 hour interval, causes this pressure to build up, like almost a withdrawal-grade pressure. But, on the other side of the hand, walking with Green has its positive aspects as well, like that Green doesn't complain about lengthy detours to keep a mainly north-northeastern orientation to the walks, when possible. And Lentz enjoys a sympathetic and listening ear to have around. He has numerous aspects and experiences to mull over, and issues to organize and mull, and, like many people hardwired for organic stimulants, talking is sort of Lentz's way of thinking. But most of the ears of the other residents at Ennet House are not only unsympathetic, but are attached to great, gaping, flapping oral mouths, which keep horning into the conversation with the mouth's own opinions and issues and aspects. Most of the residents are the worst listeners Lentz has ever seen. Bruce Green, on the hand's positive side, hardly says anything. Bruce Green is quiet. The way certain stand-up type guys you want to have there with you, beside you if a beef starts going down, are quiet. Self-contained. Yet Green is not so quiet and unresponding that it's like with some silent people, where you start to wonder if he's listening with a sympathizing ear, or if he's really drifting around in his own self-oriented thoughts, and not even listening to Lentz, etc., treating Lentz like a radio you can tune in or out. Lentz has a keen antenna for people like this, and their stock is low on his personal exchange. Bruce Green inserts low affirmatives and no shits and fucking A's, etc., at just the right places to communicate his attentions to Lentz. which Lentz admires. So it's not like Lentz just wants to blow Green off and tell him to go peddle his papers and let him the fuck alone after meetings so he can go solo. It would have to be handled in a more diplomatic fashion. Plus, Lentz finds himself nervous at the prospect of offending Green. It's not like he's scared of Green in terms of physically. It's not like he's concerned Green would be the Ewell or Day type you have to stressfully worry about, maybe going and ratting out on Lentz's place of whereabouts to the finest, and everything like that. Green has a strong air of non-rat about him, which Lentz admires. So it's not like he's frightened to blow Green off. It's more like very tense and tightly wound. Plus, it agitates Lentz that he has the feeling that it really wouldn't be any big deal to Green that much one way or the other, and that Lentz feels like he's spending all this stress tensely worrying about his side of something that Green would barely think about for more than a couple seconds. And it enrages Lentz that he can know in his head that the tense worry about how to diplomatize Green into leaving him alone is unnecessary and a waste of time and tension, and yet still not able to stop worrying about it, which all only increases the sense of powerlessness that Lentz is impotent to resolve with his Browning and Meatloaf, as long as Green continues to walk home with him. And the schizoid cats with clotted fur that lurk around Enid House, cringing and neurotic and afraid of their own shadow, are too risky, for the female residents are always formulating attachments to them. And Pat M's golden retrievers would be tantamount to legal suicide. On a Saturday, circa 22-21 hours, Lentz found a miniature bird that had fallen out of some nest and was sitting, bald and pencil-necked, on the lawn of Unit No. 3, flapping ineffectually, and went in with Green, and ducked Green, and went back outside to No. 3's lawn, and put the thing in a pocket, and went in and put it down the garbage disposal in the kitchen sink of the kitchen, but still felt largely impotent and unresolved. Except for Pat Montesian's bay-windowed front office, and the house manager's phone booth-sized back office, and the 2 live-in staff bedrooms down in the basement, none of the doors inside Enid House have locks, for predictable reasons. Early November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. The only bona fide, blackmailable thing about Rodney Tyne, Chief, U.S. Office of Unspecified Services, his special metric ruler. In a locked drawer of his bathroom cabinets at home, on Connecticut Avenue Northwest in the district, is kept a special metric ruler, and Tyne measures his penis every a.m., like clockwork, has since 12, still does. Plus, a special telescoping traveling model of the ruler he travels with, for on-the-road a.m. penis measurement. President Gentle has no national security agency as such. Tyne's in Metro Boston because of the national security implications of what they'd first come to unspecified services about 2 summers past. Both the head of DEA and the chair of the Academy of Digital Arts and Sciences, now both here standing on one foot and then the other, and twiddling the brims of their hats. This unwatchable underground entertainment cartridge that, at first, seemed to be just popping haphazardly up in random locales. A film with certain, he's given to understand from briefings, quote, qualities, such that whoever saw it wanted nothing else ever in life but to see it again, and then again, and so on. It had popped up in Berkeley, NCA, in the home of a film scholar and his male companion, neither of whom had appeared for appointments for days, and now lost to meaningful human activity henceforward, by all appearances, were the scholar and companion, the 2 cops dispatched to the Berkeley home, the 6 cops dispatched after the 2 cops never followed up their Code 5, the watch sergeant and partner dispatched after them, 17 police, paramedics, and telepeter technicians in all, until the lethality of whatever they'd caught sight of presented itself with enough clarity for somebody to think to go around back and kill the Berkeley home's power. The entertainment had popped up in New Iberia, Louisiana.
Tempe, Arizona, had lost 2/3 of the attendees of an avant-garde film festival in Arizona State University's Entertainment Studies Amphitheater before a level-headed custodian killed the building's whole grid. Jay Gentle had been apprised about the thing only after it had popped up and taken out a diplomatically immune Near Eastern medical attaché and a dozen incidentals here in Boston, Massachusetts, late last spring. These persons, now, all in wards. Docile and content, but blank, as if, on some deep reptile brain level, pithed. Tyne had toured a ward. The person's lives' meanings had collapsed to such a narrow focus that no other activity or connection could hold their attention. Possessed of roughly the mental, spiritual energies of a moth now, according to a diagnostician out of CDC. The Berkeley cartridge had vanished from an SFPD evidence room, an electron microscopy toss of which had revealed flannel fibers. The DEA had lost 4 field researchers and a consultant before they'd bowed to the intractable problems involved in trying to have somebody view the confiscated Tempe cartridge and articulate the thing's lethal charms. The strongest possible language had been necessary to restrain a certain famous crooner from attempting a personal review of the thing's qualities. Neither CDC nor the entertainment pros wanted any part of any controlled viewing tests. 3 members of the Academy of DAS had received unlabeled copies in the mail, and the one who'd actually sat down to have a look now needed a receptacle under his chin at all times. Reports of the thing popping up yet again in Metro Boston, Massachusetts, remain unsubstantiated. Tyne's been dispatched here, in part, to coordinate substantiation. There's also the special Pocket Franklin planner-sized chart he charts the daily AM penis measurement in, daily, though to the uninitiated, the little leather notebook could look like almost anything statistical at all. But now several USO test subjects, volunteers from the federal and military penal systems, have been lost in attempts to produce a description of the cartridge's contents. The Tempe and New Iberia cartridges are in custody, vaulted. A psychopathic and mentally retarded Lance Corporal at Leavenworth, strapped down with electrode appliques and headset recorder, was able to report that the thing apparently opens with an engaging and high-quality cinematic shot of a veiled woman going through a large building's revolving doors and catching a glimpse of someone else in the revolving doors, somebody the sight of whom makes her veil billow, before the subject's mental and spiritual energies abruptly declined to a point where even near-lethal voltages through the electrodes couldn't divert his attention from the entertainment. Tyne's staff had sifted through dozens of entries before deciding that the intelligence community's terse little name for the allegedly enslaving entertainment would be the Samizdat. PETs on sacrificed subjects revealed unexceptional wave activity, with not near enough alpha to indicate hypnosis or induced dopamine surges. Attempts to trace the matrix of the Samizdat without viewing it, from induction on postal codes, e-microscopies on the brown-padded mailers, immolation and chromatography on the unlabeled cartridge cases, extensive and maddening interviews of those civilians exposed, placed the likely dissemination point someplace along the U.S. north border, with routing hubs in Metro Boston, New Bedford, and/or somewhere in the desert southwest. The U.S.'s Canadian problem is USOUS Anti-ONAN Activities Agency's special province, so to speak. The possibility of Canadian involvement in the lethally compelling entertainment's dissemination is what has brought to Metro Boston Rodney Tyne, his retinue, and his ruler. Late p.m., Monday, the 9th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. For reasons that Pemulus couldn't for the life of him, Orthos Stice seemed to be in there in Dr. Dolores Rusk's office, interfacing with Dr. Rusk well after regular hours. Pemulus paused at the door on his way by. "Nickel assessment, after our work together on your fear of weights, would be that your presenting maladjustment, Ortho, like many males and athletes, is that you're suffering from counterphobia." "Fear of linoleum?" It was unmistakably the flat twang of the darkness in there through the door's wood. On the level of objects and a projective infantile omnipotence, where you experience magical thinking about your thoughts and the behavior of objects' relations to your narcissistic wishes, the counterphobia presents as the delusion of some special agency or control to compensate for some repressed wounded inner trauma having to do with absence of control. Over linoleum? My suggestion might be to forget linoleum and objects in general. In, for instance, an analytic model, the types of traumas counterphobic reactions cover are almost always pre-Oedipal, at which stage objects' cathexis is Oedipal and symbolic. For example, small children's dolls and action figurines. I don't play with no goddamn action figurines. G.I. Joe typically being cathected as an image of the potent but antagonistic father, the military man with G.I. representing at once the general issue of a weapon, the Oedipal child both covets and fears, and a well-known medical acronym for the gastrointestinal tract, with all the attendant anal anxieties that require repression in the Oedipal phase's desire to control the bowels in order to impress or, quote, win the mother, of whom the Barbie might be seen as the most obviously reductive and phallocentric reduction of the mother to an archetype of sexual function and availability, the Barbie as image of the Oedipal mother as image. So you're saying I'm overestimating objects? I'm saying there's a very young ortho in there, with some very real abandonment issues, who need some nurturing and championing from the older ortho, instead of indulging in fantasies of omnipotence. I ain't omnipotent, and I don't want to X no goddamn Barbie doll. The Dark's voice went way up and cracked as he said something about his bed. Dr. Rusk's office had a non-conducting, rubberized sheath on the knob, and Dr. Rusk's name and degrees and title, and a needlepoint sampler, with a little heart inside a big heart and a cursive exhortation to champion an inner child today, which the little kids at ETA find puzzling and upsetting. Pemulus, pausing by habit, first at the silent locked infirmary door, and then Rusk's bottom cracklit door, on his way across the ComEd lobby, was wearing the most insolent ensemble he could throw together. He wore maroon paratrooper's pants with green stovepipe stripes down the sides. The pants' cuffs were tucked into fuchsia socks above ancient and radically uncool Clark's Wallabies, with dirty soles of eraserish gum. He wore an orange fake silk turtleneck under an English-cut sport coat with a purple and tan windowpane check. He wore naval shoulder braid at the level of ensign. He wore his yachting cap, but with the bill bent up at a bumpkinish angle. He looked less insolent than just extremely poorly dressed, really. Dr. Rusk's door was cool against his ear. Jim Troeltsch had been coming down B's Hall just as Pemulus was leaving, and said Pemulus looked like a hangover. Through the door, Rusk was urging Stice to name his anger, and Stice was proposing to name his anger Horace, after his old man's late pointer that had got into some coyote bait when the darkness was 9 and was much missed by the whole Stice brood back in Kansas. The old Wallabies were from Pemulus's older brother's incomplete public school career, and had boogerish little greebles of dirty gum all around the sole's perimeter. The socks belonged to Jenny Bash, and she made it explicit she wanted them back, laundered. The sport coat's checked arms were several centimeters too short, and exposed ribbed cuffs of shiny orange acetate esters. The community and administration buildings downstairs was real quiet. It was like 2100 hours, supposedly mandatory study period, and Artie's crew had gone home, but the custodial graveyard shift hadn't come on yet. Pemulus moved noiselessly northeast to southwest across the lobby's shag. Except for lines of lamplight from under a couple doors, the ETA lobby was pitch black, and the outer academy doors locked. There was an odd vehicular shape near the north wall's trophy case, but Pemulus didn't pause to investigate. He lifted up slightly to keep the little southwest hall's door from squeaking as he opened it, and entered the administrative reception area, snapping his fingers softly to himself. A loose music played in his head. Tavis's reception area was empty and dim, the wallpaper's clouds now stormy dark. It wasn't totally quiet. Light came from Mrs. Ink's doorway and from the crack under Tavis's inner door. Lateral Alice Moore had gone home. Pemulus activated her third rail and played with her chair as he made a very quick survey of the material on her desk. Activating the PA mic was out of all question. 2 of her 5 drawers were still locked. Pemulus scanned behind him and popped another breath mint, and sat quietly for a moment as Moore's chair slid back and forth along the rail, his fingers in a steeple under his nose, considering. Light shone from the crack of Tavis's inner door, because the outer door stood open. Pemulus didn't even have to put any kind of ear to the wood of the inside door. He could hear the hiss and high-speed grind of Tavis's stair blaster, and Tavis's breathless, recessive voice. You could tell there was nobody else in there. You could tell Tavis had no shirt on, and an ETA towel around his neck, and his hair a sweaty curtain down one side of his little head, as he ran to keep up with what reminded everybody of a satanishly possessed Filene's escalator. He was exhorting himself in a kind of fast rhythmic chant that sounded to Pemulus like either total worry, or no don't worry. And see, Pemulus could envision Tavis's round belly and little titties of fat bouncing with the action of the stair blaster. You could hear the sudden muffling when he probably brought the towel up to dab at his slanted mustache. Tavis's doorknob had no insulating rubber sheath, Pemulus noticed. Pemulus's ensemble's belt was a plastic thing with chintzy, fake Navajo beading, purchased by little Chip Sweeney at one of last fall's Whataburger's souvenir stands, and subsequently transferred to Pemulus during a big buddy tennis as game of chance exercise. The beading patterns were in Gila Monster orange and black, the orange a different shade than Pemulus's turtleneck. He could never resist biting down once a mint had melted to a certain size and texture. The doorless Dean of Academic Affairs' office was a blazing rectangle of light. The light didn't spill very far into the reception area, however. At close range, sounds issued from the office, but not exactly words. Pemulus checked his fly and snapped his fingers under his own nose, and assumed a businesslike stride and rapped firmly on the doorless jamb without breaking stride. The heavier blue shag of the office itself slowed him down a bit. He stopped once he was all the way in. 18A, John Wayne, and Hal's Mumsley Wumsley were both in the front of the office. They were about maybe 2 meters apart. The room was lit overhead, and by 4 standing lamps. The seminar table and chairs cast a complicated shadow. 2 homemade pom-poms of shredded paper, and what looked like the amputated handles of wooden tennis rackets, were on the seminar table, which was otherwise bare. John Wayne wore a football helmet, and light shoulder pads, and a Russell athletic supporter, and socks and shoes, and nothing else. He was down in the classic 3-point stance of U.S. football. Ink's incredibly tall and well-preserved mother, Dr. Avril Incandenza, wore a little green and white cheerleader's outfit, and had one of DeLint's big brass whistles hanging around her neck. She was blowing on the whistle, which appeared to be minus the little inside pellet, because no whistling sound resulted. She was about 2 meters from Wayne, facing him, doing near splits on the heavy shag, one arm up, and pretending to blow the whistle, while Wayne produced the classic low-register growling sounds of U.S. football. Pemulus made rather a show of pushing the bumpkin-billed yachting hat back to scratch his head, blinking. Mrs. Ink was the only one looking at him. "I probably won't even waste everybody's time asking if I'm interrupting," Pemulus said. Mrs. Ink seemed frozen in place. Her one hand was still up in the air. Fine fingers splayed. Wayne craned his neck to look over at Pemulus from under his helmet, without changing his 3-point stance. The football noises trailed off. Wayne's got a narrow nose and close-set witchy eyes. He wore a plastic mouthguard. The musculature of his legs and buttocks was clearly outlined as he squatted forward with his weight on his knuckles. There was way less time passing in the office than there seemed to be. "Hoping for a second of your time," Pemulus told Mrs. Ink. He was standing, schoolboy straight, hands clasped demurely over his fly, which on Pemulus this posture did look
insolent. Wayne straightened up and moved toward his clothing with no little dignity. His sweats were neatly folded on the dean's desk at the rear of the office. The mouthguard was attached to the face mask and hung from it when removed. The chin strap had several snaps Wayne had to undo. "Nice-looking helmet," Pamulus told him. Wayne, pulling hard on his sweatpants cuff to fit them over a shoe, didn't reply. He was so fit that his supporters' straps didn't even dent his buttocks. Mrs. Incandenza removed the mute whistle. She was still split down on the floor. Pamulus made rather a show of not looking south of her face. She pursed her lips to chuff hair out of her eyes. "I predict this'll take about 2 minutes at most," Pamulus said, smiling. Wednesday, the 11th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Lance wears a worsted topcoat, and dark slacks, and Brazilian loafers with a high-wattage shine, and a disguise that makes him look like Andy Warhol with a tan. Bruce Green wears a cheesy off-the-rack leather jacket of stiff, cheap leather that makes the jacket creak when he breathes. This is when you find out you're what true character is, when it's pointed right at you and some bug-eyed fucking spick's not 5 minutes away pointing it. And strangely, I get real calm, see? And I said, Pepito, Pepito, man, you go on and do what you need to do, man. Go on and shoot, but man, you better kill me with the first shot, man, or you won't get another one, I said. Not even bullshitting, man. I'm serious. It's like I found right then I meant it. You know what I'm saying? Green lights both their smokes. Lance exhales with that hiss of people in a rush to drive their point home. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's an urban November p.m. Very last leaves down, dry gray hairy grass, brittle bushes, gap-toothed trees. The rising moon looks like it doesn't feel very well. The click of Lance's loafers and the crunchy thud of Green's old asphalt spreader's boots with the thick black soles. Green's little noises of attention and assent. He says he's been broken by life, is all he'll personally say, Green. Life has kicked his ass, and he's regrouping. Lance likes him, and there's always this slight hangnail of fear, like clinging, whenever he likes somebody. It's like something terrible could happen at any time. Less fear than a kind of tension in the region of stomach and ass. An all-body wince, deciding to go ahead and think somebody's a stand-up guy. It's like you drop something. You give up all of your power over it. You have to stand there, impotent, waiting for it to hit the ground. All you can do is brace and wince. It kind of enrages Lance to like somebody. There would be no way to say any of this out loud to Green. As it gets past 2200 hours and the meatloaf in his pocket's baggy's gone dark and hard from disuse, the pressure to exploit the circa 22:16 interval for resolution builds to a terrible pitch. But Lance still can't yet quite get it up to ask Green to walk back some other way, at least once in a while. How does he do it, and still have Green know he thinks he's okay? But you don't come right out there and let somebody hear you say you think they're okay. When it's a girl you're just trying to X, it's a different thing. Straightforwarder. But like, for instance, where do you look with your eyes when you tell somebody you like them and mean what you say? You can't look right at them, because then what if their eyes look at you as your eyes look at them, and you lock eyes as you're saying it, and then there'd be some awful, voltage or energy there hanging between you. But you can't look away like you're nervous, like some nervous kid asking for a date or something. You can't go around giving that kind of thing of yourself away. Plus, the knowing that the whole fucking thing's not worth this kind of wince and stress, the whole thing's enraging. The afternoon of tonight, earlier, at circa 16:10 hours, Lance had sprayed Rigid brand male hairspray in the face of a one-eyed Ennet House stray cat that had wandered by mischance into the men's head upstairs, but the result, unsatisfying. The cat had just run away downstairs, clunking into the banister only once. Lance then got diarrhea, which always disgusts him, and he had to stay in the head,
and open the little warped, frosted glass window and run the shower on C until the smell's evidence cleared, with fucking Glynn pounding on the door and attracting attention, howling about who's flailing the whale in there all this time. Is it, by any chance, Lentz? But then how would he be supposed to act henceforward toward Green if he blows him off and says to let him walk solo home? How would he be supposed to act if it had seemed like he'd spurned Green? What does he henceforward say if he and Green pass each other in the aisle at Saturday Night Lively, or both reach for the same sandwich at the raffle break at White Flag, or get caught standing there, half naked in towels in the hall, waiting for somebody to get out of the shower? What if he, spurns Green, and Green ends up in the three-man room while Lentz is still in there, and they have to room together and interface constantly? And if Lentz tries to temper the spurning by telling Green he likes him, where the fuck is he supposed to look when he says it? If trying to X a female species, Lentz would have nullo problemo with where to look. He'd have no problem with looking deep into some bitch's eyes and looking so sincere it's like he's dying inside him. Or if, assuring a bad-complected Brazilian he hadn't stepped on a half-kilo 3 separate times with inositol. Or if high, zero problem. If he got high, he'd have no problem telling somebody he liked him, even if he really did. For it'd give his spirits a voltage that'd more than overweigh whatever upsetting voltage might hang in the air between somebody. A few Leinskers, and there'd be no stress issues about telling Bruce G., with all due respects, to screw. Go peddle his papers. Go play in the freeway. Go play with a chainsaw. Go find a short pier. That, no disrespect, but Lentz needed to fly solo in the urban night. So after the incident with the cat and diarrhea, and some hard words with D.R. Glynn, who was slumped holding his abdomen down against the south wall of the upstairs hall, Lentz decides enough is enough, and goes and gets a little square of foil off the industrial roll Don G. keeps under the Ennet sink, and goes and takes a half-gram, maybe a gram, at most, out of the emergency stash of the vault thing he's razored out of the Principles of Natural Lectures. Far from your scenario of relapsing, the being is medicinal support for assertively sharing his need for aloneness with Green, so that issues of early sobriety can get resolved before standing in the way of spiritual growth. Lentz will use cocaine in the very interests of sobriety and growth itself. So then, strategically, at the Brookline Young People's Meeting over on Beacon near the Newton line on a Wednesday, at the raffle break at 21:09 hours, Lentz moistens his half-gasper and puts it carefully back in the pack, and yawns and stretches and does a quick pulse check, and gets up and saunters casually into the handicapped head, with the lockable door and the big sort of crib built around the shitter itself for crippled lowering onto the toilet, and does maybe 2, maybe 3 generous lines of Bing off the top of the toilet tank, and wipes the tank top off, both before and after, with wet paper towels, ironically rolling up the same crisp buck he'd brought for the meeting's collection, and utilizing it and cleaning it thoroughly with his finger and rubbing his gums with the finger, and then putting his head way back in the mirror to check the kidney-shaped nostrils of his fine aquiline nose for clinging evidence in the trim hair up there, and tasting the bitter drip in the back of his frozen throat, and taking the clean-rolled buck and back-rolling it and smoothing it out, and hammering it with his fist on the lip of the sink, and folding it neatly into half its original Treasury Department size, so that all evidence anybody ever even had a passing thought of rolling the buck into a hard, tight tube is annihilated. Then sauntered back out, like butter wouldn't soften anywhere on his body, knowing just where to look at all times and casually hefting his balls before he sat back down. And then, aside from the every so often hemispasm of the mouth and right eye he hides via the old sunglasses and pretend to cough tactic, the second half of the meeting's endless oratory goes fine, he supposes, even though he did smoke almost a whole expensive pack of Gaspers in 34 minutes, and the holier-than-you young people AAs over in what were supposed to be the non-smoking rows of chairs against the east wall to his right shot him over some negative-type looks when perchance he happened to find he had one going in the little tin ashtray and 2 at once going in his mouth. But Lentz was able to play the whole thing off with insouciant aplomb, sitting there in his aviator sunglasses with his legs crossed and his top-coated arms resting out along the backs of the empty chairs on either side. The night noises of the metro night. Harbor wind skirling on angled cement. The hush and skein of overpass traffic. TP's laughter in interior rooms. The yowl of unresolved cat life. Horns blatting off in the harbor. Receding sirens. Confused inland gulls' cries. Broken glass from far away. Car horns in gridlock. Arguments in languages. More broken glass. Running shoes. A woman's either laugh or scream from who can tell how far, coming off the grid. Dogs defending whatever dog yards they pass by. The sounds of chains and risen hackles. The podiatric click and thud. The visible breath. Gravel's crunch. Creak of Green's leather. The snick of a million urban lighters. The gauzy far-off humming ATH SCMEs pointing out true plumb north. The clunk and tinkle of stuff going into dumpsters. The rustle of stuff in dumpsters settling. The skirl of wind on the sharp edges of dumpsters, and unmistakable clanks and tinkles of dumpster divers and can miners, going after dumpsters, cans, and bottles. The District Redemption Center down in West Brighton, and actually even boldly sharing a storefront with Liquor World Liquor Store, so the can miners can do, like, one stop, redeeming and shopping. Which Lentz finds repellent to the Maximus, and shares the feelings with Green. Lentz observes to Green how myriadly ironic are the devices by which the famous crooners promise to clean up our urban cities has come to be kept. The noises parallaxing in from out over the city's winking grid at night. The woolly haze of monoxides. You got your faint cunt stink of the wind off the bay. Plane's little crucifix of landing lights well ahead of their own noise. Crows and towns. You got your standard crepuscular rustles. Ground floors, lit windows, laying little rugs of light out into their lawns. Porch lights that go on automatically when you stroll by. A threnody of sirens somewhere north of the Charles. Bare trees creaking in the wind. The state bird of Massachusetts, he shares with Green, is the police siren. To protect and to swerve. The cries and screams from out across, who knows how many blocks, who knows the scream's intent. Sometimes the end of the scream is at the sound of the start of the scream, he opines. The visible breath and the rainbowed rings of streetlights and headlights through that breath. Unless the screams are really laughing. Lentz's own mother's laugh, it sounded like she was being eaten alive. Except, after maybe 5 total lines hoovered in a totally purposive medicinal, non-recreational spirit, except then, instead of assuring Green he's a blue-chip commodity on Lentz's exchange, but to please screw and let Lentz stroll home solo with his meatloaf and agenda, it eventuates that Lentz has again miscalculated the effect the Bing's hydrolysis will have. He always previsions the effect as cool, nonchalant, verbal sang-froid. But instead, Lentz, on the way home, finds himself under huge hydrolistic compulsion to have Green right there by his side, or basically anyone who can't get away or won't go away, right there with him, and to share with Green or any compliant ear pretty much every experience and thought he's ever had, to give each datum of the case of R. Lentz shape and visible breath as his whole life and then some tear asses across his mind's Arctic horizon, trailing phosphenes. He tells Green that his phobic fear of timepieces stems from his stepfather, an Amtrak train conductor with deeply unresolved issues, which he used to make Lentz wind his pocket watch and polish his fob daily with a chamois cloth, and nightly make sure his watch's displayed time was correct to the second, or else he'd lay into the pint-sized Randy with a rolled-up copy of Track and Flange, a slick and wickedly heavy coffee-table-sized trade periodical. Lentz tells Green how spectacularly obese his own late mother had been, using his arms to dramatically illustrate the dimensions involved. He breathes between about every 3rd or 4th fact, ergo about once a block. Lentz tells Green the plots of several books he's read, confabulating them. Lentz doesn't notice the way Green's face sort of crumples blankly when Lentz mentions the issues of late mothers. Lentz euphorically tells Green how he once got the tip of his left finger cut off in a mini-bike chain once, and how, but within days of intensive concentration, the finger had grown back and regenerated itself like a lizard's tail, confounding doctoral authorities. Lentz says that was the incident in youth after which he got in touch with his own unusual life force, an inner joie de vivre, and knew and accepted that he was somehow not like the run of common men, and began to accept his uniqueness and all that it entailed. Lentz clues Green in on it's a myth the Nile crocodile is the most dreaded species of crocodile, that the dreaded estuarial crocodile of saltwater habits is 1 billion times more dreaded by those in the know. Lentz theorizes that his compulsive need to know the time with microscopic precision is also a function of his stepfather's dysfunctional abuse regarding the pocket watch and track and flange. This segues into an analysis of the term dysfunction and its relevance to the distinctions between, say, psychology and natural religion. Lentz tells how once in the Back Bay on Boylston, outside Bonwitz, a pushy prosthesis vendor gave him a hard time about a glass eye item of jewelry, and got his issues juices flowing, and then down the prosthesis vendor line another vendor simply would not take no of any sort about a bottle of ADA-approved, zero-lube saliva substitute, with a confabulated celeb endorsement from J. Gentle F. Crooner on it, and Lentz utilized Aikido to break the man's nose with one blow, and then drive the bone's shards and fragments up into the vendor's brain with the follow-up heel of his hand, a maneuver known by a secret ancient Chinese term meaning the old 1-2, eliminating the saliva guy's map on the spot, so that Lentz had learned about the lethality of his whatever was beyond black belt in Aikido, and his hands' deadliness as weapons when his issues were provoked, and tells Green how he'd taken a solemn vow right there, running like hell down Boylston from the auditorium T-stop to evade prosecution, vowed never to use his lethally adept Aikido skills except in the most compulsory situation of defending the innocent and or weak. Lentz tells Green how once he was at a Halloween party where a hydrocephalic woman wore a necklace made of dead gulls. Lentz shares about this recurving dream where he's seated under a tropical ceiling fan in a cane chair, wearing an LL Bean safari hat, and holding a wickerware valise in his lap, and that's all, and that's the recurving dream. On the 400 block of West Beacon, around 22:02 hours, Lentz demonstrates for Bruce Green the secret Aikido 1-2, with which he'd demapped the saliva monger, breaking the move down into slow-mo constituent movements so that Green's untrained eye could follow. He says there's another recurving nightmare about a clock with hands frozen eternally at 18:30 that's so trouser-foulingly scary he won't even burden Green's fragile psychology with the explicits of it. Green, lighting both their smokes, says he either doesn't remember his dreams or doesn't dream. Lentz adjusts his white toupee and mustache in a darkened interlace outlet's window, does the odd bit of Tai Chi stretching, and blows his nose into West Beacon's cluttered gutter Euro-style, one nostril at a time, arching to keep his coat front well back from what he expels. Green's one of these muscle shirt types that carries his next gasper tucked up over his ear, which the use of rigid or other brands of quality hair fixative makes impossible, for the reason that residues of spray on the cigarette cause it to burst unexpectedly into flame at points along its length. Lentz regales how, at that Halloween party with the necklace of birds, there'd been allegedly a concavity refugee infant there, at the party, at the home of a South Boston orthodontist that dealt lidocaine to Bing retailers on the prescriptional dicky. A normal size and unferal infant, but totally without a skull, lying in a kind of raised platform or dais by the fireplace, with its shapeless and de-skulled head region supported and, like, shuddering, contained in a sort of lidless plastic box, and its eyes were sunk way down in its face, which was the consistency of, like, quicksand, the face, and its nose concave and its mouth hanging out over either side of the boneless face, and the total head had, like, conformed to the inside of the containing box it was contained in, the head, and appeared roughly square in overall outline, the head. And the woman with the lay of gull heads and other persons in costumes had ingested hallucinogens, and drank mescal, and ate little worms in the mescal, and had performed circled rituals around the box and platform around 2355 hours, worshipping the infant, or, as they termed it simply, the infant, as if there were only one. Green lets Lance know the time at roughly 2-minute intervals, maybe once a block, from his cheap but digital watch, when the critical BBSB liquid crystal sign is obscured by the urban night's strolling skyline. Lence's labial writhing occurs worst on diphthongs involving O sounds. Lance clues Green in that AANA works all right, but there's no fucking question it's a cult. He and Green have apparently got themselves to the point where the only way out of the addictive tailspin is to enlist in a fucking cult and let them try to brainwash your ass. And that the first person tries to lay a saffron robe or tambourine on Lance is going to be one very sorry caballero indeed, is all. Lance claims to remember some experiences which he says happened to him in vitro. Lance says the Ennick graduates who often come back and take up living room space, sitting around comparing horror stories about former religious cults they'd tried joining as part of their struggle to try to quit with the drugs and alcohol, are not without a certain naive charm, but are basically naive. Lance details that robes and mass weddings and head shaving and pamphleteering in airports and selling flowers on median strips and signing away inheritances and never sleeping and marrying whoever they tell you and then never seeing who you marry are small potatoes in terms of bizarre cult criterion. Lance tells Green he knows individuals who've heard shit that would blow Green's mind out his ear sockets. At lunchtime, Hal Incandenza was lying on his bunk in bright sunlight through the window with his hands laced over his chest. And Jim Troeltsch poked his head in and asked Hal what he was doing, and Hal told him photosynthesizing, and then didn't say anything else until Troeltsch went away. Then, 41 breaths later, Michael Pemulus stuck his head in where Troeltsch's had been. "Did you eat yet?" Hal made his stomach bulge up and patted it, still looking at the ceiling. "The beast is killed and gorged and now lies in the shade of the baobab tree." "Gotcha." "Surveying his loyal pride." "I gotcha." Over 200 breaths later, John N.R. Wayne opened up the ajar door a little more and put his whole head in, and stayed like that, with just his head in. He didn't say anything, and Hal didn't say anything, and they stayed like that for a while, and then Wayne's head smoothly withdrew. Under a street lamp on Faneuil Street off West Beacon, Randy Lance shares a vulnerable personal thing, and tilts his head back to show Bruce Green where his septum used to be. Randy Lance regiles Bruce Green about certain real estate cults in Southern California and the West Coast. Of Delawareans that still believed virtual reality pornography, even though it had been found to cause bleeding from the eye corners and real-world permanent impotence, was still the key to Shangri-La, and believed that some sort of perfect piece of digito-holographic porn was circulating somewhere in the form of a bootleg, Write Protect notched software diskette, and devoted their cultic lives to snuffling around trying to get hold of the virtual Kama Sutra diskette, and getting together in dim Wilmington area venues and talking very obliquely about rumors of where and just what the software was and how their snufflings for it were going, and watching virtual fuck films and mopping the corner of their eyes, etc. Or of something called stelliform cultism that Bruce Green isn't even near ready to hear about, Lance opines. Or like, for example, of a suicidal nook cult of nooks that worshipped a form of Russian roulette that involved jumping in front of trains and seeing which nook could come the closest to the train's front without getting demapped. What sounds like Lance chewing gum is really Lance trying to talk and grind his teeth together at the same time. Lance recalls orally that his stepfather's blue-vested gut had preceded the conductor into rooms by several seconds, fob glinting above the watch pocket's sinister slit. How Lence's mother back in Fall River had made it a point of utilizing Greyhound for voyages and sojourns, basically to piss her step-husband off. Lentz discusses how a serious disadvantage to dealing being retail is the way customers will show up pounding on your door at 0300, sporting lint in the terms of resources, and putting their arms around your shins and ankles and begging for just a half gram or tenth of a gram, and offering to give Lentz their kids, like Lentz wants to fucking deal with anybody's kids, which these scenes were always constant drags on his spirits. Green, who's hoovered his share, says cocaine always seemed like it grabbed you by the throat and just didn't let go, and he could relate to why the Boston AA's call being the express elevator to AA. In a dumpster-lined easement between Faneuil Street and Brighton Avenue, Brighton, right after Green almost steps in what he's pretty sure is human vomit, Lentz proves logically why it's all too likely that Ennet House resident Jeffrey D. is a closet poofta. Lentz reports how he's been approached in the past to male model and act, but that the male model and acting profession is pretty much crawling with your closet pooftas, and it's no kind of work for a man that's confronted the ins and outs of his own character. Lentz speculates openly on how there are purported to be whole packs and herds of feral animals operating in locust-like fashion in the rhythmic lushness of parts of the great concavity to the due northeast, descended reputedly from domestic pets, and abandoned during the relocational transition to an ON-ANite map, and how teams of pro-researchers and amateur explorers and intrepid hearts and cultists have ventured northeast of checkpoints along the loose-sided ATHS C-emulated walls and never returned, vanishing in toto from the shortwave EM bands, as in like dropping off the radar. Green turns out to have no conceptions or views on the issues of fauna of the concavity at all. He literally says he's never given it one thought, one way or the other. Whole new New England cults and stelliform subcults, Lentz reports, as existing around the leaf systems about the metaphysics of the concavity and annular fusion and BS 1950s B-cartridge-type radiation-affected fauna and over-fertilization and verdant forests of periodic oases of purported desert and whatever, east of the former Montpelier, Vermont area, of where the annulated Shawshine River feeds the Charles, and tints it the exact same tint of blue as the blue on boxes of hefty steel sacks, and the ideas of ravacious herds of feral, domesticated house pets and oversized insects not only taking over the abandoned homes of relocated Americans, but actually setting up house and keeping them in model repair and impressive equity, allegedly, and the idea of infants the size of prehistoric beasts roaming the over-fertilized east concavity quadrants, leaving enormous scat piles and keening for the abortive parents who'd left or lost them in the general geopolitical shuffle of mass migration and really fast packing, or, as some of your more Limbaugh-era-type cultists sharingly believe, originating from abortions hastily disposed of in barrels and ditches that got breached and mixed ghastly contents with other barrels that reanimated the abortive feti and brought them to a kind of repulsive, oversized B-cartridge life, thundering around due north of where yours truly and Green strolled through the urban grid. Of one local underground stelliform offshoot from the Bob Hope-worshipping Rastafarians who smoke enormous dupsters and wove their negroid hair into clusters of wet cigars, like the Rastafarians, but instead of Rastafarians, these post-Rastas worshipped the infant, and every New Year donned tie-dyed parkas and cardboard snowshoes and ventured northward, trailing smoke, past the walls and fans of Checkpoint Pongo, into the former areas of Vermont and New Hampshire, seeking the infant, they called it, as if there were only one, and toting paraphernalia for performing a cultish ritual, referred to, in oblique tones only, as propitiating the infant. Whole posses of these stelliform, pothead, reggae-swaying infant cultists disappearing forever off the human race's radar every winter, never heard or smelled again,
regarded by fellow cultists as martyrs and/or lambs, possibly too addled by blimp-sized dupesters to find their way back out of the concavity, and freezing to death, or enswarmed by herds of feral pets, or shot by property-value-conscious insects, or face-plum-colored, finely breathing, worse. Lance shudders just at the thought of the raging powerlessness he'd feel, he shares. Lost and disoriented, wandering in circles, in blinding white frozen points due north of all domesticated men, forget the time, not even knowing what fucking date it was, his breath an ice beard, with just his tinder and wits and character to live by, armed just with a Browning blade. Green opines that if Boston AA is a cult that, like, brainwashes you, he guesses he'd got himself to the point where his brain needed a good brisk washing, which Lance knows is not an original view, being exactly what big block-headed Don Gately repeats about once a diem. Selected snippets from the individual resident, informal interface moments of D.W. Gately, live-in staff, Enid-House Drug and Alcohol Recovery House, Enfield, Massachusetts, on and off, from just after the Brookline Young People's AA meeting, up to about 23:29 hours, Wednesday, the 11th of November, YDAU. I don't know why all this shit about wanting to hear about the football all the time, and I'm not going to make my goddamn muscle. It's stupid. Okie dokie. It's inappropriate, since you like words like that. But this sharing and caring commitment guy, the chair, the Sudbury Half Measures of A-List Nothing group, he had a power about him. The chair, he said he used to be a nuclear auditor for the defense industry. This man who was very quiet and broken-seeming and fatherly and strange. There was this kind of broken authority about him. I know what you mean. I can ID. That seemed fatherly somehow. The sponsor type. My sponsor's like that, Joelle, in White Flag. Can I ask, is your own personal daddy still alive? I don't know. Oh. My mother's dead. Worm farming. My own personal daddy's still sucking air, though, and that's how he puts it, still sucking air, in Kentucky. My mother's a worm farmer from way back, though. But so, what about this Half Measures guy hit you so hard? Hard. Sounded out. Real funny. Don, well, it started out as that he spoke about himself like he used to be somebody else, like a whole different person. He said he used to wear a 4-piece suit, and the 4th piece was him. An Ulster Group guy says it all the time, that joke. He had on a real nice, white, thick weave cotton shirt, open at the throat, and wheat-colored pants and loafers with no socks, which I'm up here 10 years, Don, and I still can't follow this thing up here, about y'all all wearing nice shoes and then wrecking them by wearing them without socks. Joel, you're maybe about the last person to be talking about somebody's inventory about weird ways they dress under there, maybe. Kiss my rosy red ass, maybe. Remind me to log how it's real positive to see you coming out of this shell of yours. Well, I got reservations on this, Don, but Dial and Ken are telling me to come into you with this issue of what's, like, occurring out there, which Erdetti says it's a staff-type issue, and had a little coffee tonight, have we, Foss? Well, Don, and like you know, and take a second, inhale, and blow out. I'm not going anywheres. Well, Don, I hate to be a cheese nibbler, much as the next man, but Jeff D. and Nell G. are out in the living room going around to all the new people, asking them to think about if their higher power is omnipotent enough to make a suitcase that's too heavy for him to lift. They're doing it to everybody that's new. And that skittery kid, Tingley, the new kid. Well, Don, he's sitting in the linen closet with his legs sticking out of the linen closet, with his eyes bugging out with, like, smoke coming out his ears, and going like, he can, but he can't, but he can, respecting the suitcase, and Dial says, it's a matter for staff. It's a negative thing Day's doing. And Erdetti says, I'm senior res, and to go to staff with it and to eat cheese. Shit. The dial said a case this negative, and no way it's like ratting. No, I appreciate. It ain't ratting. Plus, I brought in this really good, Toll House butterscotch cookie thing Hanley made a plate of, which Erdetty said it's not like kissing ass so much as commonplace decency. Erdetty's a community pillar. I gotta stay in here with the phone. Maybe you could tell Jeff and Nell to, waltz on in, if they could take time out from torturing the new people. I'll probably leave out the torturing part if that's okay with you, Don. Which, by the way, here I am looking at this cookie still in your hand, notice. Jesus, the cookie, Jesus. Try and relax a little, kid. I gotta stay down with the phones till 2200. Try a plunger and let me know, and I can call services. I'm thinking it'd be doing a favor if staff clued in anybody new that comes in on the fact that the H faucet in the shower, that its H really stands for holy cow, that's cold. Are you saying in a sideways way there's some trouble with the water temp in the head, McDade? Don, I'm saying just what I came in here to say. And, can I say, by the way, nice shirt. My dad used to bowl, too, when he still had a thumb. I don't care what the sick bastard told you, Yolanda. Getting on your knees in the AM to ask for help does not mean getting on your knees in the AM while this sick yut stands in front of you and unzips his fly, and you ask for help into his fly. I'm praying this is not a male resident said this. This is the sort of thing why same-sex sponsors are only a suggestion. Is that there's some sick bastards around the rooms, you get me? Any AA tells a new female in the program to use his unit for her higher power, I'd give that guy a wide detour. You get what I'm saying? And I didn't even tell you yet how he suggested I should thank his higher power at night. I'd cross a broad street to avoid an AA like this guy, Yolanda. And how he said how I always have to be on the south side of him, stay on his south side, and have to buy a digital watch. Holy Christ, this is Lentz. Is this Lentz you're telling me about? I ain't used no names in here. All I say, he seemed real friendly and fly at first, and helpful, when I first came. This dude I ain't say no name. You have trouble with the part of the second step that's about insanity, and you've been using Randy Lentz for a sponsor? This is an anonymous program, you know what I'm saying? Jesus, kid. Orin O. in Cadenza stands embracing a putatively Swiss hand model in a rented room. They embrace. Their faces become sexual faces. It seems clear evidence of a kind of benign fate, or world spirit, that this incredible specimen had appeared at Sky Harbor International Airport, just as Orin stood with his fine forehead against the glass of the gate, overlooking the tarmac, after actually volunteering to drive Helen steeply all the nightmarish way down I-17, I-10, to the ghastly, glittering, unnavigable airport, and the subject seemed, in the car, not only not especially grateful, and hadn't let him so much as place a friendly and supportive palm on her incredible quadricep during the ride, but had been irritatingly all business, and had continued to pursue lines of family linen inquiry he'd all but begged her to quit subjecting him to the inappropriateness of. That, as he stood there after having received little other than a cool smile, and a promise to try to say hello to Hallie, with his forehead against the glass of the western back door, or rather the Delta gate window, this incredible specimen had, unbidden, unstrategized, come up to him and started a lush, foreign-accented conversation, and revealed professionally loving hands as she rooted in her tripolymer bag to ask him to autograph for her toddler-age son a Cardinal souvenir football she had right there, in her bag, along with her Swiss passport. As if the universe were reaching out a hand to pluck him from the rim of the abyss of despair, that any real sort of rejection or frustration of his need for some subject he'd picked out always threatened him with. As if he'd been teetering, with his arms windmilling at a great height without even idiotic red wings strapped to his back, and the universe were sending this lovely, steadying left hand to pull him gently back and embrace him, and not so much console him as remind him of who and what he was about, standing there, embracing a subject with a sexual face for his sexual face, no longer speaking, the football and pen on the neatly made bed, the two of them embracing between the bed and the mirror,
with the woman facing the bed so that Orrin could see past her head the large hanging mirror and the small framed photos of her Swiss family arrayed along the wood-grained dresser below the window. The tubby-faced man and Swiss-looking kids all smiling, trustingly, into a nothing, somewhere up and to their right. They have shifted into sexual mode. Their lids flutter, his close. There's a concentrated tactile languor. She is left-handed. It is not about consolation. They start the thing with each other's buttons. It is not about conquest or forced capture. It is not about glands or instincts or the split-second shiver and clench of leaving yourself, nor about love or about whose love you deep down desire, by whom you feel betrayed. Not and never love, which kills what needs it. It feels to the punter rather to be about hope, an immense, wide-as-the-sky hope of finding a something in each subject's fluttering face, a something the same that will propitiate hope, somehow, pay its tribute. The need to be assured that for a moment he has her, now has won her, as if from someone or something else, something other than he, but that he has her, and is what she sees, and all she sees. That it is not conquest but surrender, that he is both offense and defense, and she neither. Nothing but this 1 second's love of her, spinning as it arcs his way. Not his, but her love, that he has it, this love, his shirt off now in the mirror, that for 1 second she loves him too much to stand it, that she must, she feels, have him, must take him inside or else dissolve into worse than nothing, that all else is gone, that her sense of humor is gone, her petty griefs, triumphs, memories, hands, career, betrayals, the deaths of pets, that there is now inside her a vividness vacuumed of all but his name. Oh, that he is the one. This is why, maybe, one subject is never enough, why hand after hand must descend to pull him back from the endless fall. For were there for him just one now, special and only, the one would not be he or she, but what was between them, the obliterating trinity of you and I into we. Orrin felt that once, and has never recovered, and never will again. And about contempt. It is about a kind of hatred, too, along with the hope and need. Because he needs them, needs her. Because he needs her, he fears her, and so hates her a little, hates all of them. A hatred that comes out disguised as a contempt he disguises in the tender attention with which he does the thing with her buttons, touches the blouse as if it too were part of her and him, as if it could feel. They have stripped each other neatly. Her mouth is glued to his mouth. She is his breath, his eyes shut against the side of hers. They are stripped in the mirror, and she, in a kind of virtuoso jitterbug that is 100% new world, uses O's uneven shoulders to support a leap and circle his neck with her legs. And she arches her back and is supported, her weight, by just one hand at the small of her back, as he bears her to bed, as would a waiter a tray.
Humph! Humph! Well, in excess of 1,000 pardons for my collision.
Arslanian? Is that you?
It is I, Idris Arslanian. Who is this other?
It's Ted Shark, Ed. Why the blindfold?
Where have I come, please? I became disoriented upon a set of stairs. I became panicked. I nearly removed my blindfold. Where are we? I detect many odors.
You're just off the weight room, in the little hall off the tunnel that isn't the little hall that goes to the sauna. Why the blindfold, though?
And the origin of this sound of hysterical weeping and moans? This is...
It's Anton Duchette in there. He's in there, clinically depressed. Lyle's trying to buck him up. Some of the crueler guys are in there watching like it's entertainment. I got disgusted. Somebody in pain isn't entertainment. I did my sets, now I'm in vapor trail. You exude vapor? Always nice to run into you, Ed. Oh, wait. Please conduct me upstairs, or into the locker for a lavatory visit. The blindfold I am wearing is experimental on the part of Thorpe. You wrote of the visually challenged player who will matriculate? The blind kid? From, Nowheresburg, Iowa? Dempster? Dimfna. He's not coming in till next term. He delayed, Inc. said they said. Dural edema or something. Though age only 9, he is in his Midwest region's ranking of 12 and below is highly ranked. Hooch Thorpe tells this. Well, I'd say for a blind, self-sculled kid, he's real high-ranked, Ed, yeah. But Dimfna, I hear Thorpe tell that the highness of the ranking may be due to the blindness itself. Thorpe and Tex Watson were who scouted this player. I wouldn't mention the name Watson near that weight room in there if I were you. Thorpe tells that his excellence of play is scouted by them to be his anticipation. As in, the player Dimfna arrives at the necessary location well before the opponent player's ball, through anticipation. I know what anticipation is, Ed. Thorpe tells me that this excellence in anticipation in the blind is because of hearing and sounds. Because sounds are merely... here. Please read the comment I have carefully notated upon this folded piece of paper. Sound merely variations in intensity. Thorpe. Thorpe? It was meaning Thorpe in excitement. He tells that one may perforce judge the opponent player's vaps in more detail by the ear than the eye. This is experimental theory of Thorpe. This is explaining why the highly ranked Dimfna appears to always have floated by magic to the necessary spot where a ball is soon to land. Thorpe tells this in a convincing manner. Perforce? That this blind person is able to judge the necessary spot of landing by the intensity of the sound of the ball against the opponent player's string. Instead of watching the contact and then imaginatively extending the beginning of its flight, like those of us hobbled by sight. I, Idris Aslanian, am compelled with Thorpe's telling. Which helps explain the blindfold. I therefore experiment with volunteer blindness, training the ear in degrees of intensity and play. Today, versus Whale, I was wearing the blindfold to play. How'd it go? Not as well as hoped. I frequently faced the wrong direction for play. I frequently judged by the intensity of balls struck on adjacent courts, and ran onto adjacent courts, intruding on play. We sort of wondered what all the ruckus was down there, the 14's end. Thorpe tells that training the ear is a process of time, in encouragement. Well, later, Ed. Stop! Wait, before leaving, please conduct me to a lavatory. Ted shocked. Are you as yet there? Are you as yet there? Hoof! Watch where you're going, kid, for Christ's sake. Who is this, please?
Troelch, James L., slightly doubled over.
It is I, Idris Aslanian, wearing a rayon handkerchief as a blindfold over my features. I am disoriented and wishing badly for a lavatory. Wondering also what is ensuing inside the weight room, where Shark alleges you are all watching Duchette weep in clinical depression.
Gertwang! Just kidding, Ars. It's really Mike Pemulus.
Then you, Mike Pemulus, may even now be questioning why is this blindfold upon Idris Aslanian.
What blindfold? Ars, no, you're wearing a fucking blindfold too?
You, Mike Pemulus, are also wearing a blindfold?
Just Gertwanging on you, brother.
I became disoriented on a stairway, then conversed with Ted shocked. I am suspecting I do not trust your sense of laughter enough to conduct me back upstairs.
You should feel your way in and just for 1 second see the amount of high-stress sweat Lyle's taken off Anton the Booger Duchette in their Rs.
Duchette is the two-handed player whose mole appears to be material from a nostril, clinically depressing Duchette at its appearance.
Raj on the mole, except that's not what's depressing the Booger this time. This one, we decided, we'd describe him as more like anxiously depressed than depressed.
One can be depressed of different types.
Boy, are you young, Rs. The Booger's got himself convinced he's going to get the academic boot. He's been on Proby this whole year, since apparently some trouble last year with Thorpe's
cubular trick. I am sympathizing with this in toto. But except now he claims he's close to flunking in Watson's laughable energy survey class, which would obviously mean the old boot at term's end, if he really does flunk. He's thought himself into a brain lock of anxiety. He's in there clutching his skull with Lyle and Mario, and some of the, less kind guys in there having a pool going on whether Lyle can pull him back from the brink. Texas Watson, the prorector, teaching of energy and models of resource scarcity and resource plenty. Ours. I'm nodding in confirmation. Fossil fuels all the way up to annular fusion fission cycles, DT lithiumization, so on and so forth. All on a real superficial type level, since Watson's basically got a little liquid-filled nubbin at the top of his spine where his brain ought to be. Texas Watson does not overwhelm with brightness, it is true. But Duchette's got himself convinced he's got this insurmagular conceptual block that keeps him from grasping annulation, even superficially. After we converse, will you conduct me to Mictorate, please? It's the same sort of block some people get with the mean value theorem, or in optics when we get to color fields. At a certain level of abstraction, it's like the brain recoils, causing pain of impact within the skull, resulting in clutching the head. Watson's gone the extra click with him. Watson's good-hearted if nothing else. He's tried flashcards, demonic rhymes, even claymation film strips from over at Rinflat and Remedial. You are saying without avail? I'm saying apparently the bookster just sits there in class, eyes bugging out, stomach in fucking knots, dope slapped by anxiety. I'm saying frozen. You are saying recoiling. The right side of his face frozen in this anxiety tick, envisioning any possible tennis career as with these little wings on it, flying off, talking all kinds of crazy self-injuring, anxious depression talk. It all started with him and Mario and me in the sauna, him breaking down. Me and Mario trying to talk him out of the crazy washed-up-at-15 type depressed talk. Mario exploiting a previous, therapeutic bond with the kid from about the mole. Then with me putting DT annulation in broad-stroke terms, a freaking invertebrate could have understood, for Christ's sake. Just about passing out from the sauna all through this. Finally taking him into Lyle, even with the 18 still doing circuits in there. Lyle's working with the booger now. Between the anxiety and the marathon sauna time, it's a real feeding frenzy for old Lyle, let me tell you. I too confess experiences of anxiety for annulation with Tex Watson, though I am trivially 13 and not yet required to grapple in hard science. Mario in the sauna kept telling Duchette to just imagine somebody doing somersaults with one hand nailed to the ground, which, what the fuck is that? And lo and surprise, didn't help the booger a whole lot. Did not part the veil of Maya. Didn't do jack. Annular energy cycles are intensively abstract, my home nation believes. But my whole message to Boog was that DT cycles aren't all that fucking hard if you don't paralyze your brain with Career with Wings brain cartoons. The extra hot breedering and lithiumization stuff gets hairy, but the whole fusion, fission, waste annulation thing in toto you can't imagine as nothing but a huge right triangle. You are presaging to give the thumbnail lecture. Commit this one simple model to your little Pakistani ram cells, and you'll tap dance right through Watson's kitty physics and up into optics, which is where the abstracto-conceptual fur really flies, kid. Let me tell you. I am one of the seldom of my home nation whose talents are weak in science, unhappily. This is why God also gave you quick hands and a wicked lob off the backhand, though. Just picture a kind of massive, pseudo-cartographic right triangle. You got your central, impregnantly guarded ONAN, Sunstrand, waste-intensive, fusion facility up in what used to be Montpelier, in what used to be Vermont in the concavity. From Montpelier, the process is wastes piped to two sites, one of which is that blue glow up at night by the Methuen Fan Complex, just south of the concavity, right flush up against the wall, and Checkpoint Pongo, which are tall and sleep-depriving fans in our area point at to blow away from the south. Roger that. Where the toxo-fusion's wastes plutonium fluorides refined into plutonium-239 and uranium-238, and fissioned in a standard, if somewhat hot and risky breeder system. much of the output of which is Waste-239, which gets piped, or catapulted, or long shiny trucked, way up to what used to be Loring AFB. Air Force Base, near what used to be Presque Isle, Maine, where it's allowed to decay naturally into Neptunium-239, and then Plutonium-239, and then added to the UF sub-4 fractional waste, also piped up from Montpelier, then fissioned in a purposely ugly way, in such a way as to create, hellacious amounts of highly poisonous radioactive wastes, which are mixed with heavy water and specially heated zirconium, piped through specially heavily guarded heated zirconium pipes back down to Montpelier as raw material for the massive poisons needed for toxic lithiumization and waste intenseness and annular fusion.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.